Hey, what's up? It's cute what if? This side. Today we will be seeing what if orphan female Deku had Quirk. Now before we move ahead with the FIC, leave a like and subscribe to the channel for future what ifs like this. The day after the sports festival, Izumi picks up the phone, as both of her dads are still in their room. They don't have work today, who can blame them? A cat bumps against her hand, purring loudly. Deku. Izumi does not fall out of her chair. Not one bit. Nope. The ground just looked really comfy. Kyoshi looks down from the counter, looking incredibly confused. Kaken. She squeaks, scrambling back up from the floor. How do you have this number? I'm a genius, that's how. His voice growls. Anyway, the old hag is being an obsessive F again. Auntie Mitsuki. Yes, you dumbass. Distantly, Izumi can hear some shouting before Bakugo gets back on the phone. Any F way, she wants you to come over to our place. And honestly, you should be effing grateful, Dad, and I stopped the old hag from marching right up to you, and knocking in the front doors. She was pissed. Izumi snorts. Doesn't seem like she's changed one bit. No, she hasn't. And you know dim and well that she's gonna be on my butt until you get yours over here. So hurry the F up, I don't know how much longer I can handle her nagging. Beep, beep, beep. And he hung up. Izumi mutters. Ooh. An exhausted Yamada asks, dragging his feet and slumping on the counter. Too early for people to be challenged. It's 11:43. Too early. Izumi rolls her eyes. Kaken. Apparently Auntie Mitsuki wants to see me, and she's been nagging him to make contact somehow. Yamada hums. Makes sense. We never really did meet anyone from before, right? Kind of forget about it. Weird to think about you not being here. Izumi shakes her head, staring at the phone guiltily. No, I guess I didn't really think about it, but Auntie Mitsuki was really close to Mom. Well, I'll go wake up Shoyuta. Izumi pales. Wait, what? No. Yep. It's daytime. May as well get this out of the way while we have nothing else to do. Besides, he's been up for a good 3 hours, he just doesn't want to move. But I distinctly had his stomach rumbling, so now there's a logical reason for him to get out of bed and eat food. He plunks a plate of waffles they hadn't finished into the microwave, then walks back down the hall, crooning, "Oh, SHE." Izumi rolls her eyes. Maybe it will be a good idea to get this done. This was a horrible idea. Izumi has no clue what to do with herself. She's just staring at the door, her dad standing behind her looking incredibly awkward. Aizawa still has a French braid in that Izumi had done half asleep last night. Are you? Izumi yelps, then rings the doorbell. Almost immediately, there's the sound of an explosion and shouting, and then the door is opened. Bakugo Masaru opens the door, not looking a bit concerned about the shouting match down the hall. He smiles at Izumi. Hey, kiddo. He says quietly. It's been a while. Izumi. The man is shoved aside, and she's nearly tackled by Bakugo Mitsuki. Oh my god, I almost didn't believe it. The woman gasps, stepping back to look at Izumi. You're really here. You're alive. Izumi nods, eyes watering. I'm alive, Auntie. Mitsuki makes a little noise before she wraps her arms back around Izumi. Oh my goodness, shouldn't we invite them in, dear? Masaru points out. His wife nods, wiping at her eyes. I'm sorry, oh my F god. Will you stop being F emotional in the doorway, you old hag? The F did you just say to me, Kastuki? Pretty damn sure you heard me. Mitsuki rages back into the house, rubbing at her face with the palm of her hand. Come in, please. Sorry about all the noise. Masaru says, smiling weakly. Izumi wraps her arms around his midsection. I'm sorry for not telling you sooner, Uncle Maso. They walk into the house, Izumi giggling when she spots a screaming Bakugo getting a noogie from his equally loud mother. You guys haven't changed a bit. Not particularly. I can see that Bakugo takes after his mother. Aizawa says, eyebrows raised. Masaru laughs. Yeah, pretty much a carbon copy. I assume you're Izumi's adoptive parents. Yamada nods, holding out his hand. Yamada Hisashi. Aizawa Shoyuta. Sensei. Bakugo says incredulously, having freed himself from Mitsuki. What the F? Be polite. Mitsuki shouts, smacking him upside the head. Not like you didn't tell that really famous prick TOFOFF the other day. Swear at pricks, not teachers and parents? I seriously doubt that is sensei, he looks nothing like him. Bakugo growls. Aizawa raises his eyebrows. I'm not allowed to change my hair. And I'm not always Eraserhead. Yamada grins and pokes Aizawa's side. This is his dad look. Izumi did the braid. Besides, I'm a teacher at UA2, we look a lot different out of costume. Who the F are you? Yamada just shrugs, much to Bakugo's annoyance. Izumi has to admit, it would be difficult without the banana hair, L-chair jacket and giant speaker around his neck, to see this man as present Mike. Sure, he's got the glasses, but they're an entirely different make, not flashy at all. Well, never mind, Deku just muttered everything. Still haven't grown out of that habit? Masaru asks, sitting down. Everyone moves to follow him, a blushing Izumi shaking her head. No, I mean, you probably heard me at the sports festival. Izumi says, tugging at her own braid. I started muttering right into the mic. We heard. F creepy but SHT. Mitsuki smacks him again. Mitsuki ignores him. Oh yeah. I wanted to ask you something, Aizawa, Yamada. Izumi's dads make questioning noises, and Mitsuki flat out glares at them. In the F, was I not informed about my niece's survival? Izumi, Bakugo, and Masaru all shrink away. The Bakugo matriarch is pissed. Yamada shifts uncomfortably, Aizawa dead-eyed. At first, we were doing our best to make sure the dragon couldn't find her. Then it became a matter of her unique situation. Yeah, well, it's been 5 years. Technically you aren't BLD-related neither are you, Dickwit, and I've known her longer. I can understand a few months, maybe a year. But 5? Not. Auntie, it was my fault? I think not. You were 10 and grieving, hell we all were. But I know for a fact that I get custody of you in Inko's will, so Izumi shakes her head, reaching across the table and grabbing Mitsuki's hands. No, I couldn't. I really couldn't. It's like I told Kaken, the attack messed with my head and my quirk. I couldn't hide emotions, I couldn't handle them without breaking down screaming. I've gotten better, I know I have, but in the end I was always just afraid of reminding myself, because I know I'm broken and I pieced myself back together but I'm shattered, Auntie, and it hurts. She slumps back into her seat, shuddering and hugging herself. Aizawa put a hand on her shoulder. You okay? Izumi nods mutely, checking her barriers for weak spots. This place brings back so many memories, from the small charred marks on the chair leg to the dent in the wall she knows comes from Bakugo first showing her he could fly with his explosions. Sorry, No, I'm sorry. Mitsuki says. I didn't mean to shout. For the last few years, she sighs, looking down and wringing her hands. I lost my mom. Izumi says quietly. You lost your best friend. Mitsuki stands up, pulling her back into a hug. Izumi accepts it, wiping at her face quickly. Probably wouldn't be happy in our house anyway, with all the brats yelling. Shut the F up, old H. Too innocent to deal with our screaming 2-year-old. I am 16 still a brat and you act too. Mitsuki shouts, managing to keep hugging Izumi and also smack her son. Anyway, food. Been a while since we cooked together. If it's gonna be death curry, I'll pass. Yamada says, shuddering. I can't, oh god. Izumi didn't warn us about the death curry. I took such a big bite and she's not allowed to cook dinner anymore. Bakugo starts cackling. You can't handle F curry. Death curry. Izumi giggles. You realize now everyone who can handle the spice wants curry? Yamada looks around the room, paling when he sees 4 people grinning back at him. No, death curry. Aizawa groans. Oh god, you ate it though. Yamada shrieks. Aizawa shrugs back at him, rubbing his temples. I embrace death with open arms. Mitsuki, Izumi, and Bakugo all start cooking, leaving Masaru and Aizawa to laugh and talk to the miserable Yamada. Izumi can remember this recipe like the back of her hand. Her mom had used to make it so much, whenever Bakugo came over, because they both had a ridiculous tolerance for spice. Hey, Kaken, remember when we used to bring this to school and get people to eat it? He starts cackling. Oh god, their F faces, You've been assassinating children with the death curry? Yamada shrieks again. Show Yuta, our child isn't as innocent as we thought. Wanna see how future heroes deal with it? Izumi asks, ignoring her loud dad. Hell. $10 glasses thinks he's been poisoned. After they've finished the curry, Yamada with tears in his eyes because he had tried to eat it again, Mitsuki asks something else that has obviously been on her mind. Izumi, you said high emotions hurt you. I assume you haven't been to Inko's grave. Izumi freezes. Grave she stumbles backwards, Aizawa jumping forwards to grab her. His quirk activates, erasing hers, and she shakes her head quickly. I'm sorry, that was dash. Izumi falls silent, carefully responding. Oh. No, I haven't. The F was dash, that's what F happens, old hag. Who the hell is being rude now? Still you. Izumi interrupts them. Where is it? Her grave. Mitsuki gets a soft look in her eyes. Cemetery on the north side of town, we bought the marker. It's for you also because we thought do you want to see? At Izumi's mute nod, she turns to everyone else. Coming. I'm gonna end up swearing on Auntie's grave. So nope. Katsuki. Not like you were any better last time we were there. Mitsuki doesn't seem to have a reply to that, instead turning to her husband. Masaru, make sure he doesn't blow anything up. Bold of you to assume I have any control over either of you demons. You love us. Alright you three, let's go. There's a little flower shop on the way if you want. Izumi stares at the marker. Cold and gray, a few wilting flowers next to it. Midoriya Inko 1975 to 2013 Midoriya Izumi 2003 to 2013 God eventually calls for all his angels. We thought the inscription made sense. Mitsuki whispers. You were both so kind and pure. Izumi sets down her bouquet, eyesight blurring. Hi ma, she says, voice shaky. I'm sorry it took so long for me to come. Everything was kinda hectic. But hey, I got what I always wanted. I'm a hero now. Youngest ever. My dad Eraserhead adopted me, he helped me with my quirk, because it got really out of control. And now I can do a lot of stuff I couldn't before. I'm helping people. She keeps talking, telling the grave about her mind, the sports festival, her hero work and the Endeavor scandal, all about Hatsum and Uraraka and Ida and Shudo and Hitoshi. The teachers, weird dreams she's seen, the three-legged cat that Aizawa had found and named Kohi. Her studies under Nedzu, the ridiculous things that happen whenever Midnight gets bored. The songs that Yamada is teaching her, the most ridiculous test answers she's helped grade. Everything she can think of, down to the last detail, because if there's anything she can do it's talk and talk and talk. At some point, tears start rolling down her face, but she keeps talking anyway. I've been happy. But I miss you. Izumi says finally, reaching out to trace the kanji of her mother's name. I miss you so much. She falls silent, wiping away the waterfalls on her face. Her dads both reach out, pulling her into a hug, Mitsuki carefully smoothing out a squashed flower and doing her best to ignore the emotions. I'm sorry for not being fast enough to save you too. Aizawa says, looking down at the grave. Izumi is a part of our family now, she's irreplaceable to us, but I know you left a hole that we can never hope to fill. We promise to do our best, Inko-san. Yamada finishes. Izumi presses her head into their chests, shaking with sobs. Izumi floats towards Hitoshi and Shudo's minds, pulling them together. Carefully she presses, watching in between as they slowly merge a pop, and she's in a dream that seems to be split down the middle, one Hitoshi's cats, and the other Shudo's Iceland. Both of them stare at each other in confusion. Sorry if this is weird. Izumi chirps, floating down between them. I just wanted to see you too, so I figured why not practice this. I merged your minds, when you wake up you'll split. Unless you try really strong to stay together, but I don't think you should do that because it creates a huge strain on your psyche dash. Okay, Izumi. Hitoshi says, rolling his eyes. So this is what your dreams look like. Snowy. There's a lot of fur in yours. Is that a tiger? Hitoshi grins. Yes. Yes it is. Wanna pet her? Shudo walks into Hitoshi's side of the dream, the cats swarming around him. He doesn't quite make it to the large cat before he's drowning in fur. Help dash. Mro. Hitoshi and Izumi start laughing at the utterly confused boy under a mountain of cats. Izumi decides to help him, throwing chicken nuggets to lure the fluffy things away. Why chicken nuggets? Hitoshi asks, kicking one towards a fat cat. Izumi shrugs. To be perfectly honest, it's the first thing that came to mind. She chucks another one at his face. Hitoshi looks at her, utterly shocked, and she breaks out laughing. My God, Hitoshi, your face? He shakes his head quickly, looking back to her with an evil grin. Oh, it's on. Pretty soon, it's a chicken nugget war, Shudo having freed himself at one pint only to get one right in his eye. You can't defeat us, Izumi. Hitoshi shouts, dodging and motioning to his cat soldiers. Team Brain Freeze for the win. You can't overtake us both. Izumi grins and throws her arms out to the side. You forget, Hide-can? She shouts, pulling at her quirk. I am the god of this world. And thus, before two future heroes' horrified eyes, the chicken nugget apocalypse begins. The day they come back to school after the sports festival, Izumi is in her hero costume again. Aizawa has asked Midnight to help out with his class hero names, and Midnight, in turn, had asked for Izumi. She's so good at analyzing quirks and heroes, so of course she'll be able to come up with good names. And so, when Midnight struts into Class 1A, Izumi follows, tugging at her blanket and waving slightly to her friends. Midnight and Dreamer will be helping you out. I can't do that stuff. Izumi snorts, remembering Yamada's story of giving Aizawa his name. Midoriya-chan. It's nice to see you again. What the F? Yeah, hi. How many of you know Deku? Izumi grins sheepishly. Kaken, it was during the sports festival. I went to go say hi to my friends and ended up with all of 1A. Kanamari makes a choked noise. Bakugu makes a face. Geez, is no one going to address the fact that she just called Bakugu Kaken? Aizawa groans and slumps against the wall in his sleeping bag, muttering something about Izumi causing chaos wherever she went. I mean, she called Todoroki and Shinso, Shochan and Hide-can, excuse me. Bakugu yelps, whipping around to stare at the two boys. Shinso, who has the bad luck of being directly behind him, smirks and puts his hands up in mock surrender. I can have nicknames for other people, Kaken? Izumi protests. I knew them both before you A2. Bakugu still looks like he stepped in dog poo. Okay, so it was kinda their thing as kids, no one was allowed to give them nicknames but each other, but still. Enough. Midnight shouts, cracking her WHP. Izumi jumps in surprise. Dreamer is a hero and technically an upperclassman, and you will treat her with respect. Yes, Midnight-san. Hitoshi calls. We will all respect Dreamer-senpai. Izumi buries her face into her hands. Why aren't we Tokoyami, if it doesn't distract you, can I see Dark Shadow? Izumi asks, eyes practically glowing. I didn't get to see much of it at the sports festival, and I tease a really fascinating quirk. He looks up, surprised. Of course. Izumi spends the next few minutes playing with the shadow, much to the sentient quirk's happiness. A few minutes of scribbling and brainstorming later, Midnight calls for the students' attention again. Okay, so we're going to begin presenting hero names, starting with those who are ready. Izumi hides a giggle as she spots several horrified faces on her way back to the front of the room. I don't think they knew we were presenting them. How else are people going to know what to call them? Come on. Ioma comes up first, smiling beautifully over the seated students. Hold your breath, he whispers dramatically, slowly raising his sign. The sparkling hero, I cannot stop twinkling. Jairu's head slams down onto her desk. It would be better to remove the ing and shorten the cannots to can'ts. Midnight says, editing his name. Jairu's head shoots back up, looking utterly shocked. English or French, which one are you? Sada shouts from his seat, looking equally confused as to why that's a decent hero name. Izumi walks forwards. Well, it's still pretty difficult to say. Maybe you could go with something like the Twinkling Hero, Shooting Star. It has your sparkliness to it, and it also highlights your quirk, and I'm sure that you could make a really cool logo or something with it as well, with your laser as the comet tail, and I'm rambling again. I'm sorry. It's completely your choice after all. You both make excellent points, mademoiselles. I shall have to think it over. Ioma says grandly, then flounces back to his seat. Ashido comes up next, looking incredibly proud of herself. I'm the hero, alien queen. Midnight turns pale. Like that horrible monster with the acidic BLD. I wouldn't if I were you. Ashido pouts. Ah, why? It could make people afraid to cut her. Izumi points out, then hides a smirk. And besides, just because you were scared out of your wits that movie night dash, shut? Midnight says, pointing her finger at the giggling Izumi. Ashido, think of another. You can always change it later if you're really attached. Tsuyu raises her hand to go next, walking to the front of the room. I've had this in mind since elementary school. The rainy season hero, Froppy. That's so cute. Midnight coos. A good sample of a name everyone will love. The class starts cheering, Izumi laughing at the mutual wave of relief at a good name. Froppy. 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 Then I'll go next, Kirishima announces, slamming his board down. The sturdy hero, Red Riot. Like Crimson Riot? Izumi asks, stars in her eyes. Yeah. Kirishima says nervously. It's pretty old-fashioned, but he's everything I want to be as a hero. Midnight smirks. Bearing a name you admire, it's all the more pressure. I'm prepared for the challenge. Pressure makes rock, Kayama-san. Izumi points out. Do your best. Yes, Dreamer-senpai. The rest of the class turns back to their boards, thinking as strong as they can. Jairu starts talking with Kanamari about the name Jammingway, which was actually good shame it was a tease on his jamming. She escapes his offended noises by walking to the front. Hearing hero, earphone jack. Tentacle hero, tentacle. Tentacle with some octopus thrown in. Taping hero, cellophane. Short and to the point. That's important. Yet she was cool with a whole sentence for Ioma. The class keeps going, Midnight giving an approving nod and comment to each. Shuto. Just your name? Midnight asks, looking confused. I don't think that's a good idea, he shrugs. It's fine. Midnight groans. Dreamer. Izumi walks with Shuto back to his seat, looking down at his now empty whiteboard. Why did you just want your name? You're so private, this is surprising. Everyone knows who I am anyway. Shuto points out. It's not going to change because I've got a fancy name. Besides, with my given name, my father's isn't a part of me anymore. Izumi frowns, thinking it over. Well, I don't think you should. It makes your given name different, I don't know. Less important. And to be honest, she looks down. I don't think basing everything about who you are now on a time of your life that was painful for you but is over now will help you move on. He looks up at her, surprised. I guess that's true, he groans. But then what should I dash? King explosion murder. Izumi slaps her hand against her forehead as she hears the name. Kaken, no, you probably shouldn't do that. Midnight says, eyebrows raised. What? Why not? It sounds like an 11-year-old making a username for a game, Hitoshi says, snickering. Fight me. Hitoshi raises his eyebrows. Sit back down. Bakuga's eyes go dull, and he heads back to his seat. A few seconds later, he turns to smack Hitoshi upside the head with his whiteboard. Mothaf. But, quiet down. Shinso, you still haven't thought of a name. Midnight shouts. That's Ida, Bakugu, Shinso, and are you going to go by your name, or change, Todoroki? Shuto shrugs, looking down at his board. I'm still thinking about it. Thank you for your help, dashed, he smirks then, Dreamer-senpai? Not you too, Izumi groans. It's way too weird. She walks off, ignoring the several snorts of laughter. Uraraka walks to the front, obviously nervous. I thought Uravity. Nice. Midnight announces, giving a thumbs up. Izumi pauses by Hitoshi's desk, looking down at the still blank whiteboard. Can't think of anything, Hidecan. He shrugs. I guess it doesn't really matter, right? I'm going to be underground. And besides, I have no ideas whatsoever. Come on, just write something down. Izumi encourages. Even if it's silly, you can always fix it or change it. Shinso looks up at her with tired eyes, before scribbling a question mark onto the board. Tada. I have no ideas. Izumi makes a face at him, staring down at the board. Her eyes light up. Actually, that's really good. Wha? I mean, you're a mystery, so question marked works there. Izumi points out. And for those in the know, it's almost a pun on your quirk and the questions you ask. She looks down at him, beaming. Happily. Hitoshi just glares before pointing at her in annoyance. Stop turning my self-deprecation into words of wisdom, he says before grabbing his whiteboard and walking to the front of the room. Okay, did everyone hear that? Yeah. Great, I'm sitting back down. Izumi rolls her eyes. Okay, so that just leaves Ida, Kaken, and Shochan, Ida and Bakugu? Shudo says, walking past her. Freezer burn. Midnight nods approvingly. Good one. Attention to both sides of your power and your fighting style. I know I was shivering for an hour, hate to think about what it would be like to be the focus of the attack. It's painful, Siro says, hanging his head. Don't worry about it. Oh come on. Bakugu storms his way to the front of the room. Lord Explosion Murder. That's basically the same thing. Midnight groans. You should be Explosion Boy. Kirishima shouts, cackling along with Kanamari. F off weird hair. Izumi turns to Ida, who is oddly silent for all the shouting and swearing going on in the room. She carefully lowers her barriers, reaching out to him. A wave of pain and indecision sends Acher stumbling, and she grabs onto the desk. Ignium brother feeling legs and dreamer? Midnight asks, reaching over. You alright? Yeah, I'm fine. Izumi squeaks. She had heard about the attack on Ignium and knew he was badly hurt. She can't imagine what Ida must be going though, and if what she had felt was correct, then Ida Tensei had asked his younger brother to take his name. Geez. Emotions are dumb. Izumi motions to Midnight, whispering into her ear. Ida isn't stuck. His brother may not be able to hero anymore. Ida's having a dilemma about using his name. The hero winces. Can't expect it all to be smooth sailing. I guess can you help him? I'll try, but Midnight-san, Dreamer-senpai. I will just use my given name as Todoroki was going to. They jump away from each other, surprised. Are you sure? I believe so. Ida confirms. We're out of time anyway, so Izumi says, looking at the clock. Bye everyone. It was nice to talk with you all again. Bye, Dreamer-senpai, Midnight-san. Thank you for everything. Ida, Uraraka. Izumi calls, running down the hall in her school uniform. Wait up. They pause, Uraraka smiling brightly back at her. Hey, Deku-chan. Izumi smiles brightly. Figured out who you're going with? Manual in Hosu. Ida says immediately. Uraraka shrugs. I think I may go with Gunhead, because even if I'm going to be a rescue hero, I want to be able to know how to fight. She cheers. Annoyed with the conclusion of your sports festival fight? Izumi says knowingly. Uraraka grimaces, but looks determined. I'm gonna really try next time, Uraraka announces. Izumi shivers at the purple vibrations she gives off. You're scaring me, Uraraka. I can feel your emotions. Izumi says before sliding her eyes to the side. Speaking of which, Ida, are you Stain brother Stain? A wave of anger and pain floods his mind, and Izumi is so overwhelmed she nearly misses what he says. I'm perfectly fine, Dreamer. He announces, mind still giving off waves of emotion. Really focus on others. I'm alright. He walks off quickly, Izumi still blinking from the force of what's weighing on his mind. Ida. Wait. Uraraka shouts, running after him. Izumi frowns. Well, she knows what her internship week project is. Lunchtime, Izumi had decided to sit with the class again. Bakugu had joined them his time, much to everyone's surprise. Fools, he is only there to watch you suffer. Hey, do you guys want some of my food? I brought way too much. Izumi offers, pushing over a container of curry. Oh wow, that's a lot. Uraraka says, surprised. Yeah, I was going to share with the teachers, but I ended up with you guys. Izumi lies. I'd really appreciate it if you guys could help me eat it. I don't want to carry it around all day. Most people at the table take some, each taking a bite. Their eyes go wide. Uraraka flat out shrieks, spitting the curry back onto her plate. Across the table, others do the same, their faces turning red. Kanamari short circuits, Mineta starts squealing, and nearly everyone takes a large gulp of water. Bakugo and Izumi starts cracking up. Oh my god, I'm really sorry, you guys. Just, you wouldn't take it from Kaken? Izumi giggles. Bakugo laughs even louder. Can't handle F curry, they're so weak. It's actually not that bad, Kirishima says, carefully taking another bite. Uraraka looks up at him up in horror, rosy cheeks making way to red face. How are you not breathing fire right now? The trick is to be dead inside. Hitoshi announces, taking another bite to watch more faces of horror bloom. See, Shudo hasn't quite made it, as you can see by his catatonic state. In my lap. Seriously dude, you good? Honest to God, fire starts dribbling out of his mouth. I'll take that as a no. Izumi giggles and keeps eating her own plate of curry. Special recipe. Death curry. Bakugo says, also eating. Made it last night with the old hag. Tokoyami makes a weak bird noise. Angels must always have demons, I suppose. I'm glad I didn't eat any. Tsuyu croaks, looking scared. How spicy it. I can't feel Mui Thaunge. Hagakure says finally. I'm throbbing. The curry is wet with tears. Ashido starts cackling. Try eating acid. Seriously though, Senpai, Bakugo, Shinso, and Kirishima are the only other ones who can handle spice. Hatsune from the support department didn't even notice, she was too busy with the project. Kuda can actually handle it. Izumi lists off. And if it makes anyone feel better, Present Mike was sobbing for an hour first time he ate some. Bakugo slams his fist on the table. Everyone else is weak. Several students make offended groaning noises. Those who could handle it just started laughing. Izumi pokes Shuto apologetically, carefully watching Ida out of the corner of her eye. He had barely moved. You guys are off to internships? Izumi says, smiling slightly. A lot of people are. It's gonna be a slow week for you. Most hero course teachers aren't even coming in. I know Dad is gonna sleep on the couch with at least 2 of our 4 cats, Shinso grins. May as well be free of our hell course while they can. Second, I want to come to your house. Izumi giggles before her smile falls away. Actually both of you are near Hosu, right? Shuto and Hitoshi nod. Can you watch out for Ida? His mind has been strange lately and he's in Hosu. Izumi says. His brother being hurt really took a toll on him. His mind has been all messed up this last week, and I'm not sure how to talk to him. He brushed me off, and his mind was all wonky. He really looks up to his brother, and I'm worried about him. Hitoshi puts a hand on her shoulder. I'll make sure he doesn't run himself into a wall while being distracted, okay? Shudo rolls his eyes. Pretty sure she was referring to more serious things. Don't poke at my coping mechanisms. Izumi sighs and holds her arms out. You're heading out soon, last chance for non-dream hugs? Both boys wrap their arms around her, noses buried in her hair. For a moment, Izumi thinks she feels the soft pressure of something else on her head, but she can't be sure. It was there. Later, Izumi slips another piece of shattered glass into a near-perfect wall, deep in thought. Her eyes shoot open. It was an embrace. Izumi glares at Ida's light, which is giving off some very questionable vibrations. Why are you like this right now? She mutters, flipping upside down. Come on, just let me in. Ida is unresponsive and very much awake. Izumi isn't entirely sure why she expected anything different, seeing as it's Ida and it's the middle of the day. Well, fine then, I'll go talk to someone who will let me in. Izumi huffs, turning around and flying away. Izumi is nothing if not stubbornly caring, which is why she ends up dragging her dad, who is supposed to be on vacation, down to Hosu so she can tell Ida to his face to stop being so equally stubborn and let her help him. Aizawa is pretty much okay with it, but is also understandably annoyed. Why can't you just hop into his dreams like normal? He mutters, blinking tiredly. He's getting several odd looks from everyone else on the train, seeing as he's in his sleeping bag. To be fair though, Izumi is in her stylized pajamas, her blanket wrapped around her shoulders, and has slept in her braid for about 3 days, so it probably looks like they're attending a slumber party in a train car. Izumi sighs. I would, but he knows I do it, and he knows about the barriers, and he's got just enough control of his own mind to block me out when he's asleep. Hitoshi did it at first, too, but it was a weak resistance, like moving through syrup or something. He didn't know I was there, it was just his mind quirk. But Ida does, and he's blocking me out on purpose. Also, he brushed me off when I tried to confront him at school. And then he has the internship? Aizawa continues. So I can't just try again at school. Plus, his mind has been weird, but I can't do anything about it, but I also can. He's gonna be stubborn, well guess what? So am I. Izumi says, grinning. Oh hey, look, it's our stop. Izumi is suddenly struck by a wave of utter wrongness, and she almost throws up. She stumbles to the floor, only not hitting her head against the ground because Aizawa had caught her. Izumi. The side of the train is blown in, and a hero is thrown through, a pale blue arm pinning them to the ground. Izumi rolls off her dad so he can jump up and kick the thing away, rushing forwards to drag away the injured hero. Are you okay, sir? She asks, trying to distract herself from the pain. He nods, but doesn't move. I'll be fine. Izumi sighs and shakes her head. You'll be okay. My dad's a pro hero too, he's got it. Don't move unless you need to. The man sighs in relief before his light falls unconscious. Izumi passes him to another passenger, who shows her a doctor's badge, before looking back up to her dad and his fight. He's faring much better than his previous encounter with a Nomu. The thing has a mutant quirk, and seemingly some small amount of improved strength, but it's nowhere near the immovable wall they had seen before. That said, it's still a Nomu. Aizawa also goes flying across the train, only to throw himself right back into the fight. But the Nomu has moved on. It grabs Izumi and another civilian. What the oh god, Dad? She screams, struggling against the blue hands and trying very strong to ignore how disgusting this thing is. Izumi. She and the Nomu fall from the train, the mindless creature screeching and slamming things away as it goes. This is really not helping her nausea. Izumi pulls at the thing's fingers, digging her nails into the veins, but the thing doesn't seem to care other than shaking her a bit. Aizawa drops out of nowhere, his heel kicking at the brain with a squelch. That works. The Nomu shrieks and drops its captives, swiping at Aizawa instead. The civilian runs, and Izumi hits her head on the ground, groaning but quickly getting away despite wanting to help her dad. She's no match for something like that. She nearly throws up from how wrong it is, but drops her barriers, trying to figure out what's going on. Nomu are everywhere, their wrongness seeping into her mind. She pushes past it, trying to listen without breaking down. Blue light, pale blue light, BLD red light, purple light, dark purple light. Monsters mama where help hero. Fire stain. Izumi slams her barriers down at that last one, gasping and pressing herself against the alley wall. Ida went after Stain. What an idiot! She gasps before turning back to the fight. Dad dash. The Nomu reels back and launches Aizawa into the sky, Izumi helplessly watching the end of his scarves disappearing over the skyline. The Nomu leaps after him. Izumi is alone in an alleyway, with a head wound and BLD dripping down her face, several Nomu, a fire, and a hero killer in the city. Also Kurogiri and Shigaraki. Lovely. At least those two are just watching. Someone has to help. Wiping the BLD out of her eyes, Izumi turns and runs down the alley. Her barriers open a smidge, headed towards where she can see Ida's light. Thankfully, she had also sensed Hitoshi searching for Ida as well. Probably realized he doesn't have an effect on the Nomu. Izumi mutters, skidding around a corner. A wave of pain comes from Ida, and she speeds up. Hitoshi is there now, thankfully, but they're still being overwhelmed. Izumi turns around another corner, closing her barriers once she catches sight of the four people. Ida is face down on the ground, Hitoshi and a hero slumped against the wall. Stain lifts his sword above Ida's head. Stop. Hitoshi's head rises, eyes going wide as he sees her. Izumi, run. The hero killer groans and turns. What is with children constantly interrupting me in this one specific alleyway? He grumbles, glaring at Izumi before seeming to recognize her. I know you. Aren't you supposed to be a recovery or background hero, dreamer? Izumi swallows in fear, but steps forwards. Can't help someone recover if they're dead? Stain snorts and raises his sword. Can't help anyone if you're dead? Izumi glares. I'm not just standing back. I won't let you hurt them, even if I'm not a good fighter. Stain rolls his eyes. Oh please. This hero. He's nothing. He does this for money, he does this for fame. Heroes of this world are nothing but false idols who parade and trip a petty shoplifter here or there. And the child? You can't call him a hero. He's here for vengeance and nothing else. His booted foot stomps down, and Izumi shudders. Take your own Endeavor incident for example. He hisses, sword skimming the concrete. A hero is a name given to those who achieve great things for no gain of their own. Who save others. And I will not allow this world to keep praising those who are idolized for cruelty. I don't care. Izumi shrieks, clenching her fists. Stain freezes. Okay, I get it. In today's world, the titled hero is a job. It's a job, Stain, get it through your thick head. She shouts, reaching behind her back and pulling out her phone. Location. Send location. Yes, there are terrible people. Yes, there are terrible heroes. Izumi admits. I've seen that firsthand. My quirk literally allows me to see everyone's true self. How horrid people can be, the worst things that the human mind can come up with. But I've also seen the best parts of people. She brings her free hand to her cheek, tears dripping from her eyes. Distract him. Aizawa is looking for her. Shudo is nearby. You know, I met a man once when I was little. A former gang member, all stereotypes, tattoos and scars and muscles and tally marks of people he'd killed. He was in jail, for obvious reasons. He was a horrid, terrible person who did horrid, terrible things. He enjoyed them. He loved hurting people. Izumi takes a choked breath. They're all watching her now, but Stain's sword is away from the boys, and that's all she cares about. Keep them alive. Keep talking, you're good at that. You know where he is now? She asks Stain, smiling. A few blocks from here, actually. He's got a wife, who he loves with all his heart. A kid, 1 year old, and a rescue dog. He redid some of his old gang tattoos too. Flowers wrapped around skulls, his wife and son's names below his tally marks of deaths. Sakura petals, because that's her name. People change, Stain. I saw him change. Realization, horror, guilt, and hate for himself came, and I was there to help. Stain scoffs. One person in thousands. A killer walking among innocents. Izumi shrugs. You're right. Hundreds and hundreds of terrible people who do terrible things. But by killing them, you're denying them that chance. Yeah, they may not do it at all, but it's still denying them that chance to change. To become someone new, to find their own Sakura. Stain's eyes widen, grip shifting on his sword. Behind him, Ida twitches, but is still mostly paralyzed. No, he's not perfect now. Izumi admits. No one is. There are choices that no one can make. Who do you save? What do you prioritize? Is it so wrong to want to survive and fight another day? And what gives you the right to decide who lives and who dies? Stain. You aren't enlightened. The world is a terrible place, Stain. I'd be quick to tell you that. All we can do is try. Try to make it better, try to understand, try to listen, to help, to hear. Killing isn't going to get you anywhere. You'd have to wipe out all the Earth's population if you want it to be peaceful, for everyone to be perfect. Izumi is shouting again. She doesn't care. Just keep talking, keep making them listen. She sinks into a fighting stance, trying to remember what Aizawa had taught her about fighting an armed opponent. If you're going to keep doing this, then I'll do everything I can. I'm not a good fighter, I'm not a perfect moral hero either. No one is. But I won't let you hurt the people I care about. I won't let you hurt anyone else. Izumi shouts angrily. She doesn't stand a chance, but she can last a minute right. Until Ida and Hitoshi can move and Shudo can get here. Stain tilts his head, then points his sword at her. He's not close enough to hurt her, so Izumi doesn't do much other than flinch. You're a hero. Izumi blinks. You're willing to sacrifice yourself for these people? Stain continues. You have taken someone whose mind must have been filthy to you and assisted them in becoming more decent for society. He scowls. This is the girl the dragon wishes to make a villain. Stain mutters under his breath, before raising his voice once more. I won't kill you, hero. Izumi just stares at him in confusion, gently lowering her barriers to listen to his mind. He's serious. Then can you stop hurting them too, please? Stain raises his eyebrows at her. No. Worth a shot. Izumi mutters, then her eyes widen and she throws herself backwards. Stain had lunged at her. Thought you said you wouldn't hurt me. Izumi says, regaining her footing and glaring at the surprised killer. Something makes me think otherwise. Ooh, that's a good idea, Izumi. Sassing the serial killer. Truly the best thing to do in this situation. Impressive. Stain leaps forwards again, Izumi just barely able to dodge by sensing his mind. I said I wouldn't kill you. Sorry, but you're not getting out of my way voluntarily, so I need to move you myself. Grit. Izumi can't say much, of course, too busy ducking and missing blades and hands by a hair. There's BLD in her eyes, and she's lucky she doesn't need them as much as anyone else. Stain is ridiculously fast, but he thinks about his movements, and that's all Izumi needs for right now. Course, Stain is also smart, so sooner or later he's just gonna start randomly cutting. Or land a lucky hit. Or Izumi will slip. You know, because she's an idiot. She slams into the wall, thankfully a bit away from the killer. Izumi. She hears Hitoshi shout, and the scrape of Ida's boots. Oh. She mutters, trying to stand up, before suddenly a hand flips her over and pins her to the ground. He grins at her, leaning in and sticking his tongue out. Get off, dash. Izumi yelps, pushing at him in panic. His tongue wipes at her forehead, where BLD has fallen from her cut, and Izumi's arms go limp. Stain stands up, swinging his sword. Sorry, little hero. Now then, back to business. He grabs Hitoshi by the collar, hauling him into the air and putting a knife by his throat. No. Izumi shouts, but she can't move. Izumi can't move, she has to think. Stain's quirk has something to do with BLD. He always cuts people and then kills them. Cut, lick, paralyze, kill a glimmer. She stops struggling, listening intently for anything. There's more than just the hero killer. Hey Stain. Izumi shouts. Thank God she can still talk. He looks over to her, more of a courtesy than anything. Izumi grins at him. I'd dodge if I were you. Stain blinks and turns, then drops Hitoshi to throw himself to the side. A whirl of fire rushes into the place he just vacated. Izumi nearly starts crying with relief. Oh, who are we kidding? She was already crying. But honestly, anyone would start crying if they were in her position, the fire fading out to reveal mismatched eyes and hair. You should have sent more information, Izumi. Shudo says, holding up his phone to show a dropped pin on a map. I was almost late. Shochan, almost is better than not at all. Hitoshi groans, muffled because his face is pressed into the dirt. Shudo pokes him right side up with his foot, still keeping an eye on Stain. Thanks, Shudo. Shudo nods. Paying you back for saving me from Shigaraki? Stain scoffs from his position on a fire escape. Another child. I see, both wanted me to drop the purple-haired 1-inch, that tends to happen when you care about human life. Shudo growls and stomps against the ground. Spikes of ice shoot up to Stain's level, and he jumps away. Shudo quickly sends fire out as well, the ice melting and tumbling Native and Izumi down beside him. Stain hops about overhead, Izumi carefully following him with her eyes. Using his swords to hold onto the wall, she shifts onto her arms to look better. Wait. Izumi blinks in surprise. She can move. I can move. What? But he got me first. Hitoshi groans, obviously trying to move himself. And Native is still out, so Izumi's eyes widen and she launches herself at Shudo's legs, pushing him out of the way of a knife. He recovers quickly, blasting the hero killer away with fire. Thanks. No problem. Izumi gasps before turning to Ida. Something about his mind he's remembering. He's changing. Izumi grins. Come on. Stand up. She whispers, watching him. Show me a hero. Ice and fire, but you're leaving yourself open. Stain shouts, and this one Shudo can't dodge. This time, though, it's only Hitoshi that shouts a warning, because Izumi knows Shudo doesn't need to dodge. Ida's leg slams through, breaking the katana in two, before kicking out at Stain and throwing the killer back as well. You broke free too. I guess the quirk isn't as good as I had thought. Shudo muses. Ida stands up. I'm sorry. This has nothing to do with you. I'm sorry. He says quietly. I refuse to let you three bleed anymore on my behalf. Stain scoffs. It's no use for you to pretend to be changed. A person's essence does not change that easily. You will never be anything more than a fake who prioritizes his own selfish desires, a cancer to society that warps the word hero. Someone must do the dirty work and set you straight. You're nothing but an anachronistic fundamentalist. Shudo says angrily. Ida, don't listen to the ravings of a killer. But he's right. Ida replies. I was being selfish. I have no right to call myself a hero. But I can't give in. Because if I do, she says, BLD running down his arm. Ignium will die. Izumi smiles, taking ravings and turning it into determination. Coal to diamond. Stain doesn't seem to like it much though, likely only seeing the upper layer of its meaning. Unacceptable. He shouts and launches himself forwards. Shudo pushes Ida back, protecting them not with a bust of fire. The hero starts shouting. What are you doing? Don't fight back, he only wants us to, please, take the others and run. He's not going to give me an opening to. And besides, Izumi assures Native, watching as Stain jumps around. He's flustered. He can't fight well against multiple people, especially one with good long distance. And if I'm right, what's your BLD type? Native blinks. B, Ida is A, Hitoshi is AB, and I'm O. I took the shortest amount of time to become unparalyzed, you're taking the longest, and Hitoshi is still out also. Izumi says. Plus, Stain's becoming desperate to kill you too before the pros arrive. We're going to be fine, I hope. Enough talk. Stain shouts, throwing a knife. Shochan. Ida lunges to the side, catching the knife with the flesh of his arm. Collapsing to the ground, he's hit by another, stabbing through his other arm. Freeze my legs. Ida shouts to Shudo, wincing in pain. But leave the exhausts free. But you dash, just do it. Ice coats Ida's leg armor, before being melted off by blue flames whirling through the air. Ida launches himself up the wall. Izumi smiles, kick him. Ida does. He kicks him very, very strong. Twice. And then Shudo barbecues him, before the dude slams into Shudo's ice and doesn't move. Ida tumbles to the ground, groaning. Get up. He may not be out for good dash, maybe not for good. Izumi says, standing up. But he's unconscious. They stand together, panting. We should probably tie him up. Yeah. Can I move, please? Hitoshi shouts angrily. What happened? My head's the wrong way. Is everyone all right? What's happening? Izumi smiles shakily and runs over to him. Everyone's fine. Ida knocked out Stain, it's all okay. We're gonna be okay. She whispers, voice trembling as she runs a hand through his hair. We're gonna be okay. The heroes who find them are utterly shocked. 4 teenagers and a pro hero, all badly hurt and bleeding, dragging the most dangerous serial killer of the age on a rope they found in the trash. When Izumi introduces herself as another pro, they are even more surprised, but they get to work helping with wounds. You three. Ida says suddenly, ignoring the pro who is trying to get him to sit down. I am very sorry. They look up to see Ida bowing to them. If it were not for me, you would never have gotten hurt this badly. I was acting immaturely out of vengeance, and I hope you can forgive me. Izumi stands up. No, Ida, I'm sorry. It's my job to help people in your situation, and I just let you go. I figured I couldn't ruin this opportunity for you. I'm sorry for not trying harder. For some reason I feel like apologizing, so Shudo, I'm sorry for laughing at you when you died eating the curry. Shut up. Izumi starts giggling, only to be cut off by yet another wave of wrongness. She whips around. Look out dash, something wraps around her waist, and Izumi is flying again. What is with the Nomu and her? Izumi. Izumi looks up at the thing, squinting through a wave of BLD. One of its eyes is missing, which is where the BLD comes from, but that's not what interests her. This one's mind, it's still a husk, still a black hole in comparison to the stars everyone else is. But she recognizes it from ages ago. Tsubesu. She whispers, horrified. Its one remaining eye swivels down to her, looking for a moment almost human. Then suddenly, it freezes. Izumi yelps as the Nomu begins falling, another body running to the two of them. BLD red. This society overgrown with fake heroes and the criminals who wave their power around idly, they should all be purged. Stain growls, leaping for the Nomu. They tumble to the ground, Stain pulling Izumi into his arms, more BLD coating them as they fall. Suddenly the wrongness vanishes. Izumi looks over to see a knife through Nomu's brain. This is all to create a more just society. Stain growls. He saved me. Izumi whispers, looking up. The killer is battered, bleeding himself, but he's moving. She pales as she realizes her position, held fast against the killer's side. Hey wait, let me go. Killed him dash, save girl. No, hostage dash, what are you doing just standing there? Behind her, she can hear Endeavor arrive. Stain focuses on the flame hero, his grip on Izumi loosening. Endeavor. Something washes over Izumi, the vibrations shaking to her very core. Stain's mind seems to warp the area around him itself, to the point where even the heroes who can't sense minds take a step back. Izumi herself whimpers and collapses to the ground as he continues to rant. You fake, you disgusting person. Still bearing the title hero, I must make things right. Someone must be died in BLD. I must take back what it means to be a hero. Come on, try and take me. You have worse in your own ranks. No one steps forwards. Izumi whimpers and wraps her arms over her head. Too much, this man is too much. I will only let a true hero kill me, All Might. And I'll kill you, Endeavor, you cancer of society. Stan shouts, raising his knife and moving forwards. Izumi lurches into the air, reaching out. No one deserves to die. Her hands close on the sides of the hero killer's unmasked face, and she forces her way through the waves of paralyzing hatred and bloodlust. He collapses in front of her, leaving the heroes and interns gasping in panicked fear. Izumi looks up at them, panting. She falls unconscious herself, a panicked call of Dreamer and Izumi, her last memory. Izumi woke up with a splitting headache. She whimpers a bit, trying to ignore the light in her eyes, wanting to go back to sleep. Izumi, come in, little listener, wake up. She groans and opens her eyes, to see Yamada and Aizawa leaning over her. Yamada smiles a bit. Welcome to the world of the living, kiddo. You really scared us for a second there, didn't know you could exhaust your quirk like that. Izumi blinks in confusion. What? Aizawa pokes her. Are you actually awake? Izumi shrugs. Can't dream, so probably. Knocking out the hero killer had an effect on you as well. Aizawa clarifies, glaring. Of course, it could also be because you had a concussion, which was obviously messing with your head because you decided, as a recovery hero with no business being in a fight, to fight the hero killer himself. Izumi winces and tries to sit up. I'm really sorry, Dad. But you were dealing with the other Nomu, and I tried to tell you but you were already gone. And Ida was in pain and I didn't know what to do. I just started running. She reaches up to scratch at her head, only to be met with bandages. Really sorry for scaring you, she whispers, eyes welling with tears. Aizawa pales. Wait, no, don't cry dash. He seems to realize what he's saying then and sighs. Oh, who am I kidding? He grumbles, before leaning in and wrapping her in a hug. Yamada snorts. And so the emotionless eraser head crumbles, Aizawa punches him. He then pulls Yamada into the hug. A few moments later, Izumi pulls away, wiping at her eyes nervously. Wait, everyone else is okay, right? The Nomu didn't hurt you. You're still worrying about other people before yourself. Aizawa scolds her, rubbing at his temples. Yamada rolls his eyes. Yeah. Wonder where she gets that from, kitten. Shut up, Aizawa says shortly. The other three are all awake, if you want to see them. Izumi nods quickly, only to wince and clutch at her head. Ow, I swear, Aizawa grumbles. I'll go get the nurse to check you, then you can go see your friends. Okay. Izumi opens the door, peeking inside to see the three who had faced Stain with her. Hey. They look up, smiling once they notice her. Hey, Izumi. You alright? Shido asks. Izumi walks into the room and plops down on the bed. Yeah, all good. Minor concussion and laceration on the head, but there was someone with a weak healing quirk who took care of it. Something about my mindset being already fragile anyway, you guys? She raises her eyebrows at Ida's double casts and bandages. He seems to be the worst hurt, though the others are pretty beat up as well. Ida looks down at his arms. They are unsure of the full damage. I am due for an inspection soon. But everything else is fine, Hitoshi says, rubbing at his bandage's neck. Apparently he was only going full force at Ida, otherwise he'd have aimed a bit further down. For the major artery, Izumi says quietly, smile fading. It's too weird to think of a world without them in it. She shakes her head quickly. Well, I'm glad we all got out. That was really dangerous. Speaking of, Aizawa interrupts, and Izumi's stomach sinks. She knows this has to happen, but someone wants to see you. For people walk through the door, most of whom Izumi recognizes. Manuel, and Hitoshi and Shudo's internship heroes. The fourth is a man with a dog head, in a suit, with a serious but kind mind. This is the chief of Hosu police. Aizawa says, then walks over to the wall to wrap himself in his sleeping bag. He wants to talk. So, you are the UH students that took down the hero killer. Yes. Shudo says. The chief nods. Regarding the hero killer we arrested, he had severe injuries, including broken bones and burns. He is receiving treatment under close guard, woof. As you are all UH students, I'm sure you know that when quirks were first becoming the norm, the police attached high importance to leadership and standards, to make sure quirks were never used as weapons. The hero profession rose to fill that gap, woof. For an individual's use of power that can easily kill a person, actions that would normally be denounced, to be accepted officially is thanks to early heroes who followed the rules. Izumi shifts uncomfortably. It's almost the same talking to that Nedzu had given her when she first arrived. Even if it was against the hero killer, for unlicensed individuals to cause harm with their quirks without specific instruction of their guardians or supervisors is a clear violation of the rules. Ida shifts uncomfortably. The three of you and your supervisors must receive strict punishment. Wait a minute. Shudo growls. Izumi winces when she feels the anger radiating off of him. Native would have been killed if not for Ida. And if Hitoshi and Izumi hadn't come, then he would have been died, and if I didn't arrive when I did, then Stain would have cut Hitoshi's throat. Or did you not look at our medical records? He was an inch away from death. Todoroki-Ida whispers. No one knew the hero killer had appeared. Are you saying we should have followed the rules and watched people get killed? He shouts, stepping forwards. Shochan, wait. Don't dash. Are you saying that it's okay to bend the rules, as long as it all turns out in the end? The chief continues, staring Shudo down. Shudo falters, and Hitoshi butts in. Standing back would have just proven what the hero killer was saying. You can expect us to stand by. Isn't it a hero's job to save people? Shudo growls in agreement. The chief closes his eyes and sighs. You are not a full-fledged hero yet. What are they teaching you at UA? Izumi has to jump up and hold Shudo back as he marches up to the chief, growling, You mangy mutt dash, Shochan please. Hear him out. Izumi begs. He grumbles, but stops, though Izumi keeps her hand on his arm. That was the official position of the police. The chief says, scratching at his nose. However, the punishment would only happen if this was made public, woof. Izumi sighs in relief. Finally, the out. If this were made public, you would likely be applauded and praised, but the punishment would be unavoidable. On the other, more underhanded hand, if we were to hide your involvement in the matter, we'd be able to walk away. Shinso says, disbelieving. Seriously? The chief nods. There were very few witnesses. Your violation can be buried here. Unfortunately, no one would know of your good judgment and achievements. The three boys stare at him in shock. The chief smiles. Personally, I don't want to be the one to find fault with a promising group of young heroes due to one mistake. Manual size. Unfortunately, we'll still be punished, but this is the best option. Thanks to the unfairness of adults, you will not be able to receive the praise you should have gotten. But as someone who also protects the peace, the chief bows. I can say thank you. Izumi giggles as Shudo's mind turns from angry to embarrassed. Please start with that next time. So Aizu will get the credit. Fine by me, to be honest. Hitoshi sighs. Too much attention would be bad anyway. Well, there is one more issue. God damn it. Izumi frowns. Another problem. Stain's burns were seen by press. We can't hide them. And it's widely known that Dreamer here is not a physical hero. The chief says regretfully. I hate to do this, but Endeavor would need to receive partial credit. F that. Shinso shouts. That but did less than me, and I was paralyzed the whole time. The chief nods. I'm truly sorry. He will be getting punishment for breaking his restraining order, but it was an extreme situation. Shudo sighs and slumps back onto his bed. It's fine. He mutters. He'll probably be annoyed that he didn't earn the praise anyway. And it's believable. And Izumi gets most of the credit, correct? Izumi frowns. This is dumb and I hate it. We're aware, kid. Aizawa grumbles. Believe me, I'd rather this didn't happen either. So we are in agreement, I guess. Yes, sir. If we must. Then, thank you for your time and your service. The chief says, then leaves. Shudo, was I hearing things, or did you call the chief of police a mangy mutt? Shut up. A few hours later, Aizawa has conked out in the corner, again, and Ida returns from his checkup. Izumi smiles up at him, only for her face to fall as she sees his face. Ida, is something wrong? He sighs and goes to sit on his bed. They say I may have irreversible damage to my hands. Izumi blinks. There's nothing she can really say to that, except sympathy. Turns out my arms were badly hurt, but the left more so. My brachial plexus was injured. Ida says. It just means I'll have trouble moving my hand and fingers and a bit of numbness. There's even a possibility it can be healed with nerve transplant surgery. He looks down at his hands, sighing. I shouldn't have done what I did. I should have called Manuel immediately, but I just rushed in with anger. If I had, maybe you wouldn't have gotten in trouble. I hate him, but Stain was right. Izumi smiles. You know, you've changed after that night. He looks up at her, surprised. Your mind, it's different now. Her smile brightens. You're going to be a great hero. And we aren't sorry for saving you. Hitoshi assures him. Besides, Stain already knew not to answer me with the sports festival. Who knows what more publicity would have done? Yeah. Izumi agrees. Besides, I literally had the same talk. I shouldn't have been relying on you guys when I was the one who had already gotten in trouble for this kind of thing. Besides, you see, angry. Someone you really looked up to and cared about was hurt. It's perfectly understandable. It's my job to help you. I'm just glad I wasn't too late. We all messed up, we all kicked butt, and we're gonna keep kicking butt, Hitoshi announces. Izumi grins and makes a fist, bearing her own burn scars from years ago to Ida. We're all gonna get stronger and be better. He looks at her hands, then smiles and raises his own fist. Of course. Izumi looks up to see Shuto staring at them, eyes narrowed. Shochan. Is it a curse? Everyone else blinks. Izumi's hand, Ida's hand, Hitoshi's hand got cut too? Shuto elaborates. It's a curse or something. Whoever I'm friends with, I'm like the hand crusher. The other three blink at each other before cracking up. The hand crusher? I thought I was the one who made random SHT jokes? Hitoshi cackles. I'm not joking. Hitoshi jumps up, throwing his fists into the air as he stands next to Shuto. He is the hand crusher, crusher of hands. Shigaraki quivers before him. Izumi shouts in return, tackling Hitoshi onto an utterly confused Shuto. It's impressive that Aizawa can sleep through all this. Izumi's pretty sure they've woken up half the hospital with all their laughter at this point. She looks up to see Shudo and Hitoshi. Shudo looks utterly bemused but also entertained by their weirdness, and Hitoshi is too busy cracking up to realize his bandages are loose. They look so happy together, despite everything. Izumi smiles. But she loves them. But Kiyama-san. Midnight looks up from her paperwork, pushing her glasses up her nose and smiling at Izumi. Hi sweetie. Go something to ask me. Izumi sits down, twisting her hands in her lap. She can feel her face turning bright red. Remember when you told me about the different. Midnight leans over, grinning slightly. Considering just how red your face is, it's got something to do with romance? She laughs as Izumi squeaks and buries herself in her blanket. I'll take that as a yes. So, a non-traditional romance or crush. Let's see your dreamer boys, Class 1A, club members, Hosu interns, a senior classmate or something. Demon, this school is full of love interests. Heroes, geniuses in support and business dash. Oh my god, Kiyama-san, stop. Izumi shouts finally, voice squeaking with embarrassment. Midnight smirks. Come on. If you didn't want this, maybe you should have gone to your dad's. Izumi rolls her eyes. Cat dad is overprotective and sucks with this kind of stuff, and loud dad is loud dad. He wouldn't be able to resist telling everyone. Fair. Midnight admits. Okay, in all seriousness, what's happening? Izumi squirms in her seat. Well, I think I have a crush on two people. Like you called it polyamory. Midnight flat out squeals. Oh my goodness. Yes, I did. Now I need to remind you, as the giver of the talk dash, Kiyama-san, I'm begging you. Polyamory is perfectly okay, as long as all parties involved are completely consenting and aware. It requires more communication than a normal relationship. Izumi sighs. I know. Midnight scoots closer, latching on to the gossip. So, who's the lucky two to have caught your eye? Because I may not be Aizawa levels of don't touch my kid, but I'm still gonna need to check him out. Don't worry, I'll be discreet. She adds at Izumi's face. Izumi squirms in her seat. Visage Shudo and Hitoshi. I knew it. Midnight cheers, leaping out of her chair and startling Izumi. Oh, I knew it. Am I really that obvious? Izumi yelps, face red. I didn't even figure it out until a little while ago. My own mind is weird. Midnight plops back into her chair. Oh, sweetie, for someone so observant you can be so dense. But let's not talk about that now. I really can't blame you. I mean, Shinso could sleep a bit more, but both boys are fine. Kiyama-san. What? Izumi groans and buries her head in her blanket again, ignoring Midnight's laughing. It's more than that. Izumi whispers, pulling the gold medal Shudo had given her out of her pocket. I've known Shochan for so long, we've always been there for each other. And I've known Hitoshi for less time, but I can't imagine a world without him. He can always make me laugh and make any situation better. Both of them have been through so much, but they're still so sweet, and strong and kind, and such dorks, she sighs, smiling slightly. Young love. Midnight coos. So, when are you gonna ask them out? Izumi falls off her chair. I can't. She yelps, blushing even harder. Why not? They obviously both like you too, and goddamn do those two have some powerful disaster by energy. Can't you sense it? Izumi rights herself, still blushing furiously. I mean, she takes a deep breath. Yeah. I can sense it. I know they have feelings for M-. She falls silent, face even redder. Then why won't you say something? Midnight asks, seeming to understand what Izumi had cut off. Because Izumi whispers awkwardly. I don't know if they can feel it. At Midnight's confused look, she elaborates. If they know that they feel that way, or even if they know about their own bisexuality, much less polyamory, and if they're okay with it on a moral level. It's not normal, you said it yourself. Midnight makes a face. And I don't want to distract them, both are trying so strong to be heroes. Izumi points out. All three of us are going through stuff and I'm well. Izumi sighs. Stuff like this is already complicated. With my Quirk issue, I don't know if I could handle it if something happened. That level of emotion. Midnight's face falls in sympathy before enveloping Izumi in a hug. Oh, sweetie. Izumi sniffs and accepts the hug, curling into Midnight's arms. I'm probably overthinking it, but I'm so nervous. I just don't know if I'm ready. You have reason to be. Don't worry though. Both of them are so sweet, and I'll do anything I can to help, okay? Midnight says, petting Izumi's hair. Izumi smiles shakily and closes her eyes in relief. Kiyama-san. Can I call you auntie? Midnight leans back to look down at Izumi, surprised, before smiling. Nothing would make me happier. Izumi smiles back and falling back into the hug. Thank you, auntie. Hello, sweetie, why are you covered in bandages? Izumi grins sheepishly at Recovery Girl. I may or may not have gotten it. Concussion when one of the Nomu at Hosu dropped me. The old lady rounds on Aizawa. Why would you even let her out of your sight when there were Nomu? Much less the hero killer. Agreed. Snipe mutters. Aizawa sighs. The Nomu threw me 5 blocks. The kid got most of her injuries from when the thing had dropped her, and then a few scratches from the hero killer. He was going easy on her, thank God. And no, I'm not saying I forgive myself, but Mike and Aizu are making me say this forged positivity or whatever. Izumi nods quickly. Yeah. It wasn't his fault. She bows to the teachers. I'm sorry for making you all worry. I'm really not that badly hurt, I promise. I'm just glad I got there when I did. Precious child. Midnight coos, and soon Izumi is trapped in a hug. I'm so proud of you, I can't believe you stopped the hero killer. Everyone's going nuts with who you had to do it with though. Auntie, I didn't have a choice. Midnight squeezes tighter, glaring at the clock. Ugh, I've got to go to class soon. You know what, I'm just gonna being you with me, you're small enough to be my squishy toy for an hour or two. No kidnapping my daughter, Midnight, even if you are auntie now. Aizawa grumbles, pulling Izumi out of the older woman's arms. Though I agree, she's minuscule. You need to work on that, Izumi. Izumi sticks her tongue out at him before skipping off to find Nedzu. He's always got something interesting for her to do. Ah, young Izumi. Yagi says, waving to her as he walks into the room. I heard you were caught up in the Hosu incident. Izumi smiles sheepishly. I couldn't help myself. The boys were in danger. I had to do something. Plus, me and Dad got separated. I'm not here to scold you. As a matter of fact, I think it is very impressive how you managed it. Yagi says, pulling a chair up and looking around carefully. All the other teachers are in class, correct? Izumi frowns. Yagi mind is being really weird and cautious. Yeah. No one's around right now. Did you need to tell me something? Yagi nods. Yes. Your mind is sound at the moment, correct. I really don't want your father to kill me. Izumi taps her skull, grinning happily. As sound as shattered glass with a slight concussion can be. You would be fine with talking about sensei, then? Izumi freezes. I know. Nope, she can't none. I'll be fine, I hope, thanks for the warning. She says, voice a bit higher than normal. Yagi regards her nervously, but starts talking. So, you know the Nomu, and how those 2 people after the USJ when you were in Shigaraki's mind were talking about it being their joint creation. Sensei was one, unknown for the second. Izumi confirms. Recent studies into the captured Nomu's DNA indicate that quirks were not given alongside the other mutations in whatever natural way they would exist in. No, that's not right, as in, adding the DNA does nothing for multiple quirks. Izumi makes a face. Those things are anything but natural. Just thinking about their scooped-out lights makes her want to retch. Then how did that happen? What does this have to do with sensei? Yagi looks down at his hands, obviously nervous. I may have the most experience with the man you call sensei, he explains. The name I was introduced to him by is All for One. He was the villain that gave me the injury. Izumi's eyes go wide. I thought you defeated that villain. As did I. But it seems we were both just badly hurt. Those scars you described on his head. That fight was a draw at best. He sighs, scratching at the back of his neck. But that brings us to what I wanted to tell you. All for One and I are more connected than you may think. At Izumi's confused face, he continues. See, when quirks were first beginning to appear, there were two brothers. The younger was seemingly quirkless, and he was very sickly. But the elder he could take and give quirks to whomever he pleased. Like the Nomu, Izumi says, shocked. The elder brother is sensei. All for One. Yagi nods. He decided that because he was strong, he should be praised for it. He gained a following by fear of taking quirks away, and the granting of powers to those not born with any. He grew incredibly powerful, with hundreds of quirks and people at his disposal. But one person would never follow him. His younger brother. The brother stood up against him, and to this day it's unsure if All for One did to force him into loyalty or simply as a punishment. But he gave his younger brother a quirk that allowed him to stockpile power. He smiles dryly and looks down at his arms. Izumi gasps. I saw that. Yagi looks up shocked. What? When I saw Sensei for the first time? Izumi elaborates. It was his dream. There were two people arguing about power and responsibility, and then the taller one started walking forwards, and his hand was glowy and stuff. He forced himself to stop dreaming. I don't think he wanted me to see it. I suppose not. Yagi agrees. Izumi frowns, trying to remember the men. They looked a lot different. Did the younger brother end up being okay? Yagi smiles down at her. As okay as he could be. You see, the younger brother did have a quirk. A latent one that allowed him to pass on quirks he had, but not to take them. And so, One for All was born. He stretches out his hand, growing until he becomes All Might. A power that has been passed down for 8 generations now. A power that rests within me. A power I want to give to you. Izumi stares at him, completely lost. What? My power? One for All. It would give you my strength. You could be an even better hero. All Might says, still holding his hand out to her. You've more than proven yourself time and time again, through your work with Dreams, the USJ, and more recently, the Hero Killer. I believe you are truly worthy to carry on the torch. Izumi is really certain that she should have said no. Her mind was not prepared to talk about Sensei, because at this moment it's imploded. Wait, you have 2 quirks that fused into one, and you're the 8th holder taking quirks. Passing them along. Like Monomus. No, his is just borrowing, but these 2 are really removing someone's quirk and taking it as your own. That fundamentally changes the very code of their DNA. How do mutant quirks work? Why has no one heard of this? It must be incredibly rare. Kata and Dad can affect quirks, but there's nothing I've heard quite like this. All Might bops her on the head. Geez, kid, you talk about as fast as your dad talks loud. Izumi smiles sheepishly. Sorry, I can't help it. But why me? That kind of power, if you can give it to me, you could give it to anyone. Why not someone stronger? All Might grips her shoulders. Izumi, this will give you physical strength. But you've overcome so much mentally, both your problems and others, including mine. I couldn't ask for you to be any better. Izumi stares at him. He's really trusting her with this. A power that must have been kept secret for years, since the dawn of quirks, and what people wouldn't give to gain that strength for their own she can't. I'm really flattered that you think I can do this, Toshinori. Izumi says, shifting uncomfortably. But I don't think I'm the best choice. All Might deflates. Literally. Pretty soon, skinny Yagi is just staring at her, looking utterly lost. You don't want it? Don't get me wrong, it would be amazing. Izumi says quickly, waving her arms around. I still faint randomly. I know basic self-defense, and the heaviest thing I lift on a regular basis is our main CN. That kind of power would have effects on your body, right? Well, yes, but we can work on that. I'd just be a liability with my mind the way it is. I froze during the USJ, and I wasn't even there. Only for a moment. For an entire fight. Izumi corrects. I also froze in the base, just by hearing Sensei's voice. They glare at each other, each trying to make the other understand. We all get scared. Most people's fear isn't physical pain that causes psychotic fits. Izumi points out. Besides, this is supposed to be secret. Yeah? Well, yes. Yagi admits. If people knew about this, there would be no telling how many would be fighting to gain the power in any way possible, even though I need to want to pass it on, and it can't be taken forcefully, only given that way. So it probably isn't the best idea to give it to someone who is under scrutiny by the smartest being in the world, several heroes and quirk experts, the government, the media occasionally, a couple extraordinarily powerful villains. As she lists them all off, Yagi looks more and more cornered. We can tell a few people. Yagi starts, still trying. Izumi shakes her head, smiling softly. It's okay, Toshinori. Besides, I can already make a difference like this. I want to MSTR my own power, so I can do everything I can. It wouldn't be fair for me to focus on something else when I have this way of helping so many people if I just focus. You should give it to someone who can't make a difference, but want to. Yagi stares down at her, still looking utterly confused. You know that speech makes me want to give it to you more. Pushing past logic and reasoning. Yeah, sounds like you. Also used to be you. Your tired dad is a bad influence. Yagi groans, hands on his forehead as Izumi gasps in offense. You do know I can still just force it on you? Don't make empty threats to a girl who can read minds. Izumi says happily, then leans over to hug him. Thank you for believing in me though. He smiles and returns the hug. Of course. And if you change your mind, the offer still stands. Kaken, can I talk to? Izumi's voice trails off as she stares at him. His hair is perfectly flat against his head. Word. He growls. Izumi nods, pressing her lips together and trying not to burst out laughing. Okay. This is serious, Izumi, get it together. Izumi mutters, clapping her face between her hands. The Nomu. The winged Nomu. What the F are you muttering about this time? He grumbles. Nomu. Heard you were in Hosu, hero killer, whatever. Izumi rolls her eyes. Yeah. Kaken, do you remember Tsubesu? He squints at her. You know, the winged friend we used to have. Do I look like I give a demon about those extras' names? Bakugo grunts, looking annoyed. Yeah, I remember him, barely. He got taken out of school like a week before I left it. He's dead. Bakugo freezes. What? I felt it in Hosu. One of the Nomu's scooped-out minds was familiar. It was Tsubesu's. I hopped into his mind once on accident. DNA testing proved it. Someone used him to create a weapon. Yeah. They stand there, silent for a moment. Tsubesu had never been exactly nice to Izumi, or a very prominent person at all. But she had known him. Both of them had known him. And now he was dead, tortured and warped into a monster before being stabbed through the brain. It's odd to think about. The police are already investigating this and several other linked disappearances. Izumi says quietly, I just thought you should know. Bakugo runs his hand through his still flat hair. Yeah. Whatever. Nothing we can do about it now. Izumi nods, ignoring the emotions radiating off of Bakugo. The bell rings. If shitty F. Bakugo mutters, turning on his heel and desperately trying to mess his hair up. Izumi has got to admit it. It makes her laugh, despite the conversation they just had, when she sees it falling perfectly into place no matter what Bakugo does. Listen up. Aizawa shouts, the kids at club immediately quieting down. Monoma had joined after the sports festival, apologizing for the rudeness but still saying he'd crush one. Izumi supposes a bit of competition isn't that bad, and honestly at this point she's pretty sure it's a part of who he is. Vlad King and Aizawa are much the same way, so it can't be too much of an issue. Anyway, back to the club, and not her awkward mind tangents that have the unfortunate tendency to not be inside her mind but outside. Izumi, I don't know what you're saying, but quiet muttering is still talk. Sorry, Dit. Anyway, he continues, turning back to the now 7 students. I'm sure you all know midterms are coming up. Hero Core students are taking a physical exam. The general studies students won't be. Izumi does a quick head count. Kata, Nadru, and Nameki are still in Gen Edition, but she announces happily, watching as they all perk up. We're going to do our own assessment of skills. The club assessment will be counted as a continuation of your hero course work, and will be graded and accepted as such. Aizawa says more seriously. Keep in mind, you're the guinea pigs. If we want to keep this opportunity open for students in years to come, you need to show how much you've progressed. Hero course students, that means don't slack off. The rest of you, this is a new chance to prove yourself. So do your best. Sensei. It's like a stereotypical bad cop good cop but with strict teacher and sweet teacher. Tagus. Oi Minoma. Square up. Minoma's not scared. Not at all. Izumi can most definitely confirm it. Hey, Izumi, do you want to pair up? Hitoshi asks. Izumi yelps and jumps back. Oh, this is a bad idea, she's going to mess up, he's going to realize her crush, bad idea, bad idea, bad idea. I was going to pair up with Najir. Or Mitsukuru. She squeaks. I want to see how our different ways of sensing things coincide. Yeah. Oh, he says. I guess I'll work with someone else then. Okay, bye. Mitsukuru, pair up with me. Somewhere in the school, Midnight stops grading papers and smacks her forehead. Help me not be dumb. Hitoshi groans, flopping onto the grass after his last match. Izumi looks down at him, surprised. What's happening now? Nothing, pretty much. I'm gonna go home and try to study, because I haven't been with all this craziness, and then I'm gonna end up spending an hour petting Shadow. Just don't pay attention to your cat, Aizawa says, then looks horrified at what he just said. Izumi giggles, glad for the distraction. Okay, Mr. Hypocrite. I'm gonna pretend you didn't spend 3 hours petting Kohi, or that you don't move whenever Inko falls asleep on you, or the couch you are also on. Shut up. Big mood, Aizawa-sensei. You shut up too. We could help. Shudo offers, having watched the last few minutes of club. If we sit with you, we won't let you get distracted. Bless your half and half soul. Hitoshi whispers, rolling over to look up at them. Also, I want you two to know you two are literally haloed in light right now. My guardian angels protecting me from poor time management. Izumi turns bright red, pressing her hands over her face. You can't just say stuff like that. Watch me. If you three would stop. Flirting Kata sniggers. Izumi nearly chokes. What? We weren't, I don't know what dash Nameki gasps. Hey wait. Shinso won the bet and the match during the sports festival. Remember? He gets to marry. Izumi wishes she could dissolve into the void. God damn it, why does she know so many shippers, and can they please stop being accurate? Dreamer-sensei. Mitsukuru asks, giggling. You alright? Should we plan the wedding? I'm done talking to you all. Izumi decides, and uses her quirk to knock herself out. When Aizawa wakes her up a few minutes later, he looks very proud of her. Izumi sighs and presses her head against the window. God bless it and her relief of endless headaches. At least the concussion is gone now. Preparing for what's bound to be a mind-numbing day. Midnight asks, walking over and laying a hand on her back. Izumi nods, forehead still pressed to the window so she ends up looking like a demented chicken. I'm helping with performance analysis, and then with the physical for the club, and helping give the test to nearly all of the hero classes. Plus I'm still panicking about, the thing. Young love, Midnight sighs, pressing her hands to her cheeks. It's just so sweet. You're not helping, Auntie. Yes I am. I definitely am. Maybe I could casually mention polyamory during one of their classes with me. See if they're down to date. Not helping, Auntie. You're no fun. What are you two talking about? Aizawa asks, looking over. Nothing. Girl stuff. Start talking about test stuff. They both groan, but Izumi is grateful for the change in conversation. The bell rings. Oh joy, time to go torture children. Dad. Beat them up and scream at them, same difference? Dad, no. All right, listen up. 1A stops whispering amongst themselves, looking up at Aizawa. So, I assume you have some knowledge of the tests? He asks, looking over the crowd of students. Ashido and Kaminari jump up, and Izumi giggles at the amount of enthusiasm they have. We're fighting the entrance exam robots? They cheer. Izumi hopes they can keep that attitude. She knows what they're truly up against. Wrong. Huh? Izumi grins, and Aizawa's scarf rustles. For various reasons, the exams will be different this time. Nedzu exclaims, popping out from his hosing place. We will be focusing more on person versus person training, more similar to an actual battle. So, we will split you into teams of 2 in order to fight one of us. Izumi grins at the several pale faces in the group. Against the teachers. They whisper horrified. Teams and opponents have already been chosen. Aizawa announces, crushing several more dreams. They are based on ability, academic performance, and interclass relationships. For example, Todoroki and Yaoyorozu are paired up. He grins then, capture weapon shifting almost eagerly. They'll be against me. Izumi almost feels bad for them. The teams are as follows: Kirishima and Sata vs Cementos, Ida and Ajuru vs Power Loader, Yaoyorozu and Todoroki vs Eraserhead, Shinso and Aoyama vs Thyrtine, Ashido and Kaminari vs Nedzu, Kuda and Jairu vs Present Mike, Uraraka and Toru vs Snipe, Mineta and Siro vs Midnight, and Bakugu and Tokoyami vs All Might. Bakugu makes a face. Izumi focuses on his mind for a moment, thoughts of bird brain. It's the middle of the day. His weakness, this is bullshit. Running through. Izumi snorts. That's exactly why. He needs to learn how to work with someone, and he and Tokoyami are some of the strongest people in the class. Maybe they can take on All Might. You have 30 minutes to either escape or get these HND-CFFS on your opponent. Nedzu announces, holding them up. Anyone who fails won't go to training camp. Aizawa reminds them. Alright, any questions? Why the hell is Deku here? Bakugu asks, looking at her in confusion. I'm helping with scoring. Izumi chirps happily. I'm still doing those notebooks. Those things. He grumbles. Okay, whatever. Wait, you know Midoriya dash, get ready to take your test. Plan with your partners. Aizawa interrupts, rolling his eyes. Izumi watches the feed from the tests, sitting beside Recovery Girl. Satu and Kirishima are taken down in a war of stamina. Tsuyu and Shuji manage to get caught before Shuji extends his arms with the HND-CFFS that Tsuyu had swallowed. Ida carries Ajuru through a treacherous mess of pitfalls and mines, and Shudo and Yaoyorozu manage to win, if only just. Izumi smirks at the screen when they do it. Her dad really is going soft, intentionally messing up to encourage his students. Falling for the plan. Hitoshi and Aoyama are a bit more interesting. Paired up against 13, and currently just managing to not be dragged into their quirk. Even Aoyama's laser is dragged in. They're screwed. Uraraka sighs, watching them. I mean, how are they gonna do it? If they let go, they get caught. If they hold on, they get caught. I'm so grateful I'm not in that position. Huh, I'm sure they'll figure something out, Izumi whispers, worried. Not before one of those idiots gets hurt. Recovery Girls grumbles. Is there ever any difference? Izumi sighs, focusing on the two boys. They seem to be talking, but there's no sound. If she would even be able to hear, over the rushing of 13's quirk. Suddenly, Shinso lets go, as if in shock. Izumi nearly face plants into the screen that jumps up so fast, and Shinso is similarly unable to stop himself. Aoyama's cape pulls off under his weight, and he's flying back into the void. 13 slams their finger caps shut, but Shinso is still flying. Still panicking, he grabs the cape and twists it around the pro's arm, trapping them. Aoyama dives in, and with a click of the HND-CFFS, they've passed. Izumi lets out a sigh of relief. What had happened? Aoyama obviously had said something, but hey, Hitoshi, what happened there? She hears Shudo ask, and she leans over to hear. She needn't have bothered. What? I don't know what you're talking about. Nothing happened. I'm just gonna go stand over there. You're up soon. You should probably go plan. I'll stay out of your way. Shudo blinks. You're starting to sound like Izumi. Hitoshi makes a weird flappy motion with his hands, before nearly bolting off, much to Shudo's obvious confusion. Aoyama sparkles in the background. The next few matches pass, but then Ashido and Kaminari are faced with Nedzu, and Izumi can only pray for them. She knows too well what it's like under his mentorship. His tests are nearly impossible to pass. Jairu and Kuda manage to beat Yamada rather quickly, and Izumi carefully reminds herself not to tell her dad that she had told Kuda about his fear of bugs. Uraraka and Hagakure end up flying the ladder through the room, leaving Snipe with no idea where she is. A well-placed tackle and good internship lessons later, they've passed as well. In the next fight, Zero is surprisingly the one to mess up by moving Mineta and then getting knocked out, while the small boy finishes the match in his own. Not without some nasty thoughts, comments, and a rather large amount of screaming, complaining, and crying though. God, Izumi wishes she could knock him down, but she has to detract from Zero. She does manage to take off a few points for communication, however. Finally, the last battle. Tokoyami and Bakugo versus All Might. Izumi isn't entirely sure the testing area will be a city anymore. Probably look more like Ida, Ajuru and Power Loader's fight. Stage by the time they're done. It starts awkwardly, they don't run into him for the first 7 minutes. Throughout that time, there's mostly arguing, yelling, and threatening, mostly from Bakugo's side of the conversation. There's no warning when All Might appears. As with most of the teachers, he doesn't go easy on them. This is a test, a fight. They are good at this. They need to prove it. It's a mess, and the spectators are left wincing several times. But eventually, just before time runs out, Dark Shadow flings Bakugo through the air before retreating from the blast and wrapping around All Might. They pass. Good work everyone, now you'll get your results next class. Izumi chirps happily. I hope you all get to go to the training camp. Ashido and Kaminari let out twin groans of misery. Hatsum. The pink-haired girl looks up from her workstation, grinning when she sees Izumi. They finished deciding the fates of the hero course. More or less. Izumi shrugs, staring at the new object in fascination. Speaking of the tests, how do you think you did? Aced it, of course. I'm amazing. Izumi grins happily. I'm sure. Hey, what's this? Metal embosser on the go. Got tired of going to the class 1 every time I wanted to put on a Hatsum industry mark. Izumi pokes it before her eyes light up. Oh my god. Hatsum, can you help me with something? I just got a random idea. Those are the best. Izumi slides into the staff room, a water bottle clutched in her hands. Dead. She shouts, throwing it at the half-asleep man. Aizawa looks up in surprise, catching the flying object. Izumi, what the hell is dashed? He catches sight of the inscription, snorting. Izumi, what is this? Merry Christmas. She cheers, flopping across his sleeping bag. It's summer, he says, still grinning. Izumi gasps dramatically. Oh no, didn't I tell you? I've been detecting strangely high amounts of holiday cheer in the dream room. I'm infected. Aizawa rolls his eyes. This is just you and Mike trying to make me take care of myself, isn't it? No, Izumi whispers, but then caves. Okay, fine. Plus, Hatsum wouldn't make it simple, so it has nutrient diffusers, so it's not just water, it tastes good too. Are you not gonna use it? Are you kidding? Aizawa says, holding it up to display the official-looking labeled students' tears embossed onto the metal. I'm going to make eye contact with Kaminari as I hand back their test results, and chug it. I'm being abandoned. Again. Mike, if you don't stop being dramatic, I swear to God. Izumi giggles at her dad's bickering. Every year, the hero course goes on their training camp, and every year, Aizawa goes with them. And every year, this happens. You're even taking Izumi again. I'll be all alone. Izumi rolls her eyes. Dad, I went the first 3 years and skipped one. But now I have friends in the course. Besides, it'll be fun. Yamada groans, clutching at his tea. I'm still being left behind, trapped with only my radio listeners, so far away maybe I'll follow you there. You know damn well if even you wanted to, you couldn't come. Aizawa groans. Now shut up and do your work. But Kitten an eraser smacks Yamada in the forehead. Good. Forests are full of bugs, Hizashi. Aizawa says, grinning evilly. Spiders and centipedes and beetles, crawling all over the campsite. Okay, I get it. Yamada screeches. Why are you so mean to me? Izumi pats him on the back. Don't worry, I'll pop into your dream every night to tell you what's happening. And maybe merge your dreams too. I love you, my child. Yamada whispers dramatically, pulling her in for a hug. You're the only one who loves me. Aizawa makes a truly impressive eye roll. There's a knock at the door, and suddenly 5 students of class 1 fall into the room. Aizawa drops his head onto the desk with a groan. I only just got free of them, Dreamer-senpai. Kanamari, Ashido, and Uraraka shout happily. Do you want to go on a shopping mall trip with us? We heard you were going to training camp. A shopping mall trip? Yeah. To get stuff we'd need. Izumi frowns. But what do you want me to go? Because. You're going too, right? Uraraka asks, bouncing happily. So we can all bond and make friends. Also, Todoroki and Bakugo are abandoning us. I don't care about Explodey, but we need a replacement. Plus, Mina shouts, you're really fun and interesting. Class 1A loves you. Come on. Izumi blushes at the praise. I don't know, I haven't really gone out in a while. Like never. If it makes you uncomfortable, you don't have to come. Shinso sighs, standing awkwardly behind his far more excitable classmates. Shudo isn't. I visit my mom on our days off. I want to. Izumi says quickly. Can I? She turns back to Nedzu and Aizawa, who is face planted onto a desk. I think it's only the next logical step. Nedzu chirps. Normally I'd prefer your father went with you, but with Shinso there you're sure to be fine. Aizawa makes a face, looking like he'd rather do anything but let her go. Nedzu smiles down at him, beady little eyes staring into his soul, and he groans. You can go, just try not to collapse. And make sure you stay near Shinso just in case you do, so he can help. Why do you need his? Okay, never mind. Woo shopping trip. Kanamari screeches. I still can't believe we get to go to camp. Izumi smirks to herself. She knows what the training camp is. She knows they're going to wish they hadn't been able to go. Let me guess. Logical ruse. The shopping mall is loud. Not just in voices, but in minds and vibrations and everything. Everything about this place. Izumi steals a glance at Shinso, beside her, before pressing her hands to her cheeks. Stupid bubbly emotions messing with her head, she can't afford to go unstable right now. Not with all this noise. At least Shudo isn't here. Hitoshi is distracting enough. You alright? Shinso asks carefully. Izumi nods, carefully holding her barriers as tightly as possible, until the noise from her quirk is nothing but a faint whisper filtering through. Just being careful. You look constipated. Shiro says helpfully, and Izumi opens her eyes in time to see a spectacular uppercut from Jairu. I'm sorry. Izumi giggles. It's fine. I'm just making sure I'm as guarded as I can be. It's a little bit different from what I'm used to. Okay, sheltered kid. Mina announces, SW and Jinji her arm over Izumi's shoulders. Yaoyorozu, you come here too. Let's go shopping. Immediately, everyone starts shouting about what they need. Shoes, bags, clothes that fit their various mutations, Mineta's concerning talk of lockpicks and night vision goggles. We should probably split up. Kirishima says. Everyone get the stuff they need, and we'll meet up here at like 3. That works. A good idea, Kirishima. Everyone, the groups should dash. Shinso rolls his eyes at Ida taking control. I guess we're together for shopping. Yeah, for shopping. What do you need? Don't focus on the rambling, or the fact that he's blushing and that's really cute. God damn it, no focus. I think I need outdoors shoes too. Oh wow, it's been forever since I've been in a real forest. She breaks off into muttering, thinking of whatever she could even possibly need. Most of it unnecessary. Now she's just rambling about random things. This is really awkward and I need to stop. I'm rambling about rambling. I've peaked. I'll just go where you go, I guess. Shinso takes a moment, then grins. Took me a hot second to understand that, but okay. Hey, who wanted shoes? Everyone else is gone. Aoyama vanishes as well, but not without a graceful turn and a flamboyant wink to Shinso. Izumi has never been so lost. Also, Shinso is blushing again, and she needs to distract herself. A few minutes of awkward shopping and running into random classmates later, Izumi has a shoebox and both of them have cat keychains. They have one for Shudo as well, the plastic cat having a little patch of darker fur over its left eye, its expression the same as his. Both are unrepentant. Shinso motions at a small restaurant a little ways down the mall, a line extending into the walkway. Do you want to grab some food? We've been walking for a while. Oh, thank God, a break from stupid emotions. Do you mind if I wait here? I'll be on the brick plant box decoration thing. Whatever it is. You sure? Yep. Just get me something spicy. He nods, smiling. Don't think they'll have anything on your curry, but I'll try. He says quickly, then disappears. Izumi sighs, relieved that she doesn't have to worry about him distracting her anymore. A few minutes to get herself figured out, suddenly, an arm is slung across her shoulders. She squeaks, surprised. Finally. Thought he'd never leave. A voice rasps into her ear, uncomfortably close. I don't like talking to more than one person at once, you know. It's so awkward. Izumi blinks in surprise, trying to free herself from the man's arm. I guess. Could you maybe let me go? Sorry, no can do, dreamer. He hisses, hand shifting to wrap around her throat. It's delicate. Almost caring. Izumi freezes. Hey, it's been a little while since we met. Well, maybe not met, it was never face to face. Heard you, though, and watched the sports festival. Purple guy was there too, right? Number 3 spot if I remember right, he was also the one that kicked me. Then the Hosu incident, man. Your dear old dad was so angry when the hero killer killed that Nomu. Izumi shifts her gaze, shaking. Don't break. Can't break. People villains. Shigaraki. Shigaraki has an arm around her. Has a hand around her neck. People around them can't see his face, they probably just see a kid and a taller friend. They can't see his smile. Why is he here? How is he here? He's going to drag her back to the dragon, isn't he? Like those Nomu tried to do. Oh God, she's terrified. She shakes herself slightly. Don't break. Calm down. This is the worst possible time to panic. I wouldn't struggle. Shigaraki warns her. Just act like we're old friends, chatting, catching up. I have 4 fingers at your neck. If I put another down, your throat's the first to go. Sure, dragon would be angry, but hey. You can't. Izumi whispers. There are so many people around, a pro would catch you in no time. Oh, I don't doubt that. Shigaraki assures her. But think of how many people I could kill, how many people are just wandering around, without a care in the world. How many of them could start a massacre with their quirks? But they don't. Because they assume everyone has the same morals as they do. Hell, I could probably get another hostage to kill, then dragon won't be breathing on my neck. He smiles, then looking around. Don't I feel like a fox in a chicken coop? Izumi shudders. I get it. I won't fight. Good girl. Now, let's go find somewhere more comfortable. We could get tea, chat like old friends. Can't stay here, Purple might cut the discussion short. He says, pulling her away carefully. Izumi gives a fleeting look in the direction that Shinso disappeared in, catching sight of all these people around. A kid runs past, clutching an all-might toy just like she used to do. She follows Shigaraki. He leads her not very far away, poking her into taking a seat at one of the more secluded corners. It's not out of place to see 2 people talking in a mall. Izumi's on her own. I hate basically everything. Shigaraki starts. But as of right now, the hero killer is getting on my nerves the most. Izumi blinks, remembering BLD and screaming in panic. Isn't he one of yours? That's how the media painted it. The villain at her throat hisses. And that just makes it worse. Nothing I've done. The attack on UA was legendary. The Nomu destroyed blocks upon blocks of city and all but one were taken out by one of the strongest heroes. But everyone is focusing on him. I just don't get it. Despite all his lecturing, all he did was the same thing as me. Destroyed things he didn't like. So what's the difference? He leans closer, hand shifting on Izumi's skin. Come on, dreamer. You were plenty smart during the UA attack, and I've heard you analyze people during the sports festival. So, what do you think makes me and the hero killer different? Izumi gulps. There's no telling what will PSS him off. While her mind is as closed as it can possibly be, she remembers just how unstable this man is. Plus, he's acting like a child. Pay attention to me, is that all he wants? If she angers him, who knows what he'll do? Izumi begins. She has to say something. And honestly, there's no reason to lie. No matter how he might dislike her answer, it's the truth. It's because I can't understand you. She says nervously. The attack on the USJ, the Nomu, there was no point. I can't help but hate you. Nothing gives me a way to look past the pain you've caused, and I can't understand you. She takes a deep breath before forging on. I don't like the hero killer either, but I can kind of relate to him. We were both inspired by All Might. We both saw problems in hero society, endeavor, to name one. We wanted to fix them. I don't agree with his methods, but people can understand his message, I guess. The message that things need to change, that cruel people should not be idolized. Silence. Izumi is absolutely terrified. Shigaraki sighs, almost in relief. The hand on her throat tightens. Ah, that's a weight off my sadisty. I see it now, all the dots connected. Why he makes me so angry, why you irritate me. It's so clear the problem is All Might. His face contorts into the most disturbing smile Izumi has ever seen, and she lets out a whimper. Yeah, that's it. The most rational explanation. I didn't see it even though it was right in front of me the whole time. What was I worrying about so much? It's simple, he's why these morons are able to smile thoughtlessly. Izumi can't breathe. They feel so safe because he's smiling thoughtlessly too. As if there's no one in the whole world he can't save. She can't breathe. I'm so glad we had this chat. I can't thank you enough, Midoriya. I don't need to change my ways at all. Izumi reaches up, helplessly pulling at the villain's fingers. Don't struggle, I don't want to have to kill you. Your daddy still wants you. Izumi broke a while ago. Everything hurts, but she can't draw in enough breath to scream. She can't do anything but whimper. She doesn't even know if Shigaraki is talking aloud anymore, or if she can just hear him, through the dust scratching at her glass and the blinding lights around her. You know, it's really ironic, hero killer. I'm your opposite, but you let me live. A giggle. And now your ideals and convictions will become a stepping stone for me. Izumi can't breathe, can't think, can't do anything but hear thought and whispers and pain. All Might. Father. Justice is fragile. Turn it to dust. Destroy. BLD Izumi. Hitoshi. She looks up, through teary eyes, to see him standing there. Uraraka is beside him, both staring in horror. Danger. The hand is loser now, enough for her to choke out. Everything's fine. Stop. Get away. Please. His hand is gone, and Izumi slumps to the side, coughing. Oh, I'm so sorry you have friends. My bad, I'll go now. He leans down, whispering directly into her ear. Follow me, and your father's protection won't save you. Shigaraki stands and starts to walk away. Hitoshi barely spares him a glance before rushing over to Izumi. Oh God, I'm so sorry, I shouldn't have left. Hey, but... For you. There's no response, and Hitoshi curses under his breath. Izumi looks up through the pain, glaring at the villain's retreating form. Shigaraki. Uraraka gasps in shock, staring at him. Shiga, what does Sensei want? Why is he doing all this? The man stops. Who knows? At the moment, I guess. He thinks it would be interesting to have your power. Gateways into anyone's mind. He shakes his head. You should be careful, friend. Next time we meet, there won't be anything holding me back from dragging you to that whiny beach. If only to shut him up. Hitoshi scowls. You mother effer. Shigaraki is gone. Head throbbing, Izumi practically deflates against Hitoshi's side, clutching at his shirt. Hitoshi. Please make it stop. He pulls her closer. You sure? Please. She sinks into the foggy feeling of being completely separated from the world, distantly hearing Uraraka calling over the mall police. And that's all you can remember? Detective Tsukachi asks her. Izumi nods, looking down at her lap. I'm sorry for getting myself into that situation and not being able to help find him. He smiles at her. Not at all. It's very impressive that you managed to stay calm under pressure, especially considering your condition. Izumi isn't sure she did all that great. But she nods to the detective, before standing and making her way to the door. Mike tackles her the second she steps outside. Oh my god, Izumi. You alright, little listener? Don't do that to us, you little it. Aizawa grumbles. I swear, one time we aren't nearby, and this happens? Izumi smiles sheepishly, hugging her dad back. I'm sorry I scared you. She bites her lip, tears welling up in her eyes. Hey, it's okay, you did great. Yamada reassures her. You're okay now, you're safe. You're alright. Throat's a little sore, but I'll be fine. She whispers, burying her face into his head. I want to go home. Then let's go home, kid. Are we sure the summer camp is still on? A police officer asks. Nedzu nods, his little smile as permanent as ever. Of course. We will not allow these attacks to slow the learning of our students. Rest assured, we have added more security. Aizawa says. Only a few people know the location. We are being remote. That will make it more difficult for help to arrive. Vlad King nods. We have 7 pro heroes on location. Talented fighters, and a communication quirk in the Little Dreamer as well as Mandalay. And in a pinch, the students are capable of defending themselves. The policeman nods. I see. Can we talk more about those security measures? Aizawa nods but turns to Izumi. Nothing interesting is happening for a while. Go kick 1A out of the pool. Izumi snorts, but hops up. Of course. The pool isn't something she often goes to, but she knows where it is. Especially after one memorable incident, when Kayama and Yamada had kidnapped Aizawa from class to dunk him in the water, with Izumi following them, laughing and keeping his amused students from saving their teacher. None of them knew who she was. It was very entertaining. She pushes open the door, spotting the students. Bakugo, Todoroki, and Ida stand poised, ready to dive. No, their stance is all off. They're launching themselves across the pool. What was the point of coming to the pool? She asks, walking over to where the other students are cheering their classmates on. Ajiru smiles up at her, seemingly confused himself. We wanted to figure out who was the fastest swimmer. Somehow, it evolved into this. Overcompensating assholes. Shinso growls. Izumi blinks at him, shocked. Hidekan. He shakes his head, scowling at the other side of the pool. With another confused glance, she raises her voice. Sorry, everyone. It's 5 o'clock now, you no longer have permission to use the pool. Aw, Dreamer-senpai. Mina whines, draping her sopping wet body across Izumi's shoulders. We didn't get enough time. Izumi giggles. I'm not the person you need to complain to. Besides, you can always book it again. Mina sighs. Yeah, Izumi. She looks up, trying not to be distracted by the fact that everyone is shirtless including 2 of her crushes. This is dumb. Hey, Shochan. Had fun at the pool? He shrugs. I guess. You feeling better? The mall attack. Izumi rubs at her throat. Yeah. It was really scary. I'm just glad Hitoshi made it back when he did. I really couldn't breathe. Shudo's eyes narrow. He shouldn't have left you alone in the first place. I get it. I F up. Hitoshi shouts, and all of a sudden there's tension running throughout the pool. Izumi takes a step back, surprised. Had they been fighting? Uraraka runs over, trying to get between them. Guys, not again. No, you don't get it. You don't just get to just wave that off. Shigaraki could have done anything, and no one would have known. Killed either of you, dragged Izumi to the dragon, anything. You could control him with your voice, why didn't you? He didn't answer me, and I was a bit more worried about the fact that she was choking to death. Half and half, eye bags, I'm pissed too, but seriously. Izumi looks around, completely lost. What is happening? Shudo, I told Hitoshi to go. Izumi reminds him. Please stop fighting. If they hadn't been separated, Shigaraki would have never attacked them. Shudo tells Bakugo, ignoring Izumi. Besides, who are you to tell us to calm down? You mother f***er. Izumi yelps as Bakugo flies toward Shudo, who brings up his own wall of ice. It looks like the mall did more than she thought to everyone's morale. Everybody is scared. Kaken. Shochan. Enough. Their classmates rush forwards, Kirishima, Siro, Mina, Kaminari, and Sato holding back Bakugo and Hitoshi and Ida holding back the slightly more docile Shudo. Izumi glares at the two of them. Stop it now. Kaken, you're only proving his point. And Sho-chan, Shigaraki would have attacked no matter what happened. And I told him to leave. Please stop. He makes a face and shrugs off Shinso. Whatever. He walks off, but not before Izumi carefully opens up to see him. A twisting turmoil of colors and vibrations curl around his mind: guilt, anger, love, hatred, loss, happiness, hopelessness, all twisting together to make pure confusion. Izumi's eyes soften. He's so confused, and if it's what she thinks it is as well, Izumi. She looks up to Hitoshi, resigned. I'll talk to him. There's a lot on his mind. I think he's trying to push you away, or something. I shouldn't really talk about it. He nods, still looking sad. Yeah. And I'm really sorry. We are too. Hagakure says, swimsuit drooping. I was the one who suggested it, and I dragged you into going. Ashido finishes. She smiles. It's fine. No one got hurt. Besides, at least I had protection. And I'd rather it be me than any of you. Plus, I got information for the detective, so hey. You're so brave, Kuda signs shyly. Izumi smiles and signs a quick thank you back. But, well, I'll see you all later. Remember, the training camp is very soon. She calls out, then vanishes through the door. Stupid drama. Stupid crushes. Stupid feelings. Stupid glass. Stupid painful mental breakdown she surrenders herself to as soon as she's away from the class. Now that you've finished your first semester at U, it's time for summer vacation to officially begin. Aizawa starts, looking over the class. But don't go thinking these are leisure months for you wannabe heroes. This training camp will push you to the very limit. Izumi giggles as she watches some of the students, practically vibrating with excitement as Class B shows up, and both classes board the bus. Well, some are exited. Others Izumi sighs, looking at Shuto and Hitoshi. They're on opposite sides of the bus. Stupid, confusing emotions that she doesn't want to even try and disentangle. She'd fall apart from her own before she could make a difference. They need to work through this a bit on their own. Dreamer-senpai. Uraraka calls teasingly. Sit with me. Izumi rolls her eyes at the nickname, but goes to sit beside her. Why is that still a thing? Because Dreamer-san is too formal, and Midnight said to respect you? Uraraka announces happily. Oui, mademoiselle. You are magnifique, senpai. Aoyama announces on her other side. Izumi sighs and gives up. She looks over her shoulder, ignoring the shouting of the students around her. Those two are still fighting, Uraraka says, looking over the seat as well. Izumi nods sadly. Shuto is angry because no one was there for me. He's really lost, too. Something else is on his mind, but I can't figure it out. I have a hunch, but what happened before I got there? Uraraka sighs. Just anger, I guess. He glared at people. Shinso apologized, but Todoroki said something. And Shinso looked really hurt. The next thing we know, they're avoiding each other, but making snide comments and glaring, and whenever they got too close, Izumi hums, looking down at her feet. So both are behaving irrationally. Suddenly, she looks up. Aoyama, what did you say to Hitoshi during the exams? He freezes. I think I might have assumed. Izumi gives him the best puppy dog eyes she can muster. And she's pretty good at those. Sometimes, when she's really craving the curry, she needs to pull out all the stops to get her dads to let her make it. They still won't eat more than 2 bites. Aoyama has far less ability to guard against them than Aizawa. He looks torn before giving up. I mentioned that it looked like he liked both you and Todoroki. Aoyama finally squeaks out. I think now I made it worse. I'm so sorry. Izumi blinks at him, then looks down at her hands. So that's why he was acting so weird. He realized it. And now Shuto is acting mean, because he's confused about his feelings and trying to push Hitoshi away, and now it's even worse for Hitoshi because now it's actual heartbreak. You're not even surprised. Uraraka whispers, eyes wide. I've known they had crushes, but Izumi sighs and slams her head against the seat in front of her. Been there, had that panic attack. So now, Aoyama says, sparkling sadly. They're both hurt. And perhaps Todoroki is unaware of polyamory. Yep. So he's confused and thinking he's horrible. Hitoshi, Izumi adds, rubbing at her temples. Their emotions are so convoluted I can barely hear myself think. F good, you think way too much. Kaken, Izumi squeaks, leaning backwards as the other boy drapes himself over the back of his seat to glare at her. How much did you hear? I only started listening to you fuckwads after you hit my seat, shitty Deku. He growls. Why? No reason. Izumi squeaks. Sorry. He rolls his eyes and smacks the top of her head. Stop panicking. It's annoying. He grumbles before slipping back down into his seat. Is he being nice? Uraraka whispers, completely confused. He'll blow you up if he hears you. Izumi warns, leaning away from the seat. Well, I'm gonna sleep. Just like that. Don't you want to think? Uraraka says, surprised. Izumi just shrugs. My sleep is different from your sleep. It's actually easier for me to work stuff out while sleeping. Oh. The dream room opens, and Izumi sinks into the void. She takes a deep, calming breath. Then she screams in complete and utter frustration. Feelings. God, she's starting to sound like Kaken. Red eyes wake her up. Dead. She mumbles, rubbing her eyes. Are we there? Almost. Aizawa answers over Uraraka and Aoyama's soft awe. Rest of the bus won't shut up enough for me to tell them. Thought you should at least be conscious. Thanks. Izumi murmurs, stretching out and cracking her spine. Oh. All right everyone, we're stopping here. Aizawa calls. Outside the bus, Mineta immediately starts screeching for a bathroom, the other students wondering how this counts as a rest stop. Izumi just rolls her eyes. Haven't they learned? A black car pops open its doors and a voice calls out, Hey, Eraser. Been a long time. He responds, bowing slightly. Two women hop out of the car, proudly announcing their names. Pixie Bob and Mandalay, Wild Pussycats, and Koda. The young boy looks up in confusion, before his eyes go wide. Kid, are we ever going to go anywhere without you knowing someone? Aizawa asks, confused. Izumi shrugs. Dunno. Anyway, it's nice to see you in person, Koda. Izumi chirps. The younger boy just glares at her. Did I say something? Leave me alone, stupid hero. Koda mutters. Izumi blinks in surprise. She hadn't told him she was a hero before, maybe he's surprised. Or not as open outside his dream. She hasn't known him for very long. She turns her attention back to the Pussycats, not wanting to irritate him further. Guys, they're a 4-person hero team specializing in mountain and woods rescues. They've been around for 12 years, since we were kids. A padded glove slams into her face. I'm 18 at heart, we clear? As crystal? Izumi squeaks. In any case, the place you're staying at is at the bottom of that mountain over there. Mandalay announces, painting a gloved hand across the forest. Uraraka tilts her head. Why did we stop all the way over here then? I think you already know the answer to that one, Tsuyu whispers. Hey, let's get back to the bus. Pixie Bob jumps in front of the retreating students, smirking dangerously. What the hell? A wave of dirt explodes from beneath Pixie Bob's glove, throwing all the students of 1A right off the cliff and down to the forest below. A grinning Mandalay leans over the rail. It's around 9:30 right now. If you go fast, you might be able to get to camp in time for lunch. That is, if you can make it through the beast's forest. Izumi giggles, leaning over the side. Good luck everyone. Are you kidding? Someone shrieks from below. Pixie Bob skips over, watching as the students meet their first creature made of earth. Tiny kid just peed himself, she comments, snorting. Izumi points down. Kuda will try to control it, but his quirk only works on animals. Kaken Bakugu, Todoroki, and Ida will go for the kill and take it out. Then they'll realize what they need to do. Pixie Bob nods, impressed as events below them play out. Exactly as Izumi says. Good predictions, already a hero. Such a promising little kitten. Mandalay. I want her. You'll look so good in the uniform, kitten. Pixie Bob. Please stop harassing my child. My kitten now. Pixie Bob squeals, scooping Izumi up. Aizawa rolls his eyes, listening to the shouting below. We have to go the long way around, don't we? Nah, we'll give you a ride. Pixie Bob announces, motioning to the car. And I won't go easy on your kittens either. You have a lot planned for them. Mandalay comments. Think they can handle it? Aizawa sighs. With everything happening lately, they'll need to. We hope to get a whole semester's worth of work out of them. They're all awesome too. All of them are so determined. They'll do just fine. Izumi cheers. Even if there's some wonky emotions happening right now, oh well. At this camp, they'll likely be too tired to even think. Dreamer Senpai, how could you betray us like that? Ashido groans, flopping onto the table beside her. Izumi pats her back, grinning. Sorry I wasn't there for the grand arrival, Ashido. Aizawa's going all out for you guys. That doesn't make me feel better. The rest of the class trickles in slowly, looking around at the tables. Well, we made dinner for you tonight, but don't expect us to do it again. Tomorrow you'll make your own food. One of the pussycats announces. The students fall to the food ravenously, their hunger making it seem better than it really is. The whole scene is loud, energized after finally getting some nutrients into their systems. Izumi scans the table, sighing when she sees Shuto and Hitoshi alone. Shuto? She asks, looking at a particularly nasty scrape against the side of his face. What happened there? Shinso shoved me. He mutters. Please go away. Hitoshi. Izumi whispers, then wanders down the table to where Shinso is sitting, face down on the table, looking completely miserable. Hitoshi, Shuto says pushed him out of the way of one of the thing's feet. He groans. Apparently he could have taken the living dirt avalanche to the face. Izumi winces. Still at it. She goes back to her seat away from both of the boys, Ashido, Tsuyu, and Uraraka giving her sympathetic looks. Want me to smack one for you? Ashido offers. Izumi smiles slightly. Thank you for the offer, but please don't. Well, hey, after this you want to hit the baths with us. You may not be as dirty, traitor, but it will be relaxing. And no boys unless they've lost all sense of decency. That sounds nice. Izumi whispers. I just wish they'd stop fighting. I wish I could do something without breaking down now. No bad thoughts. Uraraka announces, picking up the carrot that she had bounced off Izumi's forehead. Food and bath and heavenly sleep. Izumi nods. Put it out of your mind, until you can handle it. The bath does not end up being peaceful. Mineta, little pervert, tries to climb the wall, and though he's quickly stopped, Koda goes flying off with him. Koda! Izumi squeaks, watching him fly backwards. I got him. We caught him, he's okay. Mineta isn't, but who cares? I think I broke my back. There's a splash and a squeal, and Izumi is left thinking someone shoved the tiny boy in. She hops out of the spring, wrapping a towel around herself quickly and grabbing a robe. Here, I'll bring him to Mandalay. Oh my goodness! The cat-themed hero shrieks, jumping forwards. What happened? Smacked a peeping Mineta, but ended up falling off the wall. Izumi explains. Someone caught him, I'm not sure who. I can tell he's okay, no concussion I can sense, just fainted. Mandalay sighs in relief. I'm glad he helped the girls, even if he doesn't really like heroes. Izumi frowns. He mentioned that before. Leave me alone, stupid hero. Gotta admit, that surprised me. Most kids love heroes. Mandalay nods sadly. There is a stigma. Some people think heroes are in the wrong to use their power. But Koda, if he hadn't had his childhood, then maybe he would have loved heroes too. She leans down, petting his hair. His parents, my cousin and her husband, were well-respected heroes. They went after a serial killer and didn't make it back. They were his whole world. A tear falls from Izumi's face. Losing a parent is really strong. Mandalay nods. They saved a lot of people, but still, how do you explain to a young orphan that his parents died honorable deaths? That they didn't die and abandon him for no reason? Izumi closes her eyes. Koda dream Blackwater, a barren field covered in fog. Whispers, a man and a woman in the distance, but even though he chased them they only seemed to get further away. That explains it. She whispers, looking down at him sadly. We do our best. But we can't replace them. Mandalay murmurs. I hear you were in a similar situation. Izumi nods. We aren't so different. Dreamer-senpai. Jiraiya says, looking up. Is the kid okay? Izumi nods. He's fine. Fainted. You all shouldn't stay up too late. Aizawa is really going to be pushing you to your limits. That's what this camp is all about. She smiles at them. By the way, I helped make some of your tortures. Good luck. I'm scared. Hey, kid, shouldn't you be asleep? Izumi shrugs, pulling the blanket cape that Hatsum had given her even closer. Probably. I know I'm going to be training too, listening and trying to up my focus. She slumps against his side, looking over the card game that her dad and Vlad King have spread out. Just thinking. Could you erase my quirk for a little bit? Aizawa nods, throwing a card before activating his quirk. Head hurts. Needed a break. Izumi admits. Her dad's quirk only lasts so long though, and she carefully organizes herself before flopping down onto his lap and wrapping her blanket around her. That card, she says sleepily, tapping at it. Aizawa plays it, and on the tail end of Izumi's consciousness she can hear Vlad swearing at his loss. Wake up everyone. Izumi throws a pillow across the room, grinning. Training time. Hope you slept well. Yuck. I'll take that as a no. But guess what? Still happening. Dreamer-senpai, how are you like this so early? Izumi shrugs. I'm used to quick wake-ups. Now come on, let's get moving. One year a couple heroes literally threw some of the students into the river. There are several groans, but the girls get up and change into their gym uniforms. Izumi skips outside, walking up to her dad. Mission accomplished, she announces, saluting. Aizawa smirks at the doorway. And here come the zombies. The class really does look like zombies, groaning and stumbling out the door, eyes still half closed. Ashido is still holding a pillow, and Shinsu's hair is flattened down on one side. Todoroki's is pink from where the two sides blended together in his sleep. Alright, good morning class. Is it morning? Someone grumbles. Aizawa rolls his eyes. Today we're starting a training camp that will strengthen your quirks. Look alive, Bakugu. He tosses a softball towards the student. At the beginning of the school year your record was 705. 3. Let's see what it is now. Bakugu grips the ball, letting it fly with a huge explosion that still can't quite mute the go-to hell. He screams. Izumi rolls her eyes. Same old Kaken. That was 709.8 meters. Bakuga's eyes shoot open in surprise. Only a 4.3 meter difference. That's why we're now going to be doing this. Strengthening your quirks and speeding up the natural changes and adaptations your body has. He grins at the teens, that dead-eyed stare that makes all of his students so scared. This is going to be so strong you'll feel like you're dying. Let's hope you all make it. A few minutes later, Izumi sits above the training ground, watching everyone. They're all trying so strong, pushing themselves to the limits. Well, I should train too. She decides, then settles into a meditative position. In out open, she can hear their minds as they struggle. Ida running in between everyone. Tsuyu climbing the cliffs. Bakuga's endless swearing, both internal and external, as he fires off huge explosions over and over. Todoroki is his water barrel, alternating between quirks to create a radius of destruction. Uraraka tumbling down the mountain, trying not to puke, near Aoyama, firing again and again while attempting the same thing. Siro firing off endless streams of tape from his arms. Mineta crying as he pulls away ball after ball. Shuji, looking for something he can't see, Hakigyur doing her best to keep it that way. Kaminari's fuzzed mind, electricity constantly running between him and the battery. Tokoyami, struggling in the pitch black of a cave. Jairu and Ashido, constantly attacking a cliff. Yaoyorozu and Rikido, eating and using their quirks at a constant rate. Kirishima and Ajuru, pitting their quirks against each other. Shinso and Kuda, shouting across the camp at each other to strengthen their vocal cords. Aizawa, watching over the whole ordeal. Mandalay, her mind sending out transmissions that Izumi can hear so clearly, Go faster, hit harder, a little to the left, keep going. Pixie Bob watching over everyone, Tiger randomly striking out at students. Class B, coming in to be struck with fear at what they're about to go through. Feelings, emotions, confusion, loss, water. Izumi lets out a pained gasp and slams down her barriers. Breathing strong, she stares down at the trainees, still strong at work, then looks towards the woods. Koda, she whispers sadly. She shakes her head. She needs to train. To be stronger. She needs to help protect people. Izumi closes her eyes and tries again. Pixie Bob grins, waving her paws in the air. Remember what we told you? We aren't feeding you this time. Ragdoll giggles at them. Starting with curry. And don't think you can just make any old soggy cat food either. The students don't even have the energy left to groan. Izumi feels much the same way, head pounding from her constant vulnerability. Ida's head shoots up though. Come on, everyone. A very important part of heroism is to keep spirits full. Even if our own are not. We must make good food. A chorus of groans is his response, but the zombie horde heads to the ingredients. Ida is so useful. Aizawa mutters under his breath. Izumi faceplants into his side. Make it stop. Quirk. Izumi nods mutely. I thought you were training to handle it. Izumi groans. Your right still hurts. Should I go help? Seeing as every curry you touch ends up burning the skin off someone's mouth, no. Izumi rolls her eyes, pouting. Yeah, our curry is the F best. Bakugu shouts. Stop shouting and help us. Someone grumbles. The class seems to wake up, slowly working to create as much food as they need after working all day. Finally, they all sit down at their tables, scarfing down the meal, even though, if I got this at a restaurant, I'd send it right back. Kirishima Aiju, 2018, Koda. Where you? It's dinner time, come on and eat something. Izumi looks up at Mandalay's shout, looking around for Koda. He's not anywhere around here, she's gonna have to do it, isn't she? She sighs, opening her mind once more. Yayarozu explains her quirk, Siro mentions something about poop. And Jairu doles out another fantastic punch. Too close. No Koda. She reaches further, across the forest, to find his small, dark blue light. Mom-Dad heroes abandon too much. Izumi whimpers and falls to her knees, pain striking through her skull. Stupid, stupid, stupid. You were already weak, what were you thinking? Izumi should have said sorry hurts, what's happening, dreamer pain. Izumi, talk to me, red eyes. Izumi groans, clutching at her head. What happened? Izumi, are you all right? Aizawa asks, looking down at her. You should have told me it was that bad. Izumi shakes her head. No, I'm fine, it wasn't, I'm okay. Aizawa's raised eyebrows show he is not impressed by that extremely weak denial. Trying to find Koda. Mandalay was looking for him. Got swept up in other emotions. She mutters. Sorry. Aizawa sighs, looking up at the crowd that had gathered. She's fine. Go back to eating. You need your energy after all, the same training awaits you tomorrow. Most of the students wince and immediately head back to their seats. Bakugu rolls his eyes, kicking at her foot with his boot, grumbling something about breaking his eardrums. Izumi sighs, standing to face the last two students. Hitoshi, Shuto, I promise I'm fine. Are you sure you're okay? Hitoshi asks, side-eyeing Shuto nervously. I'm sorry I couldn't help. What's new? Oh, for F's sake, not like you could make her stop screaming either. Izumi sigh, feeling the pressure of yet another argument rising. All day they had been too tired or busy. But why now stop it? She shouts, glaring at the both of them. Just stop it? Izumi pushes past them, grabbing 2 plates of curry. They both take a step after her, but she just shakes her head. Please don't. She walks into the woods, towards where she had sensed Koda. Eventually, she finds footprints and uses those to find the rest of the way, until, growl, I heard that. Koda spins around, glaring at her. What? Go away. Izumi sighs. You aren't eating. I know you're hungry. I don't want to talk with dumb heroes like you. He shouts angrily. Just go away and forget about my hideout. Your hideout? Izumi says, looking around. It's honestly pretty cool. A cave and ledge, looking over the forest, hidden but free enough to see the sky. It's awesome. Shut up. Go away. Koda shouts. You and your class, training's so strong to make your work better, what's the point? You just want to show off. Hey look, I'm in your dream. I won't tell you anything, I'm just using my power to stick my nose where it doesn't belong. You're a sucky hero and your shoes are dumb. Izumi gently sets the plate of food down, listening to the betrayal emanating from his light. I'm sorry. Oh, and the food's not that good, but your stomach is growling. Please, believe. Koda glares at her, not making a move. You know I heard about your parents? What? He shouts, even angrier now. Did Mandalay tell you? No. Well, a bit. But I figured it out. Water hose. Go away. Koda glares at her, but grabs the bowl and takes a bite. Sorry. The cooks were all exhausted. Koda snorts derisively, but at another very audible growl from his stomach, shoves another bite into his face. You asked what the point was. About heroism. Izumi says softly. For me it's because I can't not do something when people are hurting. Koda's nose crinkles under the brim of his hat. That doesn't make any sense. I guess not. She admits. But people hurting makes me want to help. I couldn't help my mom. But I can help other people. I saw you collapse. What was the point to that? Koda points out. It was your quirk. Izumi rubs at her forehead. That was an old injury, from being unable to do something. That doesn't make sense. Koda shouts, glaring up at her. At her confused expression, he just glares more. You're getting hurt, hurting yourself, everyone was worried. Why don't you just accept the fact that you can't do anything without hurting? It's stupid to try. Izumi looks at him sadly. I know it doesn't really make sense, but I have to. No, you don't. None of them do, it's all just showing off. Hey, look at me, I'm so cool I get killed by some random dude. There are tears falling from his eyes now, still glaring up at her. It doesn't, there was a reason they left. Izumi says softly. It's so dumb. Calling people stupid names like hero and villain and killing each other because of it. If they hadn't been showing off they'd still be here. So just stop trying and leave me alone. Knowing she isn't getting anywhere now, Izumi stands up and goes to leave. She can't change his entire outlook on the world in under a minute, especially after she had lied by omission about something he felt so strongly about. Koda. She murmurs. I'm really sorry about what happened. And I hope I can help you too. The kid growls, not from his stomach this time. I'm not your charity project. Or your training. I know. And I don't want it to feel that way. She leaves. Dad, I should have stayed with you. Izumi groans, floating down into his dream and latching onto his shoulders. I've already had an attack and Koda hates me and I helped with extra lessons but they were until 2 a.m. and Shoto and Hitoshi are fighting and my soul hurts. Yamada grins sympathetically, reaching up to pat her head. Izumi thinks he's about to say something nice, but, told you so, little listener. In retaliation, Izumi ties his hair into a giant bow. Good. Hey, what the heck? She jumps off his shoulders, giggling at his confusion. Sorry, I couldn't help myself. He strikes a pose. Does it at least look good? Izumi struggles to hold in her laughter. It's oh my god, it's a gift to the world. They fall over his music sheets, laughing. The bow only manages to not get crushed because, well, it's a dream. Rise and shine. Another day of suffering. Ragdoll shouts, bounding into the girl's room and giggling. Izumi walks behind her, more to see the exhausted students than to wake them up. Come on, everyone. You all did so awesome yesterday, but one good day isn't going to sustain you forever. You've got to keep working. Training. Building yourself up. Can we do it later? Jairu groans into her pillow. Ragdoll giggles, slamming a paw down right by the poor girl's ear. With a hearing quirk, that's gotta hurt. Nope. Now come on, early to bed and early to rise, makes a kitty fierce, awesome and wise. That's not how it goes. Yayarosa murmurs. It's how I saw it goes. Now let's get moving kittens. The hero cheers, practically cartwheeling out of the room. That much energy is completely unfair. Jiraiya grumbles. I'm pretty sure Ishido is knocked out and Tsu is still in hibernation. Izumi walks over to the girls, laying a hand on their foreheads and focusing. How did she do it? Wake Tsu shoots straight up, blinking in confusion. Ribbit? Shooting quirks have a limited amount of ammo. Ishido yelps, waking up as well. Hey, it worked. Izumi cheers. I thought it may have been a fluke. She turns to the rest of the girls, grinning evilly. But now that I know how to do it, let's hope you don't oversleep after tonight. Tonight? What's happening tonight? Test of courage. Now get a move on. Izumi announces. Get dressed, let's go, bye-bye. She slips out the door. Training is equally as soul-crushing today as yesterday. But, finally, after hours of pain and food and cleanup, it's time to go. Test of courage. Ishido cheers, throwing her arms into the air. The kids around her cheer as well, all in comfortable clothes. Sorry, Aizawa says, holding his scarf. But you still have lessons? You gotta be kidding me. Ishido shrieks. Aizawa wraps all his victims in his scarf. Sorry, but you failed, you pay the consequences. He says simply. Dreamer, you helping? Izumi shrugs. They have an uneven number for the test of courage, and it's in pairs. I'll come help later. Aizawa shrugs and drags off the miserable students. Uraraka sidles up beside Izumi, watching them in sympathy. How long do those lessons last? Izumi grins evilly. Let's just say you're lucky you passed. Dreamer-senpai, you can be really scary sometimes. Okay. Pixie Bob announces, waving her paws in the air happily. So, first, Class B is going to be our scarers. Class A will leave in pairs every 3 minutes. There are tags with your names on them at the far end of the route. Your goal is to collect those. Revelry in the dark. Tokoyami says quietly, Izumi and Uraraka giggling behind him. Those who are scarers aren't allowed to make physical contact. Use your words to terrify the other class. Pixie Bob growls out that last bit, before Tiger jumps forward. The winners are the creative people that make the most people PSS their pants. We could have done without the visual. Jiraiya groans. Alright, we'll draw lots to determine your partners. Pixie Bob shouts once more, over Ida's overcomplication about what this event is for. The partners come together slowly, Shuji and Tokoyami, Bakugu and Shinso, that pairing isn't happy about it. Hakigure and Jiraiya, Aoyama and Yaoyorozu, Uraraka and Tsu, Ajuru and Mineta, Ida and Kuda, and Shudo and Izumi. All right. Mandalay announces, looking at her watch. Dreamer-chan and the Peppermint Boy, it's your turn. And then Floater Girl and Froggy after them. They walk into the forest, following the path of the 4 teams before them. Izumi sighs, looking around nervously. The woods are creepy, sure, but she's more scared of breaking. And with the knot of emotions next to her, she's not sure she'll be able to handle it. This wasn't the best idea. Izumi. Shudo asks carefully. I'm sorry about what's been happening lately. Izumi hums quietly. It's just, Sochi was supposed to be there for you. He makes me angry dash. No, he doesn't. Shudo pauses, looking down at her. What? No, he doesn't. Izumi repeats, panicking on the inside. Wasn't she supposed to not try to deal with this knot of feelings? Too much. Too embarrassing. 3 people with 2 crushes all angry and confused and panicked, and can someone please end her suffering? He doesn't make you angry, Shudo. It did at first. Anger at the fact that someone hurt me. But you're a reasonable person, normally. She looks up to him sadly. This isn't reasonable. But you're fighting anyway because he makes you feel the opposite of hate, and you feel, oh God. She clutches at her head. Mayday, mayday, someone help, she's breaking again. Oh no. I'm an idiot, ow, 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 Izumi. Shudo says, shocked, moving a hand towards her shoulder. Izumi wants to shout that moving closer is the opposite of helpful, but she can only shake her head. I'm really sorry, Shudo, just give me a minute please, you can keep going. She whimpers, then turns into the woods. At first she's just running, trying to distance herself from the minds of the classes. But she slowly starts recognizing the surrounding area, and heads towards the little cliff cave that Kota spends his time at. Hey, what the heck? Why are you back here? I said go away dash. Kota stops, blinking at her. What's up with you? Izumi groans and slumps onto the ground. I'm really sorry Kota, emotions are so dumb. The boy huffs. Got hurt again because of your powerful awesome quirk? Izumi shrugs, tears-eyed. I wish I could turn it off sometimes, by myself. Can I just stay here please? I don't want to break in the middle of a forest. He grumbles. You need to stop coming into my space. But I'll give you an exception, just this once. Izumi smiles gratefully. Thank you, Kota. They sit in silence, Izumi slowly building herself back up after her near break. Kota kicks his legs over the edge, and though Izumi almost wants to tell him to move, he's been here often enough to know not to slip. Also, it probably won't earn her brownie points to needle him again. She leans back, finally not on the brink anymore, and looks up at the stars. It's appealing here. The stars are out again, shining down in a way they can't, so close to more light pollution. It's just a place one really came. Kota mumbles. Well, until you started butting in. Izumi sighs. Yeah, I'm sorry about the dash. She freezes. On the horizon, there's a blaring blue light coming from the trees. Kota stands up to get a better look, eyes wide. A Midoriya fire. Quirk fire. She whispers, slipping open her, thankfully better, mind. Oh, for the love of God, she murmurs, feeling a light coming straight towards them. Not again. Kota, we need to move. Izumi grabs Kota's hand and runs away from where she had sensed the malicious light, but the person leaps over their heads, blocking the path. Ah, where you going? The villain begins conversationally. Man, cool hat kid. Wanna trade? They gave me this boring mask because I'm new. The mask in question is blank white, holes scattered randomly across the surface. Izumi can't tell where he's looking, but at this point it probably doesn't matter. He snorts at their silence. Oh well, came up here to get a vantage point, but actually ran into someone not on our list, and Midoriya Izumi. Daughter of the dragon, youngest pro hero, trained at you. You got a lot going for ya, kid. Izumi gently pushes Kota behind her. She can't rely on anybody for help. Mandalay had been giving Kota his space, and no one knows where she had run off to. But can she face this villain while protecting Kota? Can she face this villain at all? Here, how's about this? The villain says, removing his mask and tossing it aside. You give me the kid, I play around with him for a few minutes, and give you to the dragon to get brownie points. No harm done to your pretty little head. Kota whimpers, hand shaking where it's balled into her shirt. Mama Papa, Izumi gulps, looking into the eyes of their attacker. That face, she recognizes that face. Muscular. She mutters. The villain that had killed Kota parents. Well, what a fun little coinkydink. So you know my name, huh? Muscular laughs. You and I both know you don't have a fighting chance against me. So just back away. Kota shivers, clutching onto her leg. Izumi can feel the fear rolling off him. She can't let this villain hurt him, she can't let him be scared. He's already been hurt so much, hey? She whispers, laying a hand against his hat. It's okay. I'm not gonna let him hurt you. He looks up at her, shocked, and she smiles. I promise. I promise nobody is going to hurt you. Kota's eyes fill with tears, and he buries her face in her side. Muscular just laughs. No one will hurt him. Sorry to disappoint, but I plan to hurt him very, very bad. I'm bored, you see. Izumi gulps, looking up at the villain before her. An unstoppable force she has to stop. If you let Kota go, I'll go with you. I won't fight. The man smirks. Sorry, girlie, but I don't really care if you fight or not. And I want at least one kill before I've got to go back to the boss with the spoils. Oh no. Izumi shifts on her feet, gently opening her mind. She needs to know his every move to survive this. And if she takes those few seconds to sleep and get into his mind, then Kodacho. That's it. You're not gonna let me kill him. Muscular says, smirking. Well then, I guess I'll have to force my way past you. He darts forwards, Izumi just barely jumping away in time. He's fast, she whispers. Kota. Front. Not a chance. Muscular shouts. Izumi kicks the side of his knee, Koda running to hide. Well, that was rude. He grumbles, reaching down to grab her arm. Izumi rolls away from him, listening to his every thought. Oh yeah, before I forget, where's the kid called Bakugu? Izumi's eyes fly wide. Kaken. Muscular smirks. I take that silence as an I don't know. Well, we can still play. Distracted, he's too fast for her to dodge. A kick to her stomach sends her flying into the cliff side, and with a choked groan, she falls to the dirt. Ha, Billy. You're bleeding. Man, this is what I wanted. Muscular cackles, walking towards her. Wait, but what was it you said earlier? Nobody is going to hurt him. Ha. Shakily, she stands, glaring at the man across from her. She can't think about the name he had said now. She needs to focus on the villain in front of her. Hurtsa, he says, striking out at her again, but she's already gone. Man, you're fast, kid. What? I can use my quirk to power up my muscles. I increase my muscle fibers so much they can't be contained by my skin. Well, that sounds uncomfortable. Dump sand on this, but please. Unless sensory organs aren't grown as well. Izumi shakes her head. It obviously doesn't affect him, she whispers, ducking once more. Oh, come on, stop running away. He shouts, punching at the ground below their feet. Unable to dodge the blast, Izumi goes flying along with several rocks. Pain flares through her shoulder as one hits her, and she stumbles to the ground. Her left eye is cloudy with blood from her forehead, and she can see some smeared on the ground before her eyes. Be honest with yourself. You'll make sure no one hurts him. Don't spout words you can't follow up. He raises a fist, ready to smash her through the ground, when a rock smacks against the back of his skull. He murmurs, turning to see Koda. The boy stands there, shaking, tears running down his face and hands still pointed towards them after his throw. Water hose, he whispers, voice cracking. Papa and Mama, did you torment them like that too, before you killed them? Izumi pushes herself up slightly, staring at Koda. Really? Your parents were water hose? Muscular says, shocked. Wow, this must be fate. You know, it's because of them this eye is artificial now. It's your fault, Koda growls. It's because of guys like you that everything always ends up like this? Kids like you are always shifting the blame. Muscular drawls, rolling his one good eye. It's not like I have a grudge against this eye. I wanted to kill, they wanted to stop me. We were all doing what we wanted, there's nothing wrong with that. Izumi's eyes fly wide at the sudden wave coming from his mind, and she throws herself off the ground towards Koda. The only thing wrong is wanting to do something you can't. Muscular shouts, arm crashing through the space behind them as Izumi tackles Koda away from the blow. Like this. You can't protect him forever. I'm going easy on you right now. You're only lying to yourself. Izumi's breathing shudders. She needs time to think. What do you want? What's the League of? Villains after. Hell if I know. Muscular cackles, his quirk rippling across his body. I just want to fight. To let my quirk loose. Izumi gulps and runs through her options. If she can get back to camp, Aizawa can erase his quirk. Can she lead him that far? The second she turns her back, both of them are done for. She doesn't have a choice but to take this villain out here and now, without the help of anyone. She can't, but she has to. She stands to dodge, but this time Muscular slams her aside. Sorry, kid, but I think I caught on to how you work. She hits the cliff side once more, this time hearing something crack and a pain in her side. She crumples to the ground, groaning. That didn't sound good. Muscular whistles, walking closer. Izumi tries to push herself up, but can't. She's out. She can't. Something splashes against Muscular's back, and he turns. Izumi's eyes widen. Koda's quirk. Stop it, he whispers, eyes wet. Leave her alone. Muscular cracks his neck. Oh, so you want to die now? I'm happy to help. Izumi closes her eyes, shutting down her body and throwing all of her energy into her mind and quirk. Once a light golden, now stained an ugly patchy brown with blood rust, chipped slightly. She worms her way through, reaching for his core, trying to stop him, needing to stop him. Muscular stops, fist barely a millimeter from Koda's face. What the hell? Hi. Izumi says, then seizes control. She rips him away from Koda and sends Muscular's body stumbling across the ledge. You little, you're in my head. Oh yeah, it was mentioned you could do that. The villain growls. This is my body. I'm perfectly aware. Izumi growls, looking up to see Koda staring at them in shock. Koda. I'm using my quirk to control Muscular. Please run. I can hold him off. But dash, please. Oh hell no. I'm not letting him go after all that. Muscular growls, shooting forwards. Izumi just barely manages to rein him in, still struggling. Come on, go to sleep. Well, at least she's doing something like this. He's caught off guard, and this is Izumi's turf. Muscular's body is the one to slam against the cliff this time, Quirk twisting him as Koda watches in horror at the mutating form. You can't control me. Muscular growls, the fist he has under his powers slamming against the rock. Izumi growls, doing her best to hold him. Watch me. His fist pounds again, a scream of rage echoing from his mouth. He's way more difficult to control than he has any right to be. It's like trying to stay on a mechanical bull. All of his muscles curl around his body, Quirk bending to the far it knows best, and he slams his skull into the cliffside. Something cracks. It's not him. It's the cliff. Izumi freezes, staring up at the collapsing cliff, and tries to pull him back. Muscular. Back up. Pa. Asking me won't do anything, little girl. I'm stronger. I'm better. You can't dash. Pop. Izumi floats in the dream room, staring in shock as the rusty light fizzles out around her and bits of glass slowly clink to the floor and disintegrate. His mind is gone. She killed him. Izumi shakes her head. Koda still needs her. She can think about this later. She can cry later. She wakes up. Koda is above her, pushing at her side and crying. Midoriya, wake up. Please. Izumi groans and pushes herself up, wincing in pain all the way. She reaches out to wipe away his tears. Hey, I'm fine. I'm fine, I promise. I'm sorry, I froze for a second there. Are you okay? Koda's eyes well up again. I thought he killed you. I'm okay, I promise. I'm not giving up that easily. But you got hurt because of me. Koda sobs, and he lunges forwards to wrap her in a hug. And I was so mean to you. And Izumi grimaces at the pain. Something is most definitely broken, but she looks down and offers Koda a smile. Hey, I promised I'd save you, didn't I? It's what I do. She pats his head. What heroes do. Fight the fights that no one else believes are possible. Sometimes we fail, but we can never stop fighting, just because of the chance we can save someone. She wraps him in her arms, both of them shaking. It doesn't matter who's in trouble. I can't sit back. And without you I doubt I would have gotten that opening. Izumi leans back, smirking. Hey, would you hate me if I called you my hero? Koda snorts, still crying. You can't make that joke. Watch me. She whispers cheekily before looking out to the woods worriedly. Come on. We need to get back to the others. Mandalay is probably worried sick. He nods, wiping away his tears. They move through the woods, Izumi listening carefully for anything or anyone that's out there. Izumi pops her head out of the woods, quickly taking in the scene before her. Mandalay and Tiger fighting a lizard man and a bearded woman, both at a stalemate. Izumi picks up a rock and hands it to Koda. Mind using that good aim for me again. Give me a few seconds to get to another side. He nods determinedly, something to do giving him a foothold. Izumi runs around the trees until she's almost around to the villain's other side before Koda throws the rock straight at the lizard. What the heck? He's just staring at the boy. Koda! Mandalay shouts. Izumi slides in from the back, slamming her foot into the back of his knees. What the foo dash? She grabs his huge weapon thing, dragging it away. Take him down, Mandalay. Hey, it's Midoriya Izumi. She was on the list. The lizard man shouts. But she was also the one Stain deemed to be a hero. Suddenly, there's a glowing aura around her, and she's soaring towards the bearded woman. What the help? Tiger. Mandalay. I can't dash. The woman's quirk. Tiger suddenly jumps between them, striking out at the villain and catching Izumi. That trick won't work again. Big sis Mag. That's the dragon's kid. I know, darling. Izumi growls. Dragon's kid, who the hell beat her up? Someone's roasted. Izumi yelps, jumping away from the hand about to grab her. Hey, leave me alone. Dreamer, run. We'll handle these two. Mandalay shouts. But Dash, the female cat, jumps on the lizard, pushing him to the ground. Go. Izumi nods and darts back into the forest, running for a short while before stopping against a tree and clutching at her ribs. Yeah, it's definitely broken. She opens her mind, listening around her. Mind, oh boy. A knot of fear and power, misery, pain, and screaming. A leech taking control. Izumi's eyes fly straight open. Tokoyami. She pushes herself up, running in that direction. As she moves forwards, Izumi slowly starts hearing screams and roars and crashes, most likely caused by dark shadow letting loose. At least she knows she's getting closer, so she can close her mind and trust her ears to guide her. That turns out to be an issue. A hand grabs her mouth, pulling her back. She squeaks and punches at her captor, opening her mind to hear their thoughts and fight back. Oh my God! She gasps, pulling the hand off her face. Shuji, don't do that. Sorry. He whispers. But you were running straight for Tokoyami. He's lost control. A boulder flies past then, crushing a tree. A roar follows it. I know. She whispers, leaning back against their tree. I was coming to help. All I can do at this point. Izumi peeks around the tree, grimacing when she sees the destruction. Oh no, Tokoyami has been engulfed living shadows, shouting and struggling in the hold of his own quirk. What happened? We were on high alert. The second we realized there were villains in the woods. Tokoyami was holding back shadow, even though it was dark. But we were attacked by a villain. He raises a shorn-off arm, wincing as he exposes it to the air. Izumi takes it, carefully wiping away the BL'd. Don't worry, it will grow back. Can't feel too good though. Shuji shrugs. In any case, Tokoyami lost control after that. Dark shadow transformed into that monster, and it's attacking anything and everything that moves. So we can't get close? Izumi whispers, poking her head out again. That blob of anger is so strong to coincide with the sweet shadow that had chirped and cooed when she patted its head. He's crying, she says sadly, seeing poor Tokoyami in the mass. We have to help him. How? Dash, everyone. Mandalay. Izumi murmurs, looking upwards. Dash, in the name of pro-hero Eraserhead, you are all given permission to engage in combat. The woman's voice echoes in her head. Dash, I repeat. All of Class A and B. You are given permission to engage in combat. But not another stain incident. She turns back to Tokoyami. But right now we need to focus. We still can't do anything. Can you force it down? If you jump into his mind. At the moment he's unstable, but it would still be a risk to his mental state. Izumi mutters. Plus, I'm not sure I can control Dark Shadow any more than Tokoyami can. And the attempt could knock out what little control he has if only we had light. He told me to leave him. Shuji says quietly. I don't think there's anything we can do, we need to move on. Izumi frowns and opens her mind. She needs another member. Another helper. Someone, anyone red. Orange. Purple. Izumi closes her mind, a plan forming. I don't trade people I save. Besides, we need his power. She looks up at Shuji. A quick question. How fast can you run? The answer is, just fast enough to not die but still slow enough to know what it's like to be a rabbit running away from a dragon. This was a great idea in my head, I swear. Izumi screeches, jumping over a creek and dodging trees just before Dark Shadow smashes it down. Somehow I doubt that. Shuji replies, stumbling over a root. We're almost there, I promise. Izumi gasps. Just a little more, they burst out of the woods, immediately slipping the ice. Izumi slides all the way to the feet of an absolutely shocked Hitoshi. Oh, thank God. She gasps. Light. We need light. Tokoyami and Dark Shadow explode out of the trees, screeching so loud Izumi can feel her eardrums shake inside her skull. The villain shouts something that Dark Shadow seems to take offense to, and suddenly the villain has been crushed to the ground. Shuto, Bakugo, and Hitoshi stumble back, staring up at the roiling mass of screaming monster. Light you to tame Dark Shadow. Shuji shouts. Seeming to snap back from their shock, Shuto and Bakugo launch themselves forwards and set off their quirks. Dark Shadow lets out a scream of rage, but it can't thrive in the light. Tokoyami stumbles to the ground, panting. Izumi rushes over, laying a hand against his back. Tokoyami, are you okay? The raven looks up, still gasping for breath. I'm fine. I'm sorry I lost control. Izumi smiles gently. Under this kind of stress and the training for the last few days. It's understandable. I know I did. She stands, looking over everyone here. But that's 2 villains I've seen taken out myself. Mandalay and Tiger were fighting another 2, and Eraserhead has met up with them, likely found another villain. Pixie Bob is down, but they were winning when I left. That Toothmot half is down, Bakugo says, shocked. Out cold? Izumi confirms, tapping at her head. You all alright? Shinso nods. Bruised, but we can still move. You, on the other hand, are covered in BLD. Izumi winces, remembering Muscular SS crushed light. You should see the other guy. A broken rib and a head wound with no concussion. I got off easy. The boys blink in surprise. Fair enough. That villain said he was looking for people. I think he was supposed to take out you specifically, Kaken. Bakugo rolls his eyes. If you took him out, I would have managed. Izumi glares at him. This isn't a joke, Kaken. He's the one who killed Waterhose a few years ago. She shudders. He was playing around with me. Still managed to collapse a cliff. A cold hand falls on her shoulder, and she reaches up to hold it. These guys aren't like the USJ. They have specific targets. They have a goal that isn't fear. They have strong fighters that are capable of taking on and killing pro-heroes. 3 lights shine in the distance, Izumi recognizing 2. They've caught us split up. Come on, Uraraka and Tsuyu need help. Shuji, Bakugo, Shuto, Hitoshi, and Izumi run back down the path, trying to find the 2 girls. They facing a villain too. Hitoshi calls. Izumi nods from where she's running next to Bakugo. Young, female, absolutely insane. Great. We're here. Izumi calls, jumping around a tree. The other 4 skid to a stop, taking in the scene before them. Uraraka is standing, clutching a bleeding wound on her leg. Tsuyu is pinned to a tree by some kind of needle on a hose, and standing between them is the villain Izumi had sensed. The girl looks about their age, twin buns high on her head. A bulky mask covers the lower part of her face. Dean can't fight them all. She grumbles, eyes skating across the group as she turns to run. Suddenly, her eyes focus on Izumi. A wave of shock and lust so strong Izumi nearly breaks from it rolls over her senses, and she stumbles against Bakugo's side. Deku, what the F? She's getting away. Izumi clutches her head, shuddering and hoping she had misinterpreted those vibrations. That was like a filthy wet dream and one of those chaotic bloody hellscapes rolled into one. I think I'm gonna throw up. She gasps, clutching onto his arm. Oh, I do not like that girl one bit. Sit the F down and don't throw up on me. Bakugo growls, lowering her down and stomping off. For F's sake, Tokoyami nods sagely. She had a cruel aura. Uraraka and Tsuyu walk over, arms slung over each other's shoulder. Are you guys okay? What happened? Izumi groans, laying flat out on the ground. I've seen 5 villains. Me and Koda took care of 1, Tiger and Mandalay were fighting 2 more. Pixie Bob got taken out, but our side was winning when I left. Tokoyami took out another and that girl was the 5th. I can assume Eraserhead fought another, and there must have been one who started the fire. Is your leg okay? Uraraka winces. I'm fine. Tsuyu's tongue got cut too. Nothing that needs immediate medical attention. Tsuyu croaks. You guys? Bruises, Shuji lost an arm, Izumi has a broken rib. Shinso lists off. Uraraka winces. Someone kill me. Izumi groans into the leaves. My brain hurts. I was doing so well, and then she slams a hand against the forest floor. PTBBBLT. Do you need me to use my quirk? Hitoshi asks, crouching by her side and rubbing her back gently. Only for a few seconds. We can't afford to lose focus. The fuzzy weirdness feels odd with her face pressed into the ground, leaves sticking to dried BLD, but oh well. Any break from her brain is welcome. She comes back to full consciousness, wincing as her rib grates when she sits up. But we should probably go back to camp. Her mind flickers, and he head darts up, looking around. Tokoyami. He's gone. Everyone immediately goes on high alert, looking around to try and find their missing classmate. Izumi opens her mind, listening. His light, next to a showy one working very fast. Villain, she says shortly. Up there in the trees. I can still see Tokoyami. But he's muted, and it looks like the villain has him. Izumi says quickly. He won't be able to fight back thou, Hitoshi, move. What holy SHT? A man with a trench coat leaps for him out of nowhere, and Izumi can sense minds. It's a good thing that he's already been tackled away and is now laying on the floor. With Shudo on top of him. Nose to nose. They blink in shock, obviously not expecting this to happen at all and too surprised to move. They're just staring at each other, faces red. Oh my, whispers the villain, chortling. Shudo squeaks. Now is not the time for flirting, Aswads. Bakugu shouts, striking out at the villain with an explosion. They seem to come back to life, rolling away and stumbling as far from each other as possible. Trenchcoat man jumps over Bakugu's head, stretching a hand towards Izumi. How rude of you to ruin my entrance, dreamer. Izumi, look out. Shudo shouts, raising his ice hand to use his quirk. Izumi stares up at the man, getting closer and closer to where she's sitting on the forest floor, bleeding and still struggling with her mind. She rolls backwards as soon as he gets too close to dodge her legs, using all of her strength to hit him as strong as she can in the stomach. He goes flying over her head, slamming into the tree that Tsuyu had been pinned to as Izumi uses that momentum to stand up. Hey, but you know she's a pro, right? Hitoshi asks. I may have underestimated her. The villain stills as Hitoshi activates his quirk. Subdue him. Then Hitoshi can let him go and we'll get some answers. Izumi directs. Shudo nods and kicks at the ground, a wave of ice rushing forwards and wrapping around the villain. Once he's sure of the icy prison, he nods to Hitoshi. Bakugu slams his palm into the tree the second the masked man starts moving, growling through his bared teeth. Give. The bird brain. But, well, that's rather rude. Though I must admit, I've been rather rude as well. My name is Compress. Mr. Compress, if you would. A good show tonight. Stop around with me. Give back our classmates so I can beat your friends' asses. Compress tilts his head. I must say, I've only known them for a short while. We are more acquaintances than friends. Oh, for F's sake, a flash of a thought, and Izumi jumps forwards. Kaken, look out, The ice vanishes, and Compress's hand slams against Bakugu's ichi. In a moment he's gone, the villain the only thing left. Kaken. Compress bows slightly, tilting his hat, before leaping away. I fear I've overstayed my welcome and underestimated you. Goodbye, students. Shudo tries to catch the villain with the ice wall he had used on Zero, but the villain is simply gone, bounding away on the tops of the trees. Damn it. Izumi shouts, moving to run, but a pain in her side has her frozen. No, we're not gonna catch up to him in time. What can we do then? Tsuyu croaks. They have Bakugu and Tokoyami. Izumi grits her teeth. She needs to think of something, anything. Uraraka. Make everyone float and Tsuyu, throw us after the villain. Izumi says quickly. Hurry. Shuji sighs as Uraraka begins tapping everyone on the arm. Did I mention I hate your ideas? Compress was apparently not expecting four, slightly screaming, teenagers to slam into him midair. I mean, hey, who's really going to expect that? The five of them, a hero, 3 heroes in training and a villain, go tumbling to the ground in a small clearing. Izumi immediately senses 5 more minds, one of them being that girl. Another is a Nomu. Great. Heads up. There's more, we're surrounded. She shouts as the villain beneath them disappears. Blue flame rushes into the space, Izumi recognizing it as what had lit the forest ablaze. Shuji, too slow to dodge completely, lets out a strangled shout. Split up, the students glare at the 4 villains they're facing. The girl, a villain with scars who looks stitched together, and one whose mind is nearly split in Tunjin. She whispers, watching him attack Shudo. No, I knew he was unstable, but, hi Izumi. Comes a squealing voice, and Izumi dodges away from a glint of metal. Focus. I'm Toga Himiko. A knife flashes towards her, and Izumi grabs Toga's wrist, struggling slightly. The girl giggles, leaning closer, surprisingly strong. You know, I've been thinking. You'd be even cuter if you bled some more. A foot catches her ankle, and suddenly Izumi is on the ground, pinned in a much less fun way than earlier. Dreamer. Shuji shouts, smacking the girl away from her with his good set of arms. Toga goes tumbling for a few feet, and when she regains her footing, her whole demeanor has changed. So you want to get between us, do you? Toga growls, shifting her grip on her knife. You're not my type. But I'll cut you too. She's crazy. Shuji whispers, eyes wide. Izumi groans, rolling to her knees. Pretty sure I mentioned that. Be careful, she's good with that knife. Shudo and Hitoshi are pushed back by Jin, the villain still switching randomly between his personalities. Compress. You got the kid. The masked man nods, reaching into his pocket. I do indeed. Todoroki. We're done here. Shuji calls. What? We aren't leaving without the other 2. Shuji raises a hand, showing 2 small ball. I know. I've got them. He looks up, glaring at the villains. Grabbed then when we tackled him? The pickpocket. Compress says, mask tilting. I would expect it with so many hands. Izumi squints her eyes at the marbles. They don't eyes as Nomu. In 3 seconds flat, they're surrounded. Nomu, Kurogiri, the 4 villains before them. Nowhere to go. You missed the signal 5 minutes ago. Kurogiri says. We're surrounded, Hitoshi whispers, staring around. It doesn't matter. Shuji, that's not them. Izumi says, turning back to Compress. They're in your mouth, aren't they? The marbles with the real students. Compress lets out a sigh, snapping his fingers and revealing chunks of ice from the marbles Shuji had recovered. You are far too annoying. Where's your sense of showmanship? I have it when I need it. Izumi smirks. Speaking of, if you're gonna do something, do it now. A laser shoots from a bush, striking Compress's mask and knocking his face aside. 2 orbs fly out of his mouth. A laser. Dabi growls, whipping around to its source. Izumi and Shuji rush forward, each grabbing a marble. Izumi smiles as she stares down at it, seeing Bakuga's orange light flickering within. Alright, now we can Toga grins, sitting in her back. Gotcha now, Izumi-chan. In seconds, they're back to wrestling, Izumi catching glimpses of the rest of the fight going on around them. The other 3 are struggling with Jin and Dabi, and Izumi is alone. Toga grins, grabbing her wrist and wrapping it in one of her tube things. I caught a cutie. Hands tied, Izumi struggles to break free, but she can't. She drops Bakugo. If they don't notice him, come on. We have what we need. Dabi shouts, throwing Hitoshi off him and throwing a walk of fire into the space between. Let's go. Help. Izumi shouts, hands still tied. She hears footsteps near her, but it's Dabi. He down at her, looking almost sad. Sorry, kiddo. He picks up Bakuga's marble. Portal opens behind them, and Izumi can only struggle helplessly as Shuto and Hitoshi reach for her through sputtering flames. We did it. You proud of us, handyman? Izumi drops to hardwood floors. She knows this place. She looks up, eyes wide. This bar was where she had gone the first time she had gone through one of Kurogiri's portals. She's with the League now. She turns her head to the floor, a tear falling from her eyes. Izumi. Warm, scarred hands pull her into a hug. That light dragon. Izumi freezes. No. This can't be happening. Please no. He releases her, gently rubbing away the dried BLD above her eyes as his light turns murderous. Who the hell did this to you? He growls. The binds on her hands fall away, but Izumi still can't move. She can't move, she can't think well. The dragon hisses, looking up at the villains who had brought her in. Compress raises his hands in the air. She was like that when I first saw her. Toga chirps. She looks so pretty like that though. What the FIS happening, let go of me UFF? Bakuga's awake. Oh, for the love of tie him up or something, will you? Shigaraki rasps. I don't want to deal with him. You did decent. Kurogiri. Take us to the warehouse. Another portal engulfs them. At this point, the only thing keeping Izumi standing is the dragon. This time, she's in a small room, screens and medical equipment covering the walls. She opens her mind, trying to get some kind of information about this place, but Izumi screams and completely gives up on trying to stand. That emptiness, cold, hollow, broken lights with nothing inside them press in on her from all directions. Shock, confusion, anger, and protectiveness rise up on all sides, and Izumi blearily realizes Bakuga's been pulled here as well. Ragdoll sits limply in the corner, panting. In the center of it all a cold mind. Izumi gulps and literally pulls herself back together. Piece by piece, until she can stand on her own 2 feet again, glaring at the villains that surround her. Only a second. But it was enough to feel everything. Sensei? She pants, looking up at the man. He smiles. Hello, little Midoriya. It's been a while, hasn't it? Did you get your mind under control? I apologize for the pain you must have felt. You know him? Bakuga hisses, stopping his struggling at the box-like contraption on his hands. He's shaking. Izumi nods silently to his question. She's scared too. What do you want with us? Sensei smiles, carefully unhooking himself from the machines around him and standing. Now, we have some time. I already have what I want from Ragdoll. Her quirk has always been impressive. You stole it? Izumi growls, face twisting. You just, Sensei smiles. Yes. Now, your friend here, he doesn't know me. He looks up, the same simple smile on his face. I'm Sensei. Although heroes call me All for One, the name of my quirk. I have the ability to take and give powers to others. A tremble is all he gets as a response. Sensei shrugs, walking over to Izumi. That won't do. He murmurs, waving his hand. The broken bone inside her torso twists and snaps into place. Now then, I deeply apologize, my dear, but with your quirk being a communication one, I can't allow you to keep it for the time being. Izumi's eyes go wide, and she rises to move away, but the dragon's hands tighten on her arms. Sorry, Izumi, but it needs to happen. He whispers, gently patting her shoulder as she struggles. Don't worry. You can earn it back, I'm sure. It's only for now. Sensei assured me it would be painless. I promise I won't let anything happen to you. Izumi watches as that hand gets closer. The hand that had taken from Ragdoll and thousands of others. The hand that had given to one for all and hundreds of villains. Deku. Oh. Stop, please. She screams, but she can't stop it. The hand touches her head. Izumi blinks in confusion, looking around herself. The dream room. She looks up, lost. That's new. Sensei's light is growing and expanding, bloating into a supernova and collapsing upon itself into a black hole. A funnel forms, something rushing past Izumi, and suddenly she's staring through a passage at the man she's feared for years. They stare at each other, Izumi's power still flowing through the tunnel. A light passes by her, and she tilts her head to look at it. A young child plagued with nightmares. More come, floating through the funnel as well. Izumi raises her hand towards them, watching as they float away. Lights that had been plagued by depression and stress, PTSD, anxiety, floating away from her. Friends, enemies, family. Koda, Bakuga, Hitoshi, Shudo, Yamada, Izawa. No. She whispers, watching them leave. No. Shudo freezes in middle of telling the police officer what happened, Hitoshi standing beside him doing the same. Izawa clutches at his head, their connection to Izumi straining. No. She looks down, tears running down her face. This place had been her hell and her heaven. It had been her safe place and the place that gave her so much pain. She knew every light and every crack like the back of her hand. She can't lose it. No, that's not right. She looks back up, glaring. He can't take it. She reaches out, holding on to her quirk with everything she has. Sensei twitches, confused. What are you? This is my power. She shouts. My pain. My lights, my mind. I rebuilt it piece by piece. You can't take it. The lights begin to flow back to her as she pulls with all her might. Sensei scowls, trying to retake them, their strengths struggling against each other in a game of tug-of-war. Her glass shudders, breaking into a million pieces once more, rising up against the villain. You want my pain so bad? Izumi hisses, emotion and glass and light spiraling around her in a nuclear kaleidoscope. Then take it. Her barriers crash into his, ripping and tearing, opening both their minds to everyone around them. They're screaming, everyone villain or hero is shocked, not understanding, but they can't do anything but scream. This is my home. I grew it, I cultivated it, I built it from the ground up. I suffered for it. I spent years remaking it. It and everyone else who I gave a home to. Sensei struggles with this new pain, the quirk shared through their connection ripping him apart. But Izumi knows this pain. It's an old friend. It's hers. And no one can take it from her. The last of the lights flow back into her mind, but Izumi doesn't stop. She keeps going, keeps pulling and struggling and raging against the villain that was the catalyst for so many people's suffering. She's taking more than she's giving. Sensei rips his hand off her head, stumbling back against his chair, clutching at his scarred skull. Izumi collapses on the floor, her glass spinning and retreating into its proper place. She doesn't have to deal with that again. You said it wouldn't hurt her. The dragon shouts, falling to his knees next to Izumi and pulling her into his arms. What the F was that? Are you alright? Shigaraki gasps, staring at the collapsed man. What did she do to him? Izumi whimpers. The world seems so much brighter, louder. Her hearing has been multiplied and there's something running beneath her skin that makes her feel like she's going to explode. Ow, 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 ow. It's all going to be okay. I knew I shouldn't have let him do that. I'm so sorry. It wouldn't have hurt her, normally. Sensei gasps, pulling himself up. How fascinating she was aware of the destructive nature of her quirk. The exact moment I was in the middle of taking it, for that split second that the power was stretched across our minds, she used it to destroy both of us. He leans over her, tilting her chin up to look her in the eyes. Amazing that's never happened before. Izumi glares at him. If he's this close, she brings her leg up with all her remaining strength, and kicks him as strong as she can in the pages. It's almost hilarious how quickly that gets this terrifying villain off her. AlyaKtheDorkLord. Bakugo screams, struggling madly against his handcuffs like he's wiggling in glee. She distinctly hears the dragon let out a choked laugh, and even Shigaraki snorts in surprise. She hisses angrily. Sensei grimaces, hunched over in pain. I suppose I deserve that. Well, for your quirk a more inelegant solution will have to suffice. Izumi pulls at the quirk cancellation HNDCFFS on her wrists. Stupid clunky things, at least the humming feeling of being too open and raw was gone. The energy within her must have been some weird backlash of her quirk. Where's Kaken? She asks, staring up at the dragon. He shrugs. Probably with the rest of the league. They want to recruit him. I'll admit he'll have much more fun destroying things with us. Such an amazingly destructive quirk, so bloodthirsty, Izumi pales. He'll never join. The dragon shrugs. Well, we can still try. But that's not think about that. He grabs her hand, squeezing it. We're together as father and daughter. We shouldn't be thinking about that. Here, I bought you a toothbrush and other things. Clothes, I know you like to draw. Flames eat at the door, green hair smolders to ashes. Izumi winces back, clutching at her head. Oh, sweetie, I know, you've had a big day. I'm sorry, I know you're scared. The dragon coos. Come on, I'll show you tomorrow. He leads her to a bed, pressing a glass to her lips. Izumi chokes, but swallows the water, slumping onto the bed. I want to go home, she whispers, tears spilling from her eyes. Please, the dragon sits behind her, carefully undoing the braid that's been matted in BLD and loose from the fight. This is home now. Izumi is frozen again. She can't speak out, he'll get angry, but this place is cloying and she just wants to leave. She wants to see Kaken, and Hitoshi and Shudo. She wants to see her dads. And Auntie Kiyama. She yawns, the hands combing through her hair soothing. Sleep sounds nice. Sleep sounds really nice. You drugged me, she whispers, struggling to keep her eyes open. What will sleep even be like, without her quirk activated? Sorry, Izumi. The dragon whispers, still stroking through her hair. I wasn't sure if you could sleep after all that excitement. Despite her struggles, Izumi sinks into black. There's nothing. No dreams. Just sleep. Shoyuta. Aizawa sighs, looking up from the reports the students gave him. All the information they have on the attack. Yamada stands in the doorway, hair messy down his back and bags under his eyes. Come on. You need to sleep. Oh. I need to keep thinking, if only the slightest detail could help us find them, help us find her. I know, kitten, I know. But you can't work yourself into nothing, will be no help that way. I can't just sleep when our daughter is with villains. Aizawa shouts, standing up and slamming his fist on the table. You think I don't feel the same way? Yamada shouts in return. We can't do anything right now. You know that. I won't let you destroy yourself over this. He walks forwards, grabbing his husband's shoulders. Please, Shoyuta. You know what she'd want if she was here. If she was here. Aizawa repeats, slumping into Yamada's grip. I failed her. Yamada can't say anything to that. Only drag Aizawa to bed. Hitoshi sits in his hospital cot, staring up at the ceiling blankly. Footsteps come towards him, and a dual-colored head pokes into his eyesight. Hey. Hitoshi sits up, looking at Shudo. Yeah. Shudo scratches at his head, trying to figure out what to say. I'm sorry. Hitoshi frowns. For what all? We're fighting. He snorts, rolling his eyes. Nearly forgot about that. I've been confused lately. Shudo admits, wringing his hands. And I took it out on you. I kept everything knotted up, and that's why Izumi had to leave. We were together for the challenge, and then we started talking and she had to go. He looks down at the ground, shifting on his feet. I think. It's my fault. Shudo whispers, looking down at his hands. That she's gone. What? He clenches his fist, turning to Hitoshi. If she hadn't left, she wouldn't have broken a rib or gotten hurt. She could have done something, she could have fought them off, but it's my fault. Hitoshi dives forwards, wrapping Shudo in his arms. It's not your fault. He whispers. It's not. We keep putting the blame onto ourselves, the mall incident, now this. It's not our fault. We can't change or predict the things that villains are going to do. I should have done something. We both should have. Hitoshi says. We'll get her back. Her and Bakugo. You really think Aizawa or Present Mike is letting them get away with their kid? Hell no. All Might, Midnight, Nedzu, a whole bunch of heroes are angry. They don't stand a chance. Muscular stands before her, face still grinning that sick grin, reaching forwards, until rocks come from nowhere, crashing, crushing. Izumi gasps, sitting straight up in her bed. No. Izumi. She looks up, tears in her eyes. A blurry figure with tangled dark hair comes towards her. Dad. Shoo, it's okay. Not Dad. Izumi whimpers, trying to squirm out of the hands that are too hot. Hey, it's okay. It's all right. Just a bad dream. I won't let anyone hurt you. Izumi wants to scream that he is hurting her, he's holding her here, she just wants to go home. But she's still choking on sobs, trying to get the feeling of a light dissipating around her out of her head, trying to forget the pain. Nightmares sek. I killed him. She gasps, raising her still cuffed hands to wipe at her face. I killed him. Oh God, he's dead because of me. I killed him. You what? Izumi curls in on herself, sobbing. The one who broke my rib, he was attacking me and Koda. I had to fight back, and he slammed into the cliff and the cliff broke. the dragon's hands still on her back. We still haven't found Muscular, underneath a pile of rocks halfway up a cliff? Izumi whispers, shocked at her own words. I just walked away, but I felt it. She looks up at the dragon, eyes wide. I know how it feels. To die. The villain looks down at her, an unreadable expression on his face. And Izumi can't tell what he's thinking because of these stupid HNDCFFs. I remember my first kill. The dragon murmurs. It was kind of like yours. Sensei had initiated an attack, though it was all underlings who didn't even really know who they were working for. Izumi shudders, tears still streaming down her face. She doesn't want to hear this. He was after my mother, actually. Your grandmother. The dragon says, remembering. Her quirk was a bit like yours. She could use it to connect people's minds together. More of a party trick, seeing through others' eyes. She was colorblind, used to go around showing people what it looked like. Sensei thought it could be used differently. He shrugs. Well, that's not important. Someone attacked me and I panicked. I let loose. The whole building and everyone in it burned to the ground. Izumi shudders. All those people, I felt the same way you did at first. The dragon whispers. I was shocked and horrified and disgusted, but I couldn't stop. I saw men, women, children screaming and swatting at their clothes as they burned alive. Izumi curls up even tighter. She doesn't want to hear this. This is the opposite of what she wants to hear. But then Sensei came. He had taken my mother's quirk and was wondering what all this flame was, as it wasn't the quirk of one of his underlings. He found me, a scared teenager, in the middle. He sighs, reminiscing. He used my mother's quirk to connect us. To show me what was truly there. He raises his hands to his face, blowing across his palms until he's holding a ball of fire. Orange flames flicker across his skin, almost dancing. Izumi can almost hear the screams. Fire. Fire in all its glory, burning the world to ash. Power, my power, wrapping itself around things that could not contain it, control it as I could. The flames in his hands waver, turning reddish, then yellow, then almost green. It was appealing. The flames dance off into the darkness, dissipating. I saw everything I could do. I saw chaos, people fighting over a mere drop of water, and what were laws, if I could burn them so quickly? What were humans, if they were kindling? What was I, if not a lighter? The only thing holding me back was the laws of life. But I could burn them. I could do anything I wished. Izumi closes her eyes. This is when he broke. The stress. The chaos. His mind mutated to accept it. Right? She can't tell. She can't tell anything. She can't see his mind, or his past, because even though she had protected her quirk and it's still a part of her, it was still inaccessible to her. She's never been so lonely in her life. The dragon reaches down, gently wiping away her tears. Fire became my goddess. I love your mother. She replaced that. For a short time. I loved her as well. But one day I burned a bit more. Inko recognized me on the screen, and he shudders, pulling Izumi closer. On ice, like a dead fish, no life, no light. I had never felt so empty. I tried so strong to forgive her. She did what she had to do. Izumi whispers hatefully. You were hurting people? The dragon sighs, petting through her hair. I know. She had not been freed like I had. I admit I regret it sometimes. But betrayal is betrayal. He looks her in the eye, a small smile on his face. I'm sorry your first kill couldn't have been as freeing as mine. I know you still feel terrible, still bound by laws and regulations that those filthy heroes placed upon you. They tell you to control your power, keep it cut short, never allow yourself to be free. I know you hate me because of those ideals. Izumi looks up at him, eyes wide. He smiles, a hand running down her cheek. You're here so I can change that. Here, Izumi. Izumi turns her face away from the food, not even looking at it. After last night and the sleeping drags that morning, he had shown her all sorts of things he had bought. New clothes, he had burned her hero shirt, a toothbrush, hairbrush, flowery shampoos. He was completely prepared for her. For a long, long stay. I promise I haven't put anything in there, Please, the dragon cajoles her. Izumi, you need to eat? I want to see Kaken. She whispers, tearing up. Who knows what happened after they were dragged apart? What they had done to him? The dragon reaches out, and though she flinches away, he pets at her hair again. If you see him, will you eat? Please. Izumi nods reluctantly. But come on, he's still at the bar. The bar is full of the villains who were at the training camp, plus Kurogiri and Shigaraki, the former calmly washing a glass behind the counter. Pressed against the wall, strapped to a chair, was Kaken. Izumi rushes across the room, wrapping her arms around him as best she could with their restraints. Deku. He whispers, shocked. What are you? I was so worried I thought. I'm fine. The hell are those? Izumi raises her hands awkwardly. Quirk cancellation HNDCFFS. They couldn't take my quirk, so, look at her. She's so cute. Comes a squealing voice. So worried they fixed her up though. Izumi shudders, looking up at Toga. Still crazy. Here, Izumi. A hand pulls at her shoulder, sliding a chair nearby. You said you'd eat? The dragon passes her a plate, and for the first time Izumi actually realizes what it is he's been trying to feed her. Mom's curry, I'm not as good as she was at cooking, but it should be decent. The dragon says. Sorry for the intrusion, everyone. My daughter was worried for her friend. Understandable, after the training camp. Shigaraki says. Izumi, remembering her promise and afraid of the alternative, starts eating, even though she feels like vomiting. He's lying. Taking advantage of people who followed Stain's ideals, but if she speaks out here and now, Shigaraki would likely kill her. Doesn't mean she can't get a tiny bit of revenge. Isn't that a lot of food? Izumi asks innocently. I'm not going to eat all of that curry. Bakugu makes a choked noise beside her, before whispering, is it as bad as Auntie's? Izumi barely nods her head as the dragon smiles. Oh, of course not. I brought some to see if the others wanted some. Bakugu, you ate this before, right? Hell if I'm eating your food, jackass. Bakugu hisses angrily. Give it to the rest of your deadbeat but emo band. Come on, take the bait. Eat the death curry. Shigaraki shrugs. Whatever. I'm hungry. Here you are. The dragon says happily, passing around plates. It's been a while, I just wanted her to feel more comfortable. The reaction is every bit the revenge Izumi had hoped for. She and Bakugu sit back, evil grins on their faces as Shigaraki spits out his food. What the F? Toga runs out of the room, screaming about water. Jean, who was apparently called twice, alternated between pained screaming and telling the dragon his cooking was excellent. Compress has ripped off his mask, panting. Kurogiri looks on in shock, having not eaten, and Dabi and Spinner are snickering in the corner. The dragon looks incredibly confused. It's not that BAO, right? Spicy. Oh, right, spicy. Mag screeches. My mouth is on fire. Deku. Bakugu whispers. Figure out where the F we are. Izumi nods, carefully slipping off her seat. They need to know everything they can about this place if they want to have any chance of escape. Now, she has a chance to investigate while the dragon is being distracted by several angry villains. She's out of the room quickly, running down a small hallway. The doors she opens all lead to small rooms with boarded-up windows, if there are any at all. One leads to a room obviously just behind the bar. Two are labeled with bathroom signs. Down the hall, she opens a final door. Met with an abandoned floor to a decrepit building, light streaming through a small window at the top of a wall. Underground, yes. She whispers, rushing over to the window, spotting a small street outside. A convenience store sign catches her eye, the name of the city alongside it. Are you kidding me? They're in the middle of a huge city, a hand grabs her shoulder, and she yelps as she's slammed into a strong wall. Toga's face comes into her view, smiling brightly. You know, Izumi-chan, that was pretty mean. The girl coos. Getting your dad to feed us that stuff I saw. You did it on purpose, right? Because you were angry. Izumi struggles against the young villain. Why is she so strong? Toga croons, a knife flashing into view. You know, I really like BLD. I'm sad they cleaned you up. I would have liked to lick it off or let it dry and then cut more and watch it all run down your pretty freckled skin. Izumi strikes out with both her hands, but Toga's knife catches the link between her cuffs and strikes deeply into the wall above her. Izumi is pinned. The HNFs are pretty though, you look so cute. Toga steals, pulling out another knife. Hey, I noticed before, but you have a crush, right? Izumi freezes. Wow, how did? Toga giggles, the blade of her knife slowly tracing down Izumi's neck. I can just tell. And you haven't made a move either, and neither have they. Izumi twists her wrists, the HNDCFFs creaking. The knife weakened them. If she can just break them, she can go unconscious. No one would be able to wake her up until she was back in her own mind. She had seen a street sign, she knew where she was, she just needed to free her quirk. That means this is your first. Izumi blinks, staring at Toga. Wamnich, kissing her. Toga was kissing her. And it was anything but chaste. Izumi tries to turn her head to the side, to get the tongue out of her mouth, but Toga's hand is gripping her cheek and the other is holding a knife far too close to her face for Izumi's liking. She tries to pull on her HNDCFFs, but that knife is really stuck into the wall. Suddenly, Toga is knocked away, and for the first time in her life Izumi is happy to see her BRH father. You little thief. The dragon roars, flame dripping from his lips. He rips the knife from the wall, casting it aside and catching Izumi as she stumbles. Izumi! Izumi looks up at him, covering her mouth with tears in her eyes. The dragon growls. That's it. He picks Izumi up, carefully walking her to the door and setting he down inside. Wait a moment, sweetie. The door slams, and angry screaming and chaotic giggling start up on the other side. Izumi shudders, wiping at her mouth. Well, some good has come out of this. Izumi slams the HNDCFFs against the wall, grimacing as they spark. They're just broken enough. She hits again, and suddenly everything is brighter. The roars of a protective father, his stomps seeming to reverberate around her. Toga's crazed mind, completely unrepentant, if a bit scared. She shudders and hunches in on herself. Sleep. She needs to sleep. She needs to find her dads, her real dads, All Might, Hitoshi, Shudo, anyone. She needs to make contact. She can't sleep. They're going all out. Comes a tired drawl. Izumi winces, feeling the angry blue mind, just like his fire. Dubby. Come on, kid. You need to get away from them. I heard how your quirk works. Those idiots will give everyone our location at this point. Kuro gyres after him. Izumi doesn't resist as scarred hands pull her up and bring her into one of the adjoining rooms, sitting her down and rubbing her back. I won't let you sleep, I'm telling you now. Dabi says. Izumi whimpers. She was so close she throws her head back, wrestling her mind under control. Keep calm. A few moments, she just needs a few moments. Dabi regards her silently, seeming to notice she had managed to calm herself down. Geez. The hell did that little psycho do? Izumi gags. Kissed me. Well, SHT. That would do it. Dabi says. Crazy beach. Then again, that BS sturdy isn't any better, thinking this is going to work out for him. He sighs. Anyway, if you need a break, just come to me, yeah? I don't want to be kidnapping kids, but this is what the League is doing. Apparently you got Stain's attention too. Called you a true hero. Izumi winces. Stupid Stain, I spoke my mind. She whispers. Nothing else. Something needed to be done and I did it, it was the right thing to do. Izumi looks up at the scarred man, watching him carefully. Why are you doing this? Helping me. Izumi says, bringing her knees up and hugging herself. Thank you, by the way. I was about to go into a full-on fit. Dabi shrugs. I said it already. Stain sees you as a hero. I'll honor his wishes. Izumi frowns. That's part of the truth, but she opens her mind a smidge. Just enough to listen to a furious Kurogyri in the distance and feel Dabi's emotions filtering through. Not Dabi. That isn't his real name, is it? That's not it. Izumi whispers. You feel grateful towards me for something I did. Wait. His quirk, fire, expelled from all points on the body. Scars. Thanks for something she did specifically. Distrust, even anger at the hero system. And those eyes, she knows those eyes. She knows that face, seen in an offhand moment in a dream years ago. No way. She whispers, staring up at his face. Danny snorts. DMN. Figured me out already. Mind being a little less intelligent. Shigaraki still can't get it. It's pissing him off. Why? Izumi gasps, staring up at him. He growls, looking down at his hands. If you really have figured out who I am, you know dim and well why. Dabi hisses. That man, he took everything from me. My childhood, my self-worth, my siblings, my pride. I wasn't anything but a broken tool. Izumi can't say anything to that. She's seen it. She knows what Dabi had gone through. This isn't the way to fix things. She says. You can't possibly imagine you're going to kill every single bad hero in the world. No. Dabi murmurs. But the fear I will is there, the fear that someone is going to call them out on their bullshit. Stain may be gone, but I'll do everything I can to follow his work. Those who do it for money, fame, power, your friend. Kaken isn't doing it because of what he says. Izumi insists. He's doing it so he can use his power to fight back. And those who do it for money. Izumi rolls her eyes. Get it through your thick skull? She says. You and Stain. Being a hero is a job. If volunteer work for the sick or homeless or starving gave money, would people turn it down? Unlikely. Besides, I know someone who is doing it for the money. Dabi looms down at her, eyebrows raised. Oh, she grew up poor. Her greatest dream is to be able to repay her parents for ever they've done for her, so they don't have to work so strong. Dabi shakes his head. 1 in thousands. You can't possibly believe he deserves to be a hero. Izumi sighs. She doesn't really have anything to say to this. No, I don't. But he's helping. He's doing something. Maybe not for the right reasons, but Dabi shakes his head. Nothing you say is going to stop me. I've made up my mind. I'm going to kill him and any other corrupt hero I find. He stands, raising his palm and watching fire dance across it. I'll burn him alive like he did to me. I'll make him suffer. For everything. Izumi stands too, watching the villain. I'm going to make him pay. Izumi rushes forwards, wrapping her arms around Dabi's waist, tears in her eyes. Above her, she can hear his flames sputter out in his shock. I'm sorry. Izumi whispers into his shirt. I'm sorry I wasn't fast enough. I'm so sorry, Dabi sighs, hand falling to her hair. Trust me, it wouldn't have changed much. They stay like that for a few moments, a villain and a hero, both with such similar pasts that sent them down such differing paths. Dabi pulls away first. Take it. Izumi looks up at him, wiping away her tears. I'm not helping you escape, Dabi says simply. But I'm not an idiot. We pissed off SHT ton of heroes. All Might, your adoptive dad, Vlad King, all of you and the entire hero community with all their resources. Odds are, you're getting out of here. Izumi doesn't say anything. When you do take care of my little brother for me, oh? Izumi nods, smiling weakly up at Dabi. Always. The door slams open. Izumi. The dragon stands there, panting, baldy running down his cheek from a shallow cut. Izumi yelps as his rage sweeps through her barriers. What are you doing to my daughter? The dragon hisses. Dabi rolls his eyes, stopping her from having a full-blown panic attack. You're welcome. The dragon's eyes soften as he looks at Izumi, stalking forward and grabbing her red wrists. What did you do to yourself? Come on. Sensei should have more. Izumi shudders at the thought of being chained up again. She doesn't want to lose this. But if she speaks out, both her and Kaken could be in more danger than they already were. She knows where she is, but she can't communicate it. Hours later, Izumi has new HNDCFFS and is held protectively against the dragon's side as they sit in the bar once more. The TV is on, and Izumi is nearly crying as she sees her dad talk about their capture. No, as he's questioned. Like a villain. Like this is his fault. Shigaraki swivels to face Bakugo. Isn't that strange? The heroes are becoming the bad guys. Seems like they're not dealing with this very well at all. Bakugo scowls. So much criticism, but everybody makes a mistake or two, right? It's not like they're supposed to be perfect. Modern-day heroes sure have it rough, don't you think, Bakugo? Shigaraki sighs. A hero who receives payment for his actions is no longer a hero. Spinner interrupts. That's what Stain's actions taught us. A hero in this system only cares about money and glory. And since society buys into those idiotic rules, anyone deemed the looser is shoved aside. Shigaraki continues. So we want to pose some questions. What is a hero? Is this society truly fair? Soon, everyone will be asking. That's when we'll know we've won. His head tilts, mask shifting as his mouth curves upwards. And you like winning, don't you? Bakugo is gritting his teeth now, growling at the word Shigaraki is saying. Dabi, let him go. The scarred villain turns to his boss, shocked. You know he'll just fight. It's fine. We're recruiting him, so we should treat him as an equal. Shigaraki says, shrugging. Besides, he should know he can't take us all, right? After all, you students are so clever. Bakugo's eyes narrow, and Izumi curls up on herself, like a spring ready to snap. She may not have her quirk active, but she knows her kaken. Someone's about to get blown up. Hey Twice. You do it. Dabi says. Sure thing. No way. Do it? Man. Twice says, walking over to Bakugo. I do apologize for such forceful methods. Compress says. But please understand that we aren't an unruly mob committing crimes without a third act in mind. We didn't kidnap you by accident. The locks holding Bakugo down fall away slowly, and he starts to rub the feeling back into his wrists. Shigaraki rises, speaking once more, even though our backgrounds are different, everyone here has suffered. Be it because if people, rules, and heroes who try to hold us back. I'm sure you're the same. Click bang. Bakugo kicks Twice aside, hand crashing into Shigaraki's face and letting off an explosion. Izumi distinctively sees Dabi roll his eyes as all the villains shift into fighting stances and Shigaraki's hand mask clatters to the floor. The dragon pulls Izumi behind him, his grip on her arm painful and vice-like. I'm done listening to your endless talking. Bakugo growls, crouching on the floor with his hands at the ready. Can you not get to the point, or do you just like the sound of your own voice? Basically what you're saying is you want to cause trouble and you want me to join you. Ruby red eyes lock on his opponents, blazing with all the fury he has for anyone who holds him back from his dream. Well, screw you. Yeah, I like to win. I want to win just like All Might. No matter what you have to offer me, that will never change, do you understand? Kaken will be a hero, Izumi says, smiling slightly. Only the dragon, Compress, and Dabi seem to hear her though. Her attention goes to the screen again, glaring at the reporters saying the opposite. They don't know anything. Her dad stands, bowing to the audience. Don't say something stupid, Dad, she whispers. Beside her, the dragon stiffens. Bakugo's actions at the sports festival were born of his deep-seated convictions. He's trying harder than anyone in his pursuit to become the top hero. If the villains think they have a chance with him, then they are grossly mistaken. Bakugo snorts. Hear that, dickwits? I'm not joining your league of bastards. And as for the other girl taken, the reporter needles. Izumi gulps. The daughter of a villain, and she already took down a very prominent hero. Who can say she won't switch sides? Aizawa scowls, breaking face. That girl you are referring to is a pro-hero. And not a villain's daughter. Something is burning. All the villains have seemingly made a truce with Bakugo to watch the threat of an angry dragon. Ever since the dragon destroyed her home, her life, her mother, she has lived with me. Building herself from the ground up, still helping others, earning her place as a licensed hero by helping thousands even while she was in pain, every single day. She suffered. And I will not let you refer to my child like that. You asked how we talk to the families. I'll tell you this as family. I am angry. I want to storm away and take down the entire league. I'm scared. But instead I'm here, dealing with idiots like you who see children who suffer and ask if they will happily walk into the arms of someone who hurt them. So excuse me if I'm just a bit on edge. Aizawa growls into the mic. Eraserhead, sit down. Vlad King hisses. Aizawa slumps into the chair, rubbing at his temples. Nedzu turns to his mic. I assure you, we are doing everything we can to support the police force. I'm sure they will get this case wrapped up quickly. We are all in shock at what has happened. Izumi is focused on her dad. Watches him shake and clench his fists. Dad, the dragon grabs her HNDCFFS, pulling her up to his face. Yes, Izumi. He growls. You've been whispering that word, Dad, but you haven't said anything to me. Come on now. You can't possibly still be thinking of that child thief as your father still. Izumi winces at the pull of the cuffs, feeling them dig into her wrists. You heard him, but... Bakugu shouts. We won't turn. We'll follow All Might and be the greatest heroes ever. They give us more credit than I thought. Shut up. Izumi whimpers as fire flies over her head. She's gotten complacent. The food, the care, this is the dragon. Her mother's murderer. You aren't allowed to speak for my daughter, you little heathen. I'm not your daughter. Izumi screams, wrenching herself away and stumbling to the floor. The dragon stares down at her, frozen, face twisted so his scar gnarls. What? Izumi backs away, shaking. He won't kill her. He won't. Sensei is still interested in her power, the most he can do is burn her and hurt her. He still cares. Bakugu is useful to the villains. Valuable. Even if they fight, they're unlikely to die. But right now, with Bakugu out of his restraints and Izumi knowing where they are, it's their best chance. My dad's name is Hisashi. She whispers, and for a moment the dragon's eyes light up. Yamada Hisashi. Present Mike, married to Aizawa Shoyuda, Eraserhead. As soon as he smiles, he's back to anger. Izumi, stop this right now. They are heroes. Izumi screams. My mother's name is Midoriya Inko. You murdered her. She betrayed me, took my freedom, and you're taking mine. Bakugu rushes over, and soon they stand next to each other, doing one of the stupidest things of their life. I was raised by heroes. I knew All Might years before I even knew you existed. I was tutored by Nedzu. I found a family in you. I have friends and family and all of them are heroes. Izumi. The dragon screams. I'm a hero. Izumi screams back. I am Midoriya Izumi, dreamer, daughter of Present Mike and Eraserhead. The youngest pro-hero ever. I've helped thousands. I've been hurt and shattered and broken and I refuse to do it again. A choked noise comes from the center of the room. Izumi turns, to see Shigaraki finally starting to move. Father, he rasps. Izumi gulps, remembering the USJ and how unstable he had been then. Shigaraki Tamura, don't do it. Kurojiri shouts, lunging forwards. A hand, held into the air, stops him. None of you lay a finger on them. Shigaraki says. I had hoped we could come to an agreement, but apparently not. They are still useful pieces. And we don't have time to stand here and chat. The heroes are searching for us. They're going to try and move them. Izumi draws closer to Bakugu, watching her surroundings warily. The dragon still hasn't backed down. She just I'm her father, he gasps out, fire swirling around him. Dabi steps forwards. I can tell you from experience, old man. Attacking your kids doesn't make them love you anymore. He says carefully. Come on. The dragon, conflicted as he is, slumps into a wall. I just my BLD my daughter, he took her from me. Compress takes a step towards Izumi and Bakugu, the latter letting out a small warning explosion. Shigaraki sighs and turns to the TV. Sensei, can I borrow your power? Izumi whips around to the TV. No longer playing the press conference, but the purple sound only she knows from the USJ. Sensei? She growls. Kakin, we need to move now. I know that. He hisses in response. Kurojiri. Compress. Time to put the both of them to sleep. Shigaraki says. Izumi and Bakugu stand back to back, but they both know they're too slow to make it out of this. Yet they can at least make it difficult. Take out one or two, get to the door, make it outside, make noise. Izumi is just about to strike when there's a knock at the door. Hello, Pizza DLVOI. The entire room freezes. Smash. The entirety of one wall caves in, spinner going flying alongside brick and rubble. But Izumi isn't paying attention to that. Tashinori. She calls happily. All Might smiles, and Calmy Woods jumps up behind him, shouting and rapping all the villains in his branches. The dragon, scowling, looks down at his bindings. A tree. Both he and Dobby start to burn, but a small elderly man shoots through the opening in the wall and strikes them both unconscious. It's in your best interest to cooperate with us? The man shouts. Just what I'd expect from a competent new hero, and a veteran who moves faster than the eye can see. All Might says proudly, "You can't run anymore, League of Villains. Understand? Because we are here now." Rescued for a moment. Heroes they came. Izumi whispers, tears in her eyes. Right after the press conference. Compress yelps, squirming in his binds. They had this ruse planned the whole time. "Tree man, you're hugging me too strong. Harder." Twice shouts. Another hero slips through the doorway at this shot. One tends to neglect defense when they're on the offense. "But we didn't come alone," he says, unlocking the door to reveal police forces in full combat gear. "You're surrounded by the police, not to mention powerful heroes like Endeavor." All Might stands tall, smiling at the two teenagers. "Oh, you must have been scared. But you stayed strong. You're safe now, young ones." Izumi's eyes well up and she runs forwards, hands still cuffed and unable to hug, so she just ends up face planting into his stomach. Behind her, Bakugo starts shouting, "I wasn't scared. Not even a little bit." Shigaraki growls. "Kurogyri. Warp over as many as you can." All Might smiles, pulling the two kidnapped children close. "Sorry, but we took care of that warehouse. You underestimated all of us. The souls of these young heroes, the police force's tireless effort, and our righteous fury." Edge shot darts over, striking through Kurogyri and knocking him unconscious. "He was a nuisance." The elderly hero starts listing off the names of the League, one by one. All but Kurogyri, Shigaraki, and Dobby. Shigaraki lets out another growl as the heroes stop saying names, Kamui Wood's branches creaking around him. "This is not over. Just you wait, the game is still mine." All Might turns back to him. Shigaraki dash. "Go away, disappear," Shigaraki hisses. "This is your fault. I hate you." Dark, stinking liquid explodes around the room, Nomu melting from them. "Damn it. Edge shot, stop Kurogyri. He's still out cold." "It's not him. It's Sensei." Izumi shouts, terrified. How could she have been so stupid? She should have warned All Might instantly. She doesn't have time to say anything else. The black liquid is in her mouth, spewing everywhere, engulfing her. She has just enough time to see All Might make a desperate grab for her and Bakugo before they are swallowed whole. Izumi stumbles out of the disgusting liquid, hearing Kaken coughing beside her as she watches it flow away between rocks and rubble. She looks up to see a completely demolished building, and standing before her, Sensei. She gasps. No, she knew it was him, but his masked head tilts. "Hello, Izumi. I see your friends paid us a surprise visit." More black liquid pours out of nowhere, and the other villains fall onto the destruction zone, gagging and rubbing at their mouths. "This black stuff is disgusting. I love it." This Shigaraki whispers, looking up at him. "So, you failed once again, Tamura. Don't worry. You'll try another time. That's why I brought your associates back with you, and your captives." He offers a hand. "You can try as many times as you need, Tamura. That's what I'm here for. To help you. All of this is for you." Izumi shudders and shrinks away. She needs a plan, she needs to do something. She has to get these H&D-CFFs off. She starts looking over her surroundings. Best Jeanist, Mountain Lady, Gang Orca, Tiger, clutching an unconscious ragdoll, all taken out. Best Jeanist has a hole in his stomach. "Ah, there you are." In an instant, All Might is there, pushing against All for One. "Return my student, and everything else you have taken." "Here to kill me a second time, All Might?" The villain asks. No strain is his voice despite the power both sides are emitting. The ground beneath them cracks, and a wave of pressure sends everyone flying away from the two combatants. All for One walks forwards, shaking his wrist. "It took you a while to find us. The bar is only 5 kilometers from here, but it took you almost 30 seconds to arrive. You've gotten weaker, All Might. You're one to talk, it's rather difficult to. Ignore that fancy life support mask you've got on. All Might says, face drawn in a scowl. I won't make the mistake I made 5 years ago. I will take young Bakugu and young Dreamer back. And I will put you, and the rest of the league, behind bars for the rest of your miserable lives. He launches himself forwards, All for One's arms swelling to meet him. Sounds like you've got your work cut out for you. This will be strong for us both. There's another shockwave, and the symbol of peace goes flying. Air cannon plus spring-like limbs, kinetic booster ×4, strength enhancer ×2. What a delightful combination. Maybe a few more enhancers next time. All Might. Bakugu shouts, eyes wide and shocked. Toshinori, don't worry. All for One says. That isn't enough to kill him. Tamura. Get off the battlefield and take those 2 with you. Izumi gulps and starts shifting towards Bakugu. They're going to have to fight. All Might can't help them. Long, reddish-black spine-like things grow from All for One's fingers. Striking into Kurogiri's T-Mag lets out a yelp. Hey, be careful. One of the heroes messed around with him and now he's unconscious. She frowns. I don't know what's going on here, but if you can teleport, why don't you get us out of here? My warp is still new, Magna. Its distance is limited, and while he can teleport to specific coordinates, I only transport people to and from my own location. Or, with focus, to or from someone I am very familiar with. It's easier to have Kurogiri do it. Forcible quirk activation. He turns to Shigaraki, retracting his fingers. Leave this place. Izumi finally reaches Bakugu's side. She tugs gently on his sleeve. Sir, what about you? All Might blasts back over the city line, going hand to hand with All for One again. You're not thinking straight. All for One says, ground cracking beneath his feet. There is still much room for you to grow. Now leave. Kaken. Blow these H&D CFFS off me. Izumi hisses, watching as the villains start talking. What? She holds up her wrists. I won't be any help tied up and quirkless. Come on, we don't have much time before they try to drag us through that portal. He growls. I'm good, but I'm not good enough to get those off you without hitting skin. There's nowhere for my fingers. Izumi smiles dryly. Well, you saw what I did to Sensei. I can safely say I've felt worse. What stopped them? Bakugu curses and grabs her H&D CFFS, an explosion ripping through wiring and metal. Izumi winces as it burns her skin, but she hadn't been kidding, she's felt worse than this. She nearly cries when she can feel again. Even the stressed and scared lights, there's something. She's not in a void anymore. That strange energy has returned though. Izumi pushes it back. Izumi ducks away from Compress's hand, trying to bask in the feeling once more. Sensei's shifting light, All Might's gold, Bakugu's orange, Hitoshi's purple weight. Hitoshi. Shudo. Kirishima. Yaoyorozu. Ida. Those idiots. She whispers. How stupid could they possibly be? She doesn't have time to think on it more. There are villains coming at her, and it's 6-on-2 Shigaraki, Toga, Compress, Magna, Twice, and Spinner versus her and Baku. We need to get out of All Might's way. She shouts, striking at Toga's wrist and sending her knife flying. All Might. She shouts, watching as he tries to join them. Focus on Sensei. You're the only one with a chance, don't throw it away on us. She can feel the pain going through his mind, but they both know it's true. Izumi kicks Spinner across the snout. They need a way out of here, but the villains have them surrounded, and no matter what they do, they're no match. There has to be a way above. Damn it. Life or death situation, use all resources available. Maximize survival rate. Clean up later. She's going to have to use the students. Izumi launches herself forwards, grabbing Twice's head. I thought you were doing better. I'm sorry. Who are you again? Izumi scowls and forces the two halves of his mind together, sending him stumbling back in confusion. Help Bakugu as much as possible. Kaken. I need you to protect me for a minute. She shouts, twisting Toga's arm and throwing her into Compress. What? Don't fall asleep on me, you bi-. The students look out from behind a crumbled wall, staring with shock and horror as Izumi seems to faint right before their eyes. Now is not the time for narcolepsy. Hitoshi whispers. Come on, Ida, they need help. We can't. Ida hisses, tightening his grip on the both of them. If we do wait? No, I will not wait, Shinzo he shakes his head, tapping at his temple. No, Izumi's in my head. You control. Yet, his eyes flare green, and Izumi is in his body. You are all suicidal idiots. She starts off with. First things first, I can't promise you won't get in trouble. But I have a way for you to help, without fighting. Ida carefully releases her. Then tell us. Izumi starts explaining. The villains don't know you're here yet. You have a chance to get the jump on them. Ida. You and Kirishima will be the ones doing this. The other three will have to run as soon as their work here is over. The students nod. You'll need to do it when we're close together, and we have distance from the villains. Ida carries Kirishima, using reciprocal burst. Shudo makes them a slab of ice, as high as he can manage, at a height the villains will have no hope to reach. Kirishima. That's when you come in. She smiles slightly. You know as well as I do Kaken hates being weak. But you're his friend. You've been beside him since school started. If you call out to him then I'm sure. Kirishima clenches his fist. I understand. We'll do it. Izumi bows her head, well, Hitoshi's head. Thank you, everyone I know it's a gamble. And I'm not sure if this will help, but I, pro-hero dreamer, am technically your maybe kinda sorta guardian, and I give you permission to do this. She looks up, tears falling from her borrowed eyes. I'm counting on you all. She wakes up, pushing herself to her feet and rejoining the battle. Shigaraki is right on top of Bakugo, and he's facing the other way. Izumi runs forwards, grabbing his shoulder to use as support as she kicks Shigaraki across the face. How was your nap? Bakugo growls as they dodge Toga's knives. Productive, Izumi says, grinning. Just be ready. Trust me. What are you two whispering about over there? Shigaraki grumbles. You two are really pissing me off. He barely takes a step forward before there's a glacier shooting into the sky. Izumi looks up, grinning as she sees the two boys flying overhead. Come on, Kirishima shouts, his hand reaching behind him. Everything seems to move in slow motion. Bakuga's mind flashes with feeling, the villains rush for them. Izumi can see all might block all for one from stopping them. She barely has time to latch onto Bakuga's shoulders before they go flying. They're rushing through the sky, eyes locked on their escape route, their rescuers. One more explosion later, and Bakugo and Kirishima lock hands, both grinning like madmen. You idiot! Bakugo shouts, mind pulsating with adrenaline. The lot of them are careening through the sky, and Izumi looks back just enough to see the villains try to launch themselves forwards using Magna's quirk, but Mountain Lady stops them. Beyond that, Izumi smiles and lets herself go unconscious for just a moment, reaching for Blue Flame. Thank you, she whispers into his awake mind. Just consider it repayment. Dabi mutters, still pretending to be unconscious. They land quickly, disengaging from each other. Though it doesn't miss Izumi's newly freed attention that Bakugo's hand is still in Kirishima's. Everyone okay? She asks. Everyone else nods, still panting. Izumi closes her eyes, scanning. Alright, the others are headed this way. We can meet up and hopefully get to the police or something, I'm not really sure. Honestly, whatever way gets her home and to her dad's the fastest. She's tired and scared and she just wants a hug and a cat. The others seem similarly minded at this point. Izumi guides them in the general direction of the other three, still nearly numb with shock at what had just happened as they start to push through crowds. She almost doesn't recognize them. Izumi breaks into a run as she spots the two, barely hearing Bakugo yelled, "Slow down, Deku." It doesn't matter. Nothing else in the world exists as she stumbles into their arms, fumbling as she pulls them as close as she can manage. Nothing else can exist beyond the safety she feels, the hands in her hair, and the whispers of her name. At this point, everyone knows what happens. She starts sobbing. Hey, Izumi, no, it's okay, you're okay? Hitoshi murmurs. Oh God, I'm so sorry, we both are. Shudo adds. We should have shut up and keep hugging me. Izumi mutters. The others have caught up by now, gathered around them as Izumi indulges for a few more minutes before leaning back and nearly choking. Your hair, Hitoshi, why, she cackles, reaching for a strand of it. The poor boy sighs. It was decided we needed disguises. He mutters, pulling at his limp hair as well. I think Momo is down 30 pounds just trying to make it lay flat. He broke a rather large amount of hairbands. The girl admits, smiling as Izumi continues to mess with his hair. Oh, come on. It's sticking up again. Izumi snorts and tries to push it back down, but his hair is done with this mess. Hitoshi rolls his eyes. You missed Shudo with the emo wig. Picture. No. Please no, it's too late. Ida steps forwards. Dreamer-san. I am delighted at your liberation. But I was wondering, All Might, and that villain, you seem to know things we don't. Can he win? The mood immediately sours. Izumi looks down, nervously. Given what she had seen, what they had said, Ida. I don't want to lie to you. She starts. I can't tell you everything, most of it is classified. I'm not supposed to know anything at all. I just poked my nose in the wrong place because of grudges. But those two have fought before. They are both incredibly powerful, and more connected than any of you know. She sighs, worrying at her lip. Sensei, the villain, had most of his face ripped away, and from something he said we can assume he died for a while before being revived, either by a quirk or surgery. All Might was badly injured as well. Both of them have been dying for years. All Might, dying? Kirishima gasps. Izumi nods, wiping at her face. This is two overpowered, old, near corpses having a fistfight in a Denny's parking lot. Izumi says, yes. He can win. He can lose. It's the flip of a coin. What she doesn't say is that the coin is tilted in All for One's favor. There's hundreds of quirks and powers and experience, and she knows All Might has a time limit. I can't be sure, and I don't know of anyone strong enough to tip the balance. Everyone, Yayarozu whispers, looking up. Izumi follows her gaze. The news coverage of the situation is playing, and the entire crowd is staring. All Might is beaten up, still in muscle form, but his hair limp and his entire body smoking. Izumi gulps. He's running out of time. The scene below is straight out of a nightmare. Half of Kamino Ward was smashed in a single horrifying instant. All Might is currently fighting the villain, who appears to have been the source of the attack. I can't believe it. How is one person so powerful? He's destroyed the city and more than holding his own against the symbol of peace. Around her, Izumi can hear them. The soft whispers of doubt curling through everyone's minds, horror, fear, shock, disgust, confusion. All Might is struggling. He's not perfect. Heroes are going lax. Izumi shudders, watching as All Might and the elderly hero stand together, ready to dodge an attack. But at the last moment, a woman shifts in the rubble behind him, and All Might stops and takes the blast. The smoke clears. All Might is still standing, but his true form is bare to the world. A tattered costume swamps over shaking, bleeding limbs, and shock runs once more through the people, like a sickness, a disease. Not good enough. Fear. Izumi shudders, clamping her hands over her ears. She has to get these guys to the police. Be safe. Devastation, horror, and rage swamp over her, no longer from the crowd but from All Might himself. His emotions are so powerful she can feel them from here, watches from the screen as he drops a bloodied fist and his weakened body trembles. Feel the affects of All for One's words on him, no matter how far away. I need to get to him. She gasps. Sensei, he's messing with his mind. Then go. Shudo says. Do you need Hitoshi to help? Yes. Izumi responds. Hitoshi nods. Then sleep. Tashinori. I, my master's grandchild. Izumi freezes, listening to his mind. Shigaraki Tamura is Shimura Tenko. Good. All for One has no limits, does he? That's odd. All Might. The villain whispers, poking at his scarred skin with his thumbs in a mockery of a smile. Where is your smile now? Tashinori. Izumi whispers, more insistent now. You have to keep going. He's messing with you. Please. the energy rushing through her crescendos into a peak before collapsing in on itself. She opens her mind, listening to the thousands of people who are screaming. Still scared, still shocked, still believing. Still needing their symbol of peace. They call to him, screaming though he can't hear them. Heroes join the fight. Endeavor, Kamui Woods, Edge Shot, Tiger, all moving as quickly as possible to move the victims and to help as Izumi struggles with All Might's frozen mind. I wish I could let you hear them. Izumi whispers. Everyone in Kamino Ward, everyone watching, everyone in the world is calling your name. Move, Tashinori, move. Fight. Enough focusing on heroism. All for one shouts, blowing the other heroes away and taking a step towards All Might. Let's focus on reality. Spring-like limbs, kinetic booster ×4, strength enhancer ×3. Izumi gulps, staring at All for One's pulsating arm. He's focusing so much power into that blow, multiplier, hypertrophy, rivets, spear-like bones dash, I can hear them. Izumi blinks. Is he talking to her? Through you I hear them. All Might says, gasping. Through you I cannot lose. Power fluctuates between limbs, left and right, alternating through punches. Izumi can feel everything, from the pain when All for One recoils a punch to the faint memory of a woman with black hair and a mole on her chin. That punch was still weak. All for One shouts, both his arms swelling now. That's because I didn't put my back into it. All Might shouts in return. But with Dreamer opening up the world to me, showing everyone screaming my name, this fight I cannot lose. For those who look up to me for protection, I must be their symbol of peace. Lights, not unlike the mind lights. Izumi sees, grow inside his mind, a stream of power flowing and changing from one to another before reaching All Might's hand. She smiles. We believe in you, symbol of peace. Izumi whispers, pulling all the emotion from everyone around her and pushing it onto All Might's punch. With everyone standing behind me, world of smash. It's chaos, but they manage to get to the police, the students stepping away and allowing Bakugo and Izumi to go in alone. Their rescuers will need to go home themselves. No time to question the two of them due to rescue efforts. The police give them a room and tell them to sleep. We've contacted your parents, but it's unlikely they'll be able to get here with all the chaos. One of the police officers says kindly, we're focusing all efforts on rescue. We understand. Izumi says, looking down. Despite that, in about an hour, the door slams open. Izumi leaps up, knowing those minds, and throws herself into her father's arms. Dead. Yamada and Aizawa run forwards, scooping her up and barely leaving enough room in the doorway for the Bakugis to get through. Don't ever do that to us again. Aizawa whispers, still in the suit from the press conference. I swear to God, Izumi. I can't let you out of my sight for half a second, Dad. Izumi whispers, clutching at his shirt. Hey, it's okay, you're safe now. Yamada whispers. You're safe, little listener, everything's going to be just fine. Stop smothering me, old hag. Bakugo shouts in the background. I'm fine, Sake. Oh come on, old man, don't you start. Izumi lets out a choked giggle. Sorry. Oh God, I'm so sorry, don't apologize. Aizawa insists, pushing her away to lock his eyes with hers. Never apologize for someone attacking you. What you can apologize for is running off into the middle of nowhere. Izumi sniffs. Koda needed help. Koda. Oh my God, is everyone okay? Aizawa rolls his eyes. Of course. Just comes back from a kidnapping and wants to know about other people. The brat's fine, a bit shaken up but perfectly unharmed. 15 students unconscious from gas, 11 students injured, 13 students unharmed. Everyone is healing. Izumi sighs with relief. And me, Kaken, and Ragdoll were the only ones taken? Yamada nods. Ragdoll, you saw her? The boss. Bakugo says, shuddering. By the time we were there, he had already done it. Mitsuki frowns. Done what? Bakugo shakes his head, looking over to Izumi, who pales at the memory of All for One's hands on her head. The throwaway comment, Sensei stole her quirk. She whispers. And he Yamada grabs her face, looking into her eyes like he can see her quirk. Did he take yours? Are you okay? Izumi shakes her head. No, I still have my quirk. Did you try the... She shudders. But well, I may or may not have, used my mind to rip him apart. Bakugo snorts. Oh, is that what you did? I was more focused on after. Holy F. He starts cackling, rolling back onto the bed. Izumi buries her face in her hands. Stop laughing at me. I panicked. His face, I swear to F God dash. What did you do? Aizawa asks, raising his eyebrows at the cackling Bakugo. Izumi sighs, pulling at her bangs. I kicked him in the ball. There's a moment of shocked silence as everyone stares at her, then Aizawa leans in and holds up a fist. That's my girl. Shoyuta no dash, Shoyuta and Izumi F yes. Izumi starts giggling, still feeling tears rolling down her face. She's in hysterics, and she honestly doesn't care. She's out of that place. She tells her story to the police when they can, shuddering and curling into her father's arms, which tighten around her as she talks about the dragon, sensei, the drags, the Ichinghivis, Toga kissing her, the pain. She shares a small grin with Bakugo as she talks about holding her own against all for one, the kick, the curry, the look on the dragon's face when she had snapped. Yamada squeezes his arms around her. Little listener, you're amazing. I'm so proud of you. Izumi hums and leans in. She's safe. When she gets back to the apartment, she dives to the floor and is instantly covered in cats. Hey guys. She whispers. Where's Kohi? Aizawa tilts his head, and Izumi grins when she sees their fourth cat limping over. Still slower? Don't bully her. Aizawa grumbles. Why does she still love you? Izumi shrugs and scoops Kohi up, still petting the other three cats. They just do. She frowns, looking up at her dads. I know it's weird, but can I sleep with you tonight? Aizawa's eyes soften. Of course. You will be cuddled. Yamada warns, plucking Erasure off her, much to the cat's annoyance. You will be cuddled like the little stuffed animal you are. Izumi squeaks as her dad pulls her into the air, messing with her hair as he marches over to his husband, singing, It has been a day, but it's time to go to SE. With the people that I love. Heiza dash, Yamada scoops him up as well, the cats following the parade of giggling, complaining and singing. Aizawa knees his husband, but that only prompts, you are my sunshine, my only sunshine, to start blaring from their human speaker. Izumi laughs and sings along, clinging to her dads as Yamada marches them into their bedroom and flops onto the mattress. Cuddle formation. He whispers dramatically, dragging Izumi into the middle and squashing her into a dad sandwich. You make me happy when skies are gray, you'll never know, dear, how much I love you. Izumi sings back, smiling sadly. Please don't take my sunshine away, or I'll explode your eardrums and she'll give you nightmares while my husband ties you to a flagpole dash. He rambles the last part extremely quickly, leaving his family snorting at him. Izumi doesn't care how ridiculous he is. She's home. Dreams are interesting. She goes to see Yagi first. After all that, she needs to make sure he's okay. Izumi slips into his dream, looking around sadly. Rubble of the warehouse, all for one, and the woman Yagi had been thinking of. She was Shimura Nana, right? She asks, walking up beside him and freezing the fight. All Might stumbles forwards, obviously lost. Izumi. I'm sorry, I can never quite get used to that jolt. He says, smiling sadly. Yes. She was my MSTR and the holder before me. She was an amazing woman. And she died when she faced Sensei. Izumi states. It's a fact. Neither of them can stop it. Tashinori sighs. Yes. It was a very difficult time for me. I can imagine. Izumi replies. Losing someone who had believed in you in such a violent manner, knowing that it was your duty to go meet the same fate. And then, years later, having faced the man who had killed her and received such a brutal wound, and then even later discovering that same villain had taken in her grandson, it must have been horrible. He nods, turning to see Shimura's face. Her eyes are open, turned towards them with a sly smile on her face and a twinkle in her eye. I owe her so much. My quirk, My hero name I looked up to her. And now, to find I abandoned her family I hadn't even known about Tenko. Izumi nods. It's a shock. His fist clenches. I shall bring him back to the right side. I swear I'll save him.
What?
Izumi was afraid of this. Toshinori.
Just worried.
He turns to her, eyes determined. I respect your attempt. And I'll help you in any way I can, but you need to face the real world as well. It may be impossible to pull him back. Toshinori's mind shudders. Izumi reaches out for him, gripping his arm. Tenko really looked up to Sensei. And he hates you with a passion. He likely only hates you more after that fight. You took his father figure away. But he's a Shimura. If I tell him of his past did I change when I found my father? Izumi says bluntly. He despises heroes. He feels they've betrayed him. He's insane. I've seen his mind. He really truly believes that heroes are what's destroyed the world. And I can tell you he has deep-seated trauma from even before he met Sensei that could contribute. He said he had suffered because of people, rules, and heroes. It's going to be difficult for us, especially, to change his mind on the basis of a woman he's never met who is also a hero. Toshinori sighs. I know this is unlikely. But I will do my best to save him. Offer a hand. But don't be condescending. Izumi says. Like at all. He still hates you. He shakes his head, offering her a smile. Let's talk about something else, shall we? I never did get to thank you for that earlier. Izumi shrugs. Honestly, I wasn't expecting to be able to do anything. What could you feel? Lights, I suppose. He says, flapping his hands. Vibrations and voices and colors. Izumi blinks in surprise, before reaching up and layering over the dream to show things the way she does. Like this. He nods, turning to her. It was odd and almost too much. There was pain, horrible pain, but it was muted. I could feel hundreds more, but it was like you were holding them. Izumi stares at him, mind blank. I shared my quirk with you. What? She jumps up, waving her arms around. This is how I see the world. That light is his mind. You felt emotions. I was there, but maybe that's why it felt so weird. I'm going to be perfectly honest and say I have absolutely no idea what you're talking about. Toshinori says, eyes wide and eyebrows raised. Talk it all out, beginning to end. Maybe that can help. Izumi nods, closing her eyes and trying to remember. But when I jumped into your mind, I was trying to unfreeze you after Sensei had mentioned Shimura. I could hear everyone in the back of my mind cheering for you, and I did my best to tell you, but I thought you couldn't hear it. It was like a snap. Toshinori interrupts. 1 minute I only heard you telling me to fight, then my eyesight doubled, and then I could see and feel so much more. Izumi nods. When I told you to fight, something felt different then. It was like my quirk, but a different energy. She shakes her head. That must have been when it happened. What did I tell you about Sensei? What about? Izumi quickly tells him about the brief second when the both of them were on the edge of each other's minds, her quirk pulled taut across the gap in a game of tug-of-war, and how she had used her glass to win. It was like that, but not? She explains, waving her hands. Look, I've been completely out of it since then. His mind is so convoluted with age and sociopathy and mind quirks, and then I was blank for like 2 whole days. I keep hearing ringing noises. He smiles sympathetically. I know that feeling. Just out of something so completely wrong and then all your senses get out of whack. It's dumb. Izumi groans, slumping over a large rock. Speaking of, how is your body physically? The dream shivers, the scene changing. Izumi helps it along, a hospital room coming into view. Yagi lays on the bed, covered in casts and bandages. He laughs. Yeah. Not as bad as before, but it's certain I can no longer be all might. My nerves are shot. They say I might have trouble controlling that arm at all. Honestly, I'm surprised. My power has never been so destructive towards myself specifically, though I suppose with your boost, Izumi winces. I'm sorry, don't be. Without you, I'm not sure I would have won that fight. They smile at each other, both unsure what to say even though there's so much they need to talk about. I'll make a nice dream, okay? Izumi says, and soon the bandages are gone and it's an open grass field, a small village in the distance. She has time. Hey, little listener. Come here for a sec. Yamada says, grinning as he types something on the computer. I want to show you something. Izumi walks over, confused. What? Bring Dreamer home is typed into the search bar, and the next thing Izumi knows, there are thousands of results. He clicks on a video, pulling her into the chair. A teenage boy is staring at the camera, apologizing for the lack of updates on a vlog. There's something going on that I need to talk about. Izumi knows those eyes. Rio. A lot of you have heard of the attack on UA and about the 3 missing people. A student, and the pros Ragdoll and Dreamer. I've seen so many people saying they'll join the villains, especially Dreamer and Bakugo. But this isn't true. Izumi presses her hands to her mouth. If you follow my vlog, you probably know that a few years ago, I was really depressed. Dreamer was the one who got me out of that depression. She saved my life. No way is she becoming a villain. She's an amazing person who has helped me, and I know so many others, so much. She doesn't deserve this slander. The video continues, Ryo's self-harm and suicidal thoughts, his hatred for his body, their meeting, how she had helped him. The beginning of the vlogs as a way to vent. I owe her my life. Depression is a battle of the mind, and she helped me to win it. So I have to say, bring Dreamer home. The video ends. On autopilot, Izumi clicks on another, and another, and another, scrolling through comments. One brings her to another website, where there are long posts of stories and names Izumi recognizes. Images bring up old self-harm scars, and dates of when they ended and bring our hero home written on skin or paper. There are articles, forums, comments, letters, every one of them with bring Dreamer home somewhere. Izumi isn't sure when she started crying. It really started gaining momentum when a few heroes and politicians posted stories. Yamada murmurs, motioning at an article. Next thing we knew, the entire internet was screaming your name. Even a few people from other countries. I had no idea you even reached that far. She reaches out to touch one of the pictures, a hero faced with harassment who she had helped. No one dared to give a negative opinion on you after a bit. Erasure jumps onto her lap, and she curls herself around him, still clicking through everything and wiping away tears. I can't believe this. Some of these people I haven't even seen in years. The things you say stick with people? Aizawa says from where he's creeped up behind them. You have an effect. These people remember you. Izumi shakes her head, still completely shocked. I want to reply, but I don't know them by their usernames, and there's no way I can get through so many minds even if I did. What about a video? Mike suggests. You'd be able to talk to them, they can see you, and it would give people that don't know you a face to match the name. A video. Izumi muses. Yeah, that would work, but I'm not really sure how to make one, or how to put it anywhere, or dash. Don't worry about any of that, little listener. Yamada announces. You just look into the camera and tell your dreamers what you want to say. I'll clear it with Netsu. Aizawa grumbles. Izumi turns back to the screen, reading yet another story. It's one thing to see the happy lights, and another to see hundreds of thousands of posts with thanks in them. Real people, from a completely different perspective. She's saved lives. A few minutes later, they're in the clear, with a camera pointing at Izumi, still cuddling a cat. But, hi. She stutters awkwardly. She's just talking to an inanimate object. I'm a pro-hero dreamer. My quirk allows me to hop into minds, and I mostly use this to help people with mental issues like stress and depression. She shifts uncomfortably. I'm not really used to this whole mess, but a little while ago, as I'm sure you've seen, Ragdoll, a student, and I were taken by the League of Villains. We managed to escape, thanks to the actions of heroes and the police. She holds up her arms, showing some bandages. We didn't get off unharmed. It was stressful, terrifying, and hundreds of people were hurt in the damage caused by the battle between All Might and All for One. But that isn't what I wanted to talk about. Izumi smiles towards the camera, arms falling around Erasure. I wanted to say thank you. I'm still really shaken up, But seeing all of you out there, believing in me, telling your stories, fighting for me when I was taken, it means so much to me. I can't even begin to tell you how grateful I am for all your support. Oh no. She's crying again. It takes a few moments, but she gets herself under control. I'm sorry. It's been a tough week. One of her dads snorts from off camera. What? Nothing. Izumi turns back to the camera, feeling a bit more comfortable now. She may not be able to sense them, but she knows these people. Just thank you so much. She looks down, trying to put into words what she wants to say. She needs to say something. Her words stick with people. I know that right now, everyone is panicking. With All Might's retirement, everyone is worried about the stability of the system. That seems to be happening a lot. Izumi sighs. Endeavor, Stain, the League, Vigilantes, people questioning the strength of our heroes. Questioning the way the world works. Everyone is uneasy, and I'm right there with you. But this is exactly what the League wants. Uncertainty and fear. When I was with them, the leader, Shigaraki, tried to convince us to join them. He told us they had all been hurt by laws, heroes, and people. Those who agreed with Stain's ideals have joined him, believing they were affiliated. They never were. She clenches her fists, the words tumbling out of her mouth now. This questioning is exactly what he wants. He told us that's when they'd won. And I'm not saying this questioning is wrong, I'd be such a hypocrite. I'll never say every hero is perfect. In today's world, it's a job. We're all just people and people have faults. All Might swears in English constantly. I know a hero who's petrified of bugs. Let that go. Yamada whines. Izumi rolls her eyes, petting the cat in her arms. Behind the camera, Aizawa nods at her to keep going. But this BLD to prove it, this anger and fighting, that is wrong. I'm not going to tell you not to question the world, do it. What? Why does it work like this? And if you find an answer, make it better. Speak out. Not with BLD but with words, with people standing strong together. She smiles at the camera, tears filling her eyes. The League wants fear and instability. We can fight back, but so can you. Stand together. Be strong. Support those around you, help those around you, be a hero in your own way. I can tell you firsthand what just a few words can mean to someone. The point I'm trying to make is, the symbol of peace may be retired, but we can still have peace. We can question the world and make our dreams a reality. We can shove all this mess in their face and give ourselves determination to move forwards together, to make things better. We may have lost our symbol, but that doesn't mean we can't all make our own mark. It's our turn now. She bows her head to the camera. And again, thank you. Yamada clicks the camera button, smiling at her. Well, that was something. Izumi grins sheepishly. I just ended up word vomiting. If there's one thing I can do, it's talk. That you can. Aizawa says. Now come here, your hair is still an absolute mess and I don't even want to think of it getting worse. Izumi nods, watching as Yamada takes the laptop and camera and starts editing it to send to Nedzu. She doesn't care that everyone in the world will see her sobbing. She's a hero. She's back. Twilight Symphony OMG, she's back. My darling is back. Hidden Panic Dreamer, holy F, she's alive and she's talking to US Inkshirl. I want her in the top 10 heroes please. I love her. Udunfed up, those words honestly made me feel so much better. I was really anxious. And I still am, but this really helps. Tired Giraffe Dreamer, we love you and will always support you. Titanium Alloy, I keep hearing stories about her. I can't believe that's what she looks like. She's so small. And sweet. I'm so gay. Windbag, hello, I am a big fan of you. Dreamer Cheese, she's so young, she doesn't deserve any of this. Someone give her the world. Lord of Anxiety, I'm crying too. Dreamer, your worst nightmare. Love her. Dawn off dead, yes girl. Stand tall. Stand strong. Leon explodes from sheer cuteness. Mind games. As an aspiring psychologist, I am so happy that someone is giving heroic attention to the mental matters, not just through her quirk but like this, despite her own suffering. We love you. HeroWatch Young Hero Dreamer breaks the internet with a tearful video and emotional speech. Link. The video blows up. In a few days, there's no one who hasn't seen it. People are listening, stopping to think about heroes sans society. There are talk shows and even more articles, looping in another wave on the Kamino Ward incident and heroes' retirements. Izumi, meanwhile, is moving into a new apartment. Erasure is ready to kill. She whispers, eyeing his carrier. Inko and Kohi are just chilling. Kiyoshi is grumpy, but Arashi's hate of that carrier is so strong it reaches my mind despite the fact I can't sense animals. I want to be in the front seat, please. This murderous aura is very unsettling. The both of you are going to have to tough it out. There's barely 5 minutes before we're there. Aizawa groans. Izumi eyes the carrier warily, pushing her fingers through the bars of Kiyoshi's to pet the calmer cat. And we're here. Freedom from wrath. Izumi shouts, getting out of the door as quickly as possible and skipping into the new place. Whoa, this is really nice. Don't just leave me to deal with him. Mike screeches after them as Aizawa walks away. Oh, like you did. Izumi shouts out the door, cackling at his betrayed look and running back in to explore. Izumi had helped with the parents, getting kids to stay in the dorms. She's still surprised it worked out, albeit with a bit of confusion. Hakigyure's younger sibling read as male to her senses and she couldn't see the kid. Apparently they were trans and no one had realized yet. And there was an incident at the Bakugu's with baby pictures. Bakugu had laughed at her until she had reminded him most of those pictures had him in them as well, and the next thing they knew several of them were charred. Aizawa had still taken a few, and Mike had screeched so loudly when he saw them the cat had added to his scars, but it all worked out in the end. Eventually. Anyway, Izumi, I need to go settle my class into the dorms. Care to help? Good teach, bad teach. Oh, shut up. Izumi giggles and follows him. Their apartment isn't that far away, because as Netsu had put it, they're teenagers. Ridiculous things happen when teenagers are involved. They arrive about the same time the class does, everyone chatting and talking amongst themselves as they look up at their new home. Hello, everyone. Aizawa says, tired as always. Hello, sensei. He nods. I'll explain your dorm arrangements shortly. But first, Kirishima, Todoroki, Yaoyorozu, Ida. You 5 were the ones to go rescue Bakugu and Izumi here that night. Izumi bites her lip, looking out at the students. All of them are pale and shaky. As a father, he places his hand on Yuzumi's shoulder. Thank you. Oh, Uraraka whispers, only for Tsuyu to elbow her. But as your teacher? His eyes harden. There are a multitude of problems to address, but to keep this short, I'll just say this. You've betrayed our trust. Not just the ones who left, but those who knew they were about to break the law and told no one. If it weren't for the fact that All Might has retired and you technically gained permission from a doubtable guardian, hey, I would expel everyone but Hagakure, Jairu, and Bakugu. You want to regain our trust, you're going to have to become model students. He finishes, glaring. The whole class shudders. That's all. Enjoy your new home. Guilt and misery radiates off the class. Izumi sighs and closes herself off, not wanting to feel it. She doesn't like to make them hurt like that, but they need to understand. They did something wrong. She doesn't want them really getting hurt or in trouble, their dreams cut off, if they try to do this again. Come here. Izumi blinks in surprise, looking up. Bakugu is dragging a confused Kaminari outside the bushes, and a few seconds and a giant blast of lightning later, Kaminari comes back, short-circuited and babbling. Everyone cracks up. Kaminari, currently too stupid to even react, stumbles over, the odd noises coming from him only making his classmates laugh more. Kirishima. Bakugu grumbles, holding out a fistful of bills. Whoa, did you shake him down for cash? No. Bakugu offers the money again. This is my money. To replace what you spent. Kirishima blinks. How'd you know I bought night vision goggles? Scoffing, Bakugu shoves his hand into Kirishima's tea, dropping the money. Don't ever say I never gave you anything. Now I'm not in your debt. He continues on, ignoring the laughter from behind him. Izumi reaches out carefully. Guilt, anger, debt, all might. Izumi closes her mind, watching sadly as Bakugu walks away. She's going to need to do something about that. But with how he acts towards her, and everything that's happened, hey, Izumi. She turns, to see Shudo and Hitoshi standing before her. She smiles shyly. Hey guys. You alright? Pretty sure we should be asking that. Hitoshi says. Izumi can only smile and raise her wrists awkwardly. The bandages had come off, showing 2 matching patches of scar tissue, almost like bracelets, on both sides. Healed up. The mental issues are iffy, but I'm working on them. It's not technically a lie. But there's been a persistent feeling of wrongness that clings to her. The strange energy hasn't dissipated, still humming beneath the surface. Sometimes she can't fall asleep from how itchy her body is, like it wants to vibrate out of her skin. And when she does sleep, she can still feel it, curling through the dream room over the pieces of Muscular's mind that she knows are nothing but a figment of her imagination, but she just can't get rid of it. Shudo takes her hand, startling her out of her thoughts, and starts running his thumb over the burn. Before he can even open his mouth, Izumi has a finger at his nose. You're not the hand crusher? Hitoshi snorts off to the side, his own scarred hand covering his grin. I'm almost starting to believe it. You shut your mouth? Izumi threatens. What's happening over here? Uraraka asks, coming over. I'm threatening my idiots? Izumi announces, ignoring the choked laughter of the boys. Ida. Tell them Shochan isn't the hand crusher. Uraraka starts cackling. Hand crusher? Shudo nods solemnly. It's a curse. Izumi rolls her eyes. Come on, we've still got to look at the dorms. I think you'll like them. Finally, the class gets inside. Uraraka stops laughing to collapse in shock at the size. These are your dorms, 1 building for each class. Aizawa states tiredly. Girls on the right, boys on the left. He goes on to explain, but Izumi tunes him out, preferring to watch the class gush over the dorms. And Ida trying to ask her to use her quirk to make absolutely sure Uraraka is okay. Izumi makes a face as a disgusting vibration reaches her mind. Do my ears deceive me? Mineta whispers, literally drooling down his front. Baths and laundry are in the common area. There's an audible gulp. Is this a dream? They're separated by gender. Aizawa growls, and Izumi has never been so happy for rage smothering anything else she can sense. Why, sir? Mineta whimpers. Everyone gets their own room, each equipped with AC, toilets, fridges, and closets. He continues as they check one of them out. Uraraka faints again. Yayorozu seems unimpressed. All the luggage you sent over earlier is inside your rooms. You have the rest of the day to unpack. Aizawa grumbles. Speaking of, Izumi, we should probably help with our apartment. $10 he got scratched dealing with Erasure. Wait, you have a cat? Hitoshi shouts. None of your busyness -4. Izumi says helpfully. Aizawa drags her away, despite Hitoshi and Kuda both giving some extremely powerful puppy dog eyes at his back. Unpacked. Yamada cheers. Kitchen not a mess, cats are less murderous. They're crushing mean Izumi rasps, trying in vain to move. Erasure is on her CT and Inko is on her face, and it's getting very difficult to breathe. What's that? Can't hear you over the sound of betrayal. Izumi glares, scrunching up her face. Stupid cat, get off. Suddenly, they leap away, fur standing on end. Izumi sits up, watching with confusion. What's up with you? Inko turns, eyes staring into hers, before catapulting off into another room. Izumi rolls her eyes. Cats are weird. I love them. 1A should be done with their rooms by now. Aizawa mentions. Go make sure they don't F anything up too badly, okay? Have fun with your friends. Yamada calls after her. Izumi just laughs and waves. She opens the door to the 1A building, smiling as she sees everyone in the common rooms just chatting. The circumstances kinda sucked, but getting to live together is kinda cool. Kaminari announces, perched on the arm of a couch next to Hitoshi and Shudo. Glad to see you're better. Izumi mentions, leaning on the back of the couch. What did Kaken even do to you? Kaminari falls off the couch. Don't do that, he complains, popping right back up. Izumi just laughs at him. Sorry. Hitoshi whips around, grabbing her shoulders. Where's the cats? Izumi rolls her eyes. No, Hitoshi. Anyway, what are you all talking about? The class bursts into excited chatter, Izumi only catching bits of it. Courtyard, cleaning, room location. Ida suddenly shoots up. I have realized I never congratulated you on your address to the people. Izumi blinks at him. My what? The video. Ida shouts, taking out his phone and brandishing it before him. I have watched it multiple times. I was extremely happy to see you were all right, and then the pure emotion you put into your words moved me to tears. I thank you. Oui, mademoiselle. Aoyama says, striking a pose. You encourage people to sparkle even in dark times? Yeah. It made me really hyped up. I'm gonna try even harder now. Ashido shouts, Hagakure behind her making quick little punching motions. Shudo nods from his own position on the couch. You were incredible. Izumi covers her face in her hands. I was just trying to say thank you. For everyone who supported me after what happened. Everything else was just kinda word vomit. So oh my god, why can't you just take the friggin' compliment? Siro shrieks, joining his meme buddy on the floor. Izumi throws a pillow at him. I'm trying to be a mature hero. I'm cool. Don't shout vines at me. The girls of the class arrive amongst laughter. Ashido giggles. Hi. Everyone done with your rooms? Yeah. Now we're all just chilling. Kaminari wheezes. Bro, you may be light, but you're bony. It hurts. Sorry. Anyway, Ashido shouts. Me and the girls were talking and we had an idea. Hagakure finishes. The boys look up, scared but curious. Why don't we have a Room King contest? Room King? Yeah. Ashido shouts, punching the air. We all go and see each other's rooms. Everyone decides whose is their favorite and then we'll vote after we're done. The one with the most votes gets the title Room King. Ida's hands go nuts. I must insist that we enter the room only if the person says it's okay. Oh come on, it'll be fun. Ashido whines, already hooking her arms around some of the boys. We'll do it floor by floor. Hitoshi ends up being the first to go, leading a nearly full class. Bakugu and Tsuyu are asleep. He looks entirely unimpressed by the whole situation, and his room is equally unimpressive. It looks like the only things he's unpacked are a huge purple weighted blanket, his phone charger, a poster of a cat saying, hang in there, and a coffee maker. Did you even finish unpacking? Jairu asks dryly, looking down at the box on the floor. Hitoshi shrugs. Got lazy halfway through. I'll take stuff out as I need it, but this is probably the cleanest my room is ever gonna be. Tokoyami goes next. Well, the girls wrench him away from the door and let themselves in. It's all black and scary. Hagakure and Ashido exclaim, looking around. The whole place is black, only being lit by scattered purple candles. Izumi pokes at a skull, before looking to the side. Is that a sword? Awesome. Get out. Aoyama's room nearly gives her whiplash from the change in brightness. It all matches, and there's panels of glitter gradients leaned against the walls. It's like a photo shoot, Izumi whispers, shocked. My room is the... Aoyama shouts, posing with each syllable. Ashido drags everyone out. This is starting to get fun. Uraraka cheers, hopping along the corridor. Okay, so the last one on this floor is Mineta smiles, drooling from his doorway again. Come on in, I'll show you something amazing. Is there someone else on this floor? Jair asks, before walking over to the elevator without a care in the world. Ajuru's room looks exactly like how it had been set up. Did you bring anything? Hagakure says, confused. Hitoshi holds his hand up for a lazy high five. Ida's room is next. It looks like a library. Ashido says, tapping the books. All nonfiction hardcover too, that's the class rep for you. Yayarosa laughs. Uraraka has found a huge shelving unit, and is currently laughing. You have so many glasses. Of course I do. I expect them to be broken in our training. Kaminari's room looks like he's thrown together anything he could find. As Jairu puts it, it's the store in the mall I'd avoid. They move on pretty quickly. Kuda is a bit more interesting. Soft greens make up the room, stuffed animals on the bed, and in the middle, he has a rabbit. The girls coo happily. Look at it. Izumi crouches down to let it sniff her hand, along with Ashido and Uraraka, both sporting a pair of Ida's glasses. It's so cute. Behind her, She can hear Kaminari accusing Kuda of buying off the judges. This is kinda boring, I feel judged. Kaminari groans. Aoyama, Ajuru, and Tokoyami nod in agreement. Izumi turns her head, listening to the gears turning in Mineta's shrewd little mind. He walks past, saying, "That's because only the boys are being judged. But you said this was a contest of who has the best dorm room, right?" He turns on the girls, pointing up at them. "Well, then the girls should be judged too. Come on to only fair." "Sure. What?" Ashido turns to Jiru, smiling. "Well, it is only fair, right? Let's finish off the boys and then we can SW's sides." Izumi looks down at Mineta, whose shirt is nearly completely soaked with his own drool at this point. She rolls her eyes. Disgusting mind. Disgusting person. On the next floor, Izumi has to insist that yes, she can sense that Bakugo is asleep, and they should probably move on. "Okay, so it's my turn," Kirishima says, unsure. "I don't really care, but I don't know if you'll get what I'm going for." The door opens, showcasing what looks like a completely decked-out man cave. There's even a punching bag. If I found out my boyfriend had a room like this, I'd dump him. Hagakure decides. Uraraka, on the other hand, seems to like it, and she and Kirishima start trading workout ideas. Shuji's room is completely bare except for a bed mat and a low desk. I guess a lot of stuff would be annoying with the arms. Izumi muses. Hitoshi has started gathering a lazy decorator cult following. "Okay, so next up is Siro, right?" Smirks. "Whoa, it's exotic. Asian." Ashido and Uraraka shout happily. Izumi peeks around them. "Is that a hammock? I didn't know you were into this kind of stuff, Siro," Jiru says, turning to him. "It's pretty cool." He grins. "Always a wild card, me." Bakugo would disagree with that. And now Todoroki, the most capable student in outclass, the most handsome boy in our school, a chance to glance into his quiet private life. How exciting. Izumi frowns in confusion at the other girls. "Let's get this over with. It's late." Shudo says, opening his door. The whole class freezes in shock. The entire room is completely different, down to the way it's built. The hardwood floors have been completely removed, replaced with tatami mats. These are more comfortable than hardwood floors. "We have them at home." "This isn't your house?" Kaminari shrieks. Mineta nods frantically. "How'd you remodel it in just one day?" Shudo looks down at them, still poker-faced. "I worked strong." "You're a beast." Siro sighs. "I guess I just got blown out of the water." They leave, still shell-shocked. Okay, so the last of the boys' rooms is me?" Sada sighs. "It's pretty boring though." Kirishima claps him on the back. "Everyone's is, after Todoroki. Something smells good though. Oh, see. I forgot." Sada shouts, running forwards to a small oven. "I finished unpacking early, so I thought I'd make a chiffon cake. It isn't iced yet, but do you want some?" Yes. Pretty soon, all of the girls and one or two of the guys has a slice, happily munching on it and showering the blushing cook with compliments. "This is so cheating." Kaminari groans. "Girls' rooms now." Jiru's room is chock full of instruments. Izumi counts 3 guitars, a drum set, and about 3 headphones before her view is blocked. "Can you play all of these?" Yaoyorozu asks, blushing slightly. "At least a little." Kaminari snorts. "Your room was girlier than this, Aoyama." "Because I have a sense of style." Jiru stabs them with her jacks. Hagakure. Everyone blinks in surprise when they see hers. "It's like a dollhouse," Izumi whispers, fascinated. Mineta has to be dragged away from the drawers. Siro tapes him up and they move on. Ashido's is hot pink, zebra-striped, and fluffy, from the carpets to the curtains to the bed. She really has a thing for patterns. Uraraka's is pretty normal, but more personalized than the Lazy Decorators Club. Hitoshi demands a high five anyway. "It feels kinda dirty, seeing so many girls' rooms," Ajura mentions. "This is their private space." Tokoyami nods sagely. "A forbidden garden. Boys are weird." Izumi decides. "Where's Tsu?" "She said she wasn't feeling well, so she's resting." Uraraka explains. Izumi looks back at the door as they walk away, locking eyes with Tsuyu as she peeks out at them. Sensing her guilt, she sends a sympathetic smile, only to have the door closed once more. Next up, Yaoyorozu. She smiles shyly, her door open a crack. I'm very sorry for its appearance, I may have miscalculated and it's a bit cramped. That bed is nearly the size of the whole room. Yaoyorozu sighs, embarrassed. It's my furniture from home so I thought it would fit. But I didn't realize how small these dorms would be, I forget how rich she is. They all reconvene in the common area. So that's everyone, right? Kirishima asks. Do we vote? Not yet. Everyone turns to look at Ishido, who is smiling at the lot of them. There's still one room we haven't seen. Bakugu and Tsu are asleep. Uraraka points out. And no way am I going in my netas. Ishido chuckles. No, not them. I'm talking about our favorite hero over there. Izumi blinks, pointing at herself. Me? Yeah. Come on, show us your room. You're living here too, right? Hagakure agrees. Well, it's not in the same building and you'd have to go through my dad's apartment to get to it. And I don't know if he'd be okay with that. Ishido runs over, slinging an arm over her shoulder. Come on. Don't be like that. Izumi sighs. Well, okay, but first. Ida, Kirishima, Yaoyorozu, Hideken, Shochan. Do you mind going up to Ajui's room really quick? Before we leave? Oh sure. Izumi stays put. She isn't a part of this, they don't need her to mediate. All she can do is listen. They come down with Tsuyu in tow, all of them with red eyes from crying. Tsuyu nods at Izumi, before hopping out the door. To the teacher's place we go. Hagakure cheers. To say Aizawa was confused about the 20 teenagers traipsing through his apartment was an understatement. He turns to Izumi. Why? He has a neck. Hagakure whispers, shocked. Izumi shrugs. They're doing a Room King competition, and they wanted to see mine. I want to see the cats. And Hitoshi wanted to see the cats? Aizawa groans and buries his face into the couch. Just why? Locked the cats in your room because they were pushing things off the counter while Hizashi was cooking. Ooh. Me. Yamada rounds the corner, hair down and completely unrecognizable. Sup? Aizawa-sensei is gay. Mineta whispers. Who gives a F where's the cats? Hitoshi shouts, dragging the class into the hall. Izumi laughs and hops over to her door. This is my room. Izumi says, blushing slightly. I know there's a whole lot of stuff and there's, oh, come on Erasure. She glares at the fluffy cat, stretched languidly over black leggings she hadn't put away yet. What's the point of that? The other 3 cats converge on the class, winding around their legs and demanding scratches. Whoa, look at all this hero stuff. Uraraka says, picking up a figure. So cool. Is this drawing Aizawa-sensei? Kirishima asks. I didn't think underground heroes had merch, I drew that. Izumi says, embarrassed. So cool, Ishido laughs, flopping across one of her beanbags. I'm pretty sure I can fall anywhere in this room and always land on something soft. Narcolepsy safeguards. Izumi explains, grinning down at her. Don't want to survive all this just to snap my neck from a nap. All these notebooks, Ida muses, looking at a set of shelves. They seem well used. Those. Izumi exclaims. They're notes on pretty much everyone I've ever met. Here. She pulls out one of the newer ones, flipping it to her section on 1A. I write down all kinds of details, from quirks to minds to likes and dislikes. Kinda stalkery, I approve. Hagakure says, taking the notebook and flipping through it. Hey, where's Todoroki and Shinso? I met them earlier, so they're in different journals. Izumi explains. I don't think I should show you those though. Why? Uraraka asks, then leans in, smirking. Did you write something embarrassing? No. Izumi squeaks, blushing. I just drew how I first saw them. And for both, nightmare. Shudo mutters, carefully petting Kohi as he tries not to knock over the unbalanced cat. Ishido moans from her place on the beanbag. Sis, I'm staying here, melting into this cushy squishy heaven. It can't really be that comfy, so? Kirishima says, plunking down in another. Oh okay, I get it. Pretty soon, the entire class is flopped over Izumi's cushions, tangled together because there aren't quite enough for them all. Soft conversations grow between neighbors, but mostly just a comfortable silence. Izumi giggles when she feels a hand in her hair. Hitoshi, that's me, not a cat? He blinks, looking down, before shrugging. Close enough. They all pretty much fall asleep, careful motions soothing until they suddenly stop. What the hell? Izumi looks up, bleary-eyed. Hitoshi frowns. Tell me I'm not hallucinating. You're not. Shudo says, staring in confusion at Izumi. The whole class is staring now. What? Izumi asks, self-conscious. In answer, Shudo reaches up and grabs something on her head, pulling. It's not hair, but it's connected, and she can move it. What is happening? Something brushes against her leg, and Izumi mindlessly goes to brush it away to get back to the matter at hand. But, why do I have ears and a tail? Izumi screeches. They seem to be perfectly healthy. Nothing is wrong as far as I can tell. Recovery Girl decides, turning the tail in her hands over. They seem to be a mutation quirk, but you already have a quirk. I'm not sure what it is. That doesn't make any sense. Aizawa says, rubbing his forehead. How the hell does she have this? Yamada nods mutely. Izumi sighs, wrapping the tail around herself to look at it. I don't understand either. The door opens, and Nedzu walks in, leading a young man in a suit. Hello, everyone. This is Tamashi Eneruji. I think he may be able to help us. Izumi nods at him, smiling nervously. Sorry, we don't know what's happening. Tamashi is mute, staring at her, eyes wide. Or through her. Aizawa says, waving his hand in front of the visitor's face. He snaps out of it, bowing in apology. I'm very sorry, it's just I've never seen something or someone, so hang on, let me start from the beginning. He rambles, waving his hands. My quirk allows me to see people's energy. How it flows within them, what sort it is I can, see quirks, in a way. That's why I believe he will be of use. Nedzu announces, hopping over to place a paw on Izumi's knee. And the staring was because... Yamada asks, raising an eyebrow. Tamashi turns his eyes back to Izumi, and she notices they shimmer slightly, all kinds of different colors swirling together. I've never seen something like that. Even in the Nomu I saw, their energy was corrupted and muted. But with her it's like a galaxy given human form. I can see others through her, it's fascinating. He whispers, entranced again. That's so amazing. Izumi gushes, forgetting the seriousness of the situation in favor of an interesting quirk. Is it colors? Brightness? The way they move that helps you tell them apart? So you're saying I have multiple quirks. And that's what the odd feeling was, a bit of everything. He nods, sitting down near her. And you, it's incredible. Some are knotted, and I can't see clearly, but I can count at least 3. One is distinctly the ears and tail, a kind of fuzzy, malleable movement, but I believe there's more to it. Try to focus on them for me. Focus on them? Tamashi nods. Like how you would use your original quirk. It's a part of your energy, ready to listen if you'll reach out. Izumi nods nervously, closing her eyes. Like how she uses her dream quirk, it doesn't feel like the glass, pulling and stabbing, or the lights, complicated vibrations that can mean 2 entirely different things. No, this is like what it. Purring under her, coy, wanting attention but making her work for it, curling around her, incredible. She opens her eyes. The room is much bigger now. Izumi squeaks and falls over backwards, flailing her limbs. They're not working properly, like the joints are misaligned and her muscles have shifted, and her mouth won't work. Whoa, Izumi, calm down, kid. Aizawa says, reaching out for her. Izumi tries to get herself upright, but it isn't working. Nothing's working, her hands pause. She has paws. She's a cat. Izumi stops flailing in confusion, managing to tilt herself upright. The mattress is not helping one bit. Her spine feels weird. Astounding. Tamashi gasps as she stretches this way and that, trying to get used to the new feeling. A full transformation. My daughter is a cat. Yamada whispers, staring at her. Izumi trips and falls on her face. Tamashi laughs. You may need to work on that, but for now, try to change back. A few minutes and a distinct amount of effort later, Izumi is back to normal with no tail or ears. She rubs the top of her head awkwardly, everyone watching her. So I can turn into a cat? She says helplessly. Anything else? Tamashii nods. Try a physical examination, and then compare it to previous scores. There's energy in your muscles and bones now. And around your head a sense. I'm really not sure. Izumi looks up from where she's managed to twist herself into a pretzel. I think it's flexibility found another one already. Okay, yeah, add flexibility to the list. Yamada says, inching away. Please stop. Unfolded, Izumi gasps excitedly. I've been hearing things, a little. Like humming and things. It's kinda like the vibration from mines, so I tried to tune it out, but Tamashii nods, equally as excited. The energy around your ears. I assume it's some sort of vibration sense, as you put it. Like for real vibrations? Exactly. Stop nerding for a moment. Aizawa says loudly. Izumi looks up at him, confused. But it's so fascinating. All this energy. I want to know why and how. Aizawa grumbles. Why do you have these quirks, and how is this happening? The entire room freezes. It is quite a mystery. Nezu says, taking her hand in his paws and bending it this way and that, far past the point where another person's would stop, much to Yamada's disgust. It must have happened sometime in your captivity. Izumi shudders. I guess there's only one way to find out for sure. Izumi walks into the small, bare room, gulping as she sees the tied man on the other side of the glass. She tightens all her barriers, not wanting to break down in here. Hello again, Izumi. Sensei says, smiling. It's nice to see you, Sensei. She says quietly, moving to the seat. He can barely move, but he still manages to shift ever so slightly. So, I assume you have something to ask me. All Might was here earlier, on your conversation to him about Shigaraki. It's not that. Izumi bites her lip, thinking how to phrase it. When you tried to take my quirk, so you found out about your new powers? Izumi stops, mind blanking. What? You knew? She shrieks, jumping out of her chair. What, why, how, why on earth would you give me quirks? I didn't. The villain says simply. You took them? Izumi frowns. I what? When you fought against me to keep your quirk, you received all of your power and kept pulling. In that moment, our quirks merged under your will, your fear and anger, and you used the connection between us to pull several quirks from my body into yours. He explains. I must admit, I never knew having a quirk stolen felt quite like your soul is being ripped out of your body. Izumi asks, remembering those torturous first few moments. Sensei smiles. Are you trying to guilt me, my dear? You're despicable. I'll take that as a yes. Izumi sighs, sinking back into her seat. But why did you have this? She melts into her cat form, stretching slightly at the odd sensation. Doesn't seem like something you'd have. Sensei chuckles. Simple, easy-to-use quirks always were my favorite. That one became useful, however, sometimes one form got too painful. It's odd, I was a hairless species, but you're the fluffiest thing I've ever seen. Izumi rolls her eyes and allows her body to flow back into its original form. How many did I take? No idea. Sensei says simply. Have no idea. Well, many of my quirks have knotted themselves together after years of having them. The more powerful ones I keep a close eye on, and I believe you have a few physical enhancements: flexibility, durability, strength, the like. Also a passive vocal quirk. That one I noticed immediately. You'll never get a sore throat with that, and really I must say I miss it. Izumi reaches up to her throat, rubbing it gently. I've realized the flexibility one. And I can feel vibrations more now. Oh yes, that. Sensory. Very helpful. Sometimes the humming is electric currents, it can be quite bothersome. Izumi frowns, remembering what she knows of the all-for-one quirk. But if I have so many quirks stacked up inside me, why have I not lost my mind? Yagi said that others who you tried to give more than one quirk to broke. Like the word, like vomit in her mouth, like the Nomu. Sensei laughs at that one. Oh my dear, you're as humble as ever. He laughs harder. Who in this world has the strongest willpower over their own mind? Who has held 1,000 shattered pieces of glass together? who has dealt with such immense pain and pressure on a daily basis that they can barely feel it anymore, who is capable of riding that pain and forcing it to work for them, whose mind is strong enough to turn back the flow of an irresistible quirk of the most experienced person alive today and make it their SLV. Izumi looks down at her hands. You are one of the strongest people I know, Izumi. Sensei says simply. Your power, your will, your passion keeping you sane. It was not your quirk that most interested me, though it was a bonus, along with your grandmother's. It was you who carried on a conversation with someone you knew was evil, showed me intelligence and compassion despite your fear. It was quite fascinating, I must admit. He sighs. If only your father had managed to take you that while following mine, I doubt All Might would have stood a chance. But as of now, some of your power is on the other side. Against you. Izumi says. Oh, not at all. I'm no longer a player, you see. Simply an observer. Sensei muses. I must admit, two prodigies, two legacies. He tilts his head back, smiling. It's quite interesting. I wonder where will you and Tamura lead each other? Like it or not, you're the most prominent hero after everything that's happened. Izumi clenches her fists nervously. I never expected to be a very well-known hero, she admits. But if my words can help, I will. I'll make sure someone like you never gets to do this to anybody else ever again. She looks back up to this man, who she had feared all her life. He hasn't stopped smiling, but there's a dangerous edge to it now. I'll use these powers to help the lives they would have hurt. Izumi says, then stands up to walk away. Izumi walks out of the maze of security, nodding to the guards and Yagi, who had come to make sure she was okay, before falling into her dad's arms. I want to sleep. She groans. I think I have my grandmother's quirk. I can connect people. That's how I helped you, Toshinori. And I definitely have others. So we were both behind that punch, and I felt those feelings through you. He says from somewhere Izumi can't see. It really was the world. Tamashi shifts uncomfortably. Are you quite positive you want me here? I'm just a freelance advisor and this is a high-security government facility. The officials here were interested when we offered your testimony. Nedzu explains, paws folded behind his back. All for one holds even more power and energy than our dreamer. It would be an incredible chance. We can nerd about quirks together later, Tamashi-san. Izumi says, smiling. Maybe I can hop into your dream and see what that looks like, but for now I want real sleep. He nods. Of course. I look forward to it. Home? Izumi asks, curling against her dad's side. He nods. Home. Of course, true sleep isn't really a thing Izumi is capable of, even with these mysterious new quirks. So when she falls asleep in the car, she's left floating in the dream room, alone with her thoughts. She swirls the lights she knows best close to her, wrapping herself in purple, red, yellow, pink, and gray. Just for a moment, Izumi does nothing but listen to the lights, relaxing in their comfortable glow. But well, she's got a job. And her target is already asleep, so he's missed the whole quirk mess. Great. No awkward questions. Izumi releases them, watching as her dad's minds twine around each other. She leaps for one of the first minds she had ever sensed. Bakugu. His mind is racked with a nightmare, unsurprisingly. All for one and All Might, the latter weak and small and broken, panting and gasping as he tries to keep standing. Sensei just smiles, unmoving, watching as the symbol of peace starts to crumble away, like dust in the wind. Hello Infinity War flashbacks. Sunken eyes turn towards Bakugu, just standing, staring through the chaos of the fight. A dream version of Izumi falls, clutching her wrists where the wounds are open and bleeding. Not good enough. You'll never be real. Izumi snaps her fingers and ends it. Bakugu turns to her, panting, tears running down his face. Kaken. Izumi murmurs sadly. It's a dream. A nightmare. We're alive. Immediately, his mind turns to rage. It slams into Izumi like a hurricane wind, and she can only squint and hold her ground. I know you're alive, you beach. Just leave me alone. I am fine. I don't need you to creep through my head. You and I both know damn well you aren't fine. Izumi screams back. They freeze, just staring at each other, both completely shocked by Izumi's outburst. Bakugo, yeah, but Izumi. Everyone's worried, Kaken. Izumi says, softer, rubbing at her arm. Dad, your friends in class don't scoff at me, Kaken. I know you care about them, even if you are all tsundere about it. He glares at her, looking like he would very much like to blow her face in, but she fixes him with a look and pulls at her quirk. Dreams are her realm, after all, and influencing him like this isn't the worst thing she could do to let her talk. You need to talk to someone. Izumi insists. This is the most private place possible, but if you don't want to talk to me, one of your friends? What if free dash, Kirishima? Ashido? Kaminari? Sir, maybe. Izumi lists off. Pick and choose. I don't need to talk to them. Bakugo shouts angrily. I don't need anyone. I'm not weak, I'm gonna be number one. This SHT isn't gonna get in my way, and I only did that SHT to get out of those assholes' debt. Alright. This isn't working. Izumi slams her palms into the ground, wrenching the dream apart and molding it to her will. Dirt falls away beneath her, the city disappearing, leaving nothing but fog and a small toothpick of rock for Bakugo to balance on. Oi, what the F is this? It's you. Izumi says simply, floating over. This is what you are. I won't deny that you're strong, Kaken. You're incredible and I always looked up to you. But this is the situation you put yourself into. He scoffs, looking around at his little spire. You're strong, Izumi says, reaching up. But eventually even the strongest things crack. Wind blasts down from the sky, Bakugo barely keeping his footing. He scowls angrily at her, but Izumi just makes it stronger. Hail, rain, snow, rocks, words. His foot slips off the edge and he falls. Izumi lets him go for a few seconds, before diving down to plop him back on his spire. He glares at her, gasping, hair blasted back across his face weirdly. Even the strongest people crumble. You can't expect to be able to handle everything on your own. Izumi informs him, floating back into the clouds and revealing her own mountain. She, too, stands on a precipice, shards stabbing out of it awkwardly, but it's stronger than Bakugo's. My force of will is only so strong. When I slip, she allows herself to tumble, only to be caught by a song and red light. My dads are there. Words, cool air, my friends are there. Smirking dirty jokes and shrewd calculations, my aunt, my teacher. I need them. She motions to his spire. When you fall, no one is there. No matter how strong you are, how amazing, you've dug away underneath yourself to put yourself on top, above the clouds, above everything. But one wrong move and well. She taps at his spire, watching as pebbles clink away and drop out of sight. Bakugo bites his lip. I don't need help. I'm gonna be better than All Might, you hear me? You think he ever needed help? No, I don't think so, Izumi says, shooting up to glare at her childhood friend. I know so. Clouds part, and Izumi focuses on a memory from years ago. A broken man on a broken statue, the BLD, the fear, the guilt. Izumi walking closer, talking, releasing his mind from the fear, just for a night. Bakugo watches, not saying a word, but Izumi can feel his mind accepting it. Besides, All Might had his own mountain. Izumi points out, and there he is, standing is all his glory. Mentors that pushed him to do everything he could. Izumi says, carving images of Gran Torino and Shimura Nana. Friends he could always rely on, heck, even a few relationships. Grinning as Sir Night Eye, David Shield, and Detective Naomace's faces come forwards. And am I in there? Maybe I dunno. But you get my point. Bakugo is sitting now, looking around himself, shuddering. Please. Izumi whispers, coming closer. Please. I don't want to lose someone else from this. He looks up at her, shocked, but Izumi just shakes her head and summons memories. The sports festival, his team, USJ, Kirishima saying he'll follow him. Ashido offering candy, then spicy candy after the curry incident. Siro and Kaminari cheering for him during a training exercise. His fight with Uraraka. Jairu offering him headphones when the rest of the class is up to their nonsense. Kirishima, reaching out for him, always giving him a rock to fall back on. Izumi smiles, letting Bakugu's spire grow, outcroppings that look like Kirishima's hair and Ishido's horns growing. Kaminari's lightning yellow, Siro's elbows, and a careful hand, scarred by Bakugu, held out like an offering. Izumi smiles at him sadly. As long as you're here, I can do anything. You don't need to talk to me. I'm not going to force you to do anything. But please, talk to someone. He lets out a groan, but Izumi can feel him agreeing. He grabs her hand. I get it. I'm not gonna crumble from this. Izumi giggles and flops down beside him. Yeah, I know. But it's always best to be honest. And to get rid of the pressure slowly is necessary. But also, listen to me one more time. Bakugu looks over at her, grumpy. It wasn't your fault. It's not our fault. People used us, but it's never the victim's fault. Izumi says, All Might was going down eventually. You can't blame yourself. I know it's difficult, because I was there before. With my mom. But we can't. They sit in silence. Seriously though, talk to Kirishima. I can feel you're pining. Bakugu explodes. Izumi cackles, running, but Bakugu's got this figured out by now, and he's right on her tail, fueled by rage. You beach. I'm sorry. Just had to. Come on, you two are so close. Shut up. What about you, half and half, and troll hair? Excuse me, at least I'm trying. Feelings. You're not the one that goes into seizures with them. All in all, the dream brawl is a pretty good way to blow off steam. And no one gets hurt. Bonus. Oh God, she's got to deal with her own mess tomorrow. Izumi. She starts to wave, before she gets tackled. Hitoshi messes with her hair, confused. What happened? Why'd you grow ears? Are you okay? Uraraka asks, bouncing over as well. It was highly irregular. Aizawa rolls his eyes and shovels everyone off Izumi. Enough. Kid, explain. Izumi wrings her hands together nervously. A few of you already know this, but Sensei, all for one, tried to take my quirk while I was taken. A few of them wince in sympathy. That's gotta be a weird feeling. The was. And I kinda panicked and realized we were in a semi-conscious state, near catatonic, so I could use my quirk on him. For a moment, we shared our quirks, stretched across two minds. I started gaining strength and pulled him in, but he snapped the connection. She rubs at her arms, embarrassed, and calls the ears back into existence. So I have at least 4 new quirks now. There's a moment of silent confusion. That's why he was so caught off guard. Bakugu says, You just accept that? Kaminari and Ishido shriek. Bakugu rolls his eyes. Listen, he was astounded by something. Both of them looked like they had run 50 marathons back to back, and that's before she kicked him in the PP. Some SHT had gone down. What do you mean, kicked him in the pages? Izumi rolls her eyes as Bakugu grins evilly, obviously reminiscing. Shudo walks over, poking at the ears. So what can you do now? Izumi shrugs. We haven't figured out everything, but I'm like really flexible now, and I'm pretty sure I can connect 2 awake minds so senses are merged, which is how I helped All Might. I can hear vibrations more, and when I went to talk to Sensei, he mentioned something about a quirk that stopped sore throats. And I can turn fully into a cat. Hitoshi perks up. Can you do it? Please. Aizawa groans loudly. No. We've already wasted enough class time. I only brought her in because you'd be distracted otherwise. Besides, she's assisting today's lesson. Sit down. I'll show you later. Izumi whispers to Hitoshi, as the students who had jumped up upon her arrival scurry back to their seats under Aizawa's glare, Shudo gently touching her shoulder before retreating to his. Alright. As I've already told you, your focus this summer is obtaining provisional hero licenses. Yes, sir. Do not take this lightly. Aizawa reminds them lowly. A hero license means you are responsible for human lives. You can imagine how difficult the test is to obtain one. Barely 50% of students pass every year. Mineta gulps. It's that strong to get a provisional license? To prepare, today you'll focus on creating something new. The classroom doors open, revealing Midnight, Cementos, and Ectoplasm. 2 ultimate moves. Izumi giggles as the mood turns from nervous anxiety to excited anticipation. An exam is normal school stuff, but this is real hero business. By ultimate move we mean a move that will ensure victory. Ectoplasm explains. Cementos nods. A move so unique to yourself and your abilities that no one else could ever hope to copy it. Simply put, your moves must lean into your strengths. An extension of who you are. Midnight announces. Most heroes these days have them. If they don't, they're fools. I realize this seems abstract, but we'll explain more throughout the day. Aizawa finishes up. For now, change into your costumes and meet at Gym Gamma. Gym Gamma. Otherwise known as Training Dining Land or TDL. Izumi agrees with the class's confusion. UA has interesting names for things. Cementos presses his hand to the ground, activating his quirk. This was my idea. I can simulate many different terrains and obstacles for all kinds of quirk practice. Here, you will learn to serve up justice, hence the name. Kaminari hums. That's pretty cool dash. Please allow me a question. Ida shouts, hand shooting up. What is gone advantage for having ultimate moves for our provisional exam? May we know your reasoning? That's 2 questions. Aizawa points out. Izumi elbows him. The job of a hero is varied. It won't just be fighting. Crime, natural and man-made disasters, all sorts of dangerous situations. You will be tested on your ability to gather information, decision-making, quick thinking, cooperativeness, and leadership. Every year there's a new test to evaluate these qualities. The most important thing is to be able to prevail in battle. Midnight announces. And those of you with an ultimate move will have stronger results. Circumstances should not dictate the results of your success. Cementos tells them. You must learn to be consistent in order to be a valuable asset. Your ultimate move does not have to be an offensive move. Ectoplasm reminds the class, turning to Ida. Take Ida's Recipro Burst for example. That sort of temporary boosted speed is valuable and resides in the category of excellence we're looking for. Ida clutches his hand over his ear. You mean I've been doing an ultimate move all this time? So it's basically a secret weapon. Something that gives us an edge no matter who or what we're facing. There's a smart boy, says Winky. For example, Calmy Wood's using lacquered chain prison to capture multiple villains in an instant. That's exactly what we want to see. Hitoshi raises his hand. What are yours? Just to give us an example. I have my capture weapons. Aizawa says, reaching up to hold one of the bands. Binding cloth manipulation. And I have forced internment giant bites. Ectoplasm says. Izumi is distracted from the other explanations from hearing Mina cough out. Capture Vor. Aizawa taps her on the shoulder. And you. Oh. Izumi squeaks. Possession and forced sleep, I guess, for a combat situation. Aizawa turns to the group. Any more questions? Okay, moving on. Even though the training camp got interrupted, you still got a lot more strength in your quirks. Now it's time to put that strength somewhere and make moves of your own. Cementos and Ectoplasm begin setting up for the training. Ares ground formations begin to grow, leaving open spaces for everyone in the class. Ectoplasm begins forming clones for opponents. This is what you will be doing for the rest of your summer vacation. I expect you to also think on how you would like to improve your costumes now that you have a better under of your quirk. Aizawa smirks at his class. I expect the best from all of you. You have what it takes. Yes, sir. Izumi perches above the training room, looking down through the maze of different levels as the class starts their work. Ectoplasm really is a good teacher, reminding Ajiru not to rely on his tail and showing Mina how to make her proposed move more powerful. Shudo seems to be recreating the globe and wall from the festival. Good idea. Both were incredible. Yaoyorozu is going for something even more difficult, 2 objects at once. Her mental capabilities are incredible. Izumi muses, kicking her feet as she scribbles in her notebook. I wonder if she'd be capable of holding my quirk together. Most of the class seems to be testing out their limits. Bakugu, Ectoplasm. I killed this one. He shouts. Izumi giggles and leans over, letting off steam. Kaken? Been a while since I've been able to really let loose. He shouts back, blowing yet another clone to a goopy mess. Izumi looks down at the teachers, all obviously talking about him. Bakugo really is amazing, she just hopes he's capable of taking her advice when he needs to. All Might starts wandering through the students, giving tips here and there. She catches a stray thought from her dad. He's suddenly good at this. Izumi snorts and hops down from her perch, nabbing a book out of All Might's pocket and showing it to Aizawa. Teaching for dummies? She giggles up at the number 1 hero. He snatches the book back, face red. Oh, go do better than me then. Izumi skips off, hiding her laughter as she heads for the bubble of uncertainty. Hide-a-can, she calls, waving. He sits on a lip of rock, giving instructions to a wandering ectoplasm clone. Hi, Izumi. He sighs. Do a flip. His mind SLV complies. Can't think of anything. Izumi asks, plopping her hands on her hips. He shrugs. I guess there's specialized orders I could use, but it would mainly be for specific situations. I could get them to lead me somewhere, but I just don't see the point in naming something when I'm gonna be an undergrounder. That's because you have no imagination. Izumi sighs, grabbing his hand. Come on. Uraraka and Ida are going to the development studio now, we're gonna join them. Wait, why? Izumi just grins. You'll see. I've got something in mind for you. Uraraka, Ida, wait up. Izumi would absolutely love to say that they got in, got good ideas, and left without a hitch. Instead, the door blows open and a body slams into her. Hatsum. Power Loader shouts. Be more careful. You can't just mix everything together randomly. Mistakes are the mother of invention, sensei. The body-crushing Izumi announces. Dreamer-senpai, are you okay? Uraraka asks, coughing through the smoke. Shudo, who had tagged along, helps the two girls up. I'm okay, Uraraka. And hi Hatsum. Nice to see you again. Hey Dreamer. The inventor shrieks, spinning her around to poke at the blanket. How's this baby holding up? Still stain-resistant, fireproof, most comfortable blanket ever, the works. Izumi laughs, watching Power Loader give up and head back into the room. It's amazing, Hatsum. Good, because I'm making it better. Hatsum announces, ripping the blanket away. You brought Class A, gotta admit. I forgot everyone's names. I am Ida Tenya. The man you tricked into becoming a walking advertisement during the sports festival. Never heard of ya. Hatsum announces. I remember you though, Peppermint. You left me to be a single mother. Shudo chokes on air. I what? You don't even remember our child? Hatsum moans, miserable. Izumi giggles, knowing exactly what Hatsum is talking about. Yeah, Shochan, how could you? What is happening? He whispers, obviously distressed. Hatsum cackles before turning back into the lab. Welp, I've got to upgrade this for my brainstorming buddy and invent more babies, so bye. Hatsum, wait up. Izumi falls, dragging the 4 students behind her. They're here for costume improvements. Izumi swears Hatsum's neck nearly snaps by how quickly she turns around. Costume improvements? Now you've done it. Power Loader groans. Come on in. Do you have the papers? They should have come in with the first reiteration of the costumes. Izumi pokes around the lab as Power Loader starts explaining the process to change their costumes. It's pretty easy to see the source of Hatsum's explosion, though it's slowly being cleaned up. Why is it so cold in here? Uraraka shivers. Because of Hatsum and Shudo's baby? Izumi laughs, patting Icebot. I can't believe it hasn't melted yet. Oh. Shudo says, relieved. That's what she was talking about. Of course. I'd never let my baby melt. Nitrogen freezer attachments for emergencies and constant air conditioning. Plus a lacquer that makes it difficult to melt. Hatsum shouts, happily pointing out her changes. I also upgraded his AI for help with boring stuff. Power Loader rolls his eyes. That thing is better at lab maintenance than half my class combined. Hatsum starts jumping happily, looking around at her new test subjects. So, what were you thinking of? What do you want? Brainstorming buddy. Shudo is just tagging along. But that ice lacquer thing you mentioned might come in handy if he needs to reinforce something? Oh, yeah. So, a way to carry it and expel it quickly. I'll see if I can improve it. Uraraka nervously turns to Power Loader. I was hoping you could help with my mobility while in the air, and improve my radiator. Got it? Suddenly, Uraraka and Ida have contraptions strapped to their back and arms, blinking in confusion. Jetpack. Hatsum explains cheerily, pressing a button. The two go flying into the roof. A bit much, I'm trying to cool my legs. There's nothing wrong with my boosters. Ida grunts out, still pressed to the ceiling. Hatsum only laughs. Duh, silly. Use your arms to give your legs a rest. But pushing him past his limits isn't a good idea either. Izumi points out. Look at them. If your contraptions hurt them, they aren't good support items, right? Hatsum freezes for a second, eyes calculating. Good point. I will need to calibrate them more. Uraraka already has. The whole upwards motion thing. Izumi says, nodding. A grappling hook, probably, and boosters that work for a short time, like Bakuga's explosions. She's a great martial artist. A big backpack would probably get in her way and tire her out. And as for Ida, I have only one word, he lies. Ida gulps in fear. Excellent points? Hatsum announces. So, basic ideas for 3 your turn. Hitoshi jumps. I really think I'll just ask Power Loader. Good luck, kid. Hey. I had an idea for Hitoshi. Izumi chirps. We've already got something for his weapon dash. We do. And his quirk relies on people replying to him. Izumi finishes. So I was thinking a lot of people don't trust a voice they don't know, and eventually he'll be recognized. So what we need to do is hide his voice behind a modulator that could make him sound like just about anyone. What do you think, Hitoshi? He blinks, amazed. I hadn't even thought about something like that. It's amazing. Hatsum starts bouncing excitedly. I like it, I like it, I like it. I'll start working on it right away. Brainstorming buddy, come on. The two girls dart to the benches, Hatsum happily tinkering away. Uraraka, who had managed to get to the ground, glares at Hitoshi. How'd you get off so easy? He shrugs, watching Izumi start rapid-fire questions and Hatsum shooting off answers just as fast. I got rescued, I guess. She's crazy. Power Loader admits, also looking on at the tennis match of insanity. But you'll grow to depend on your relationship with her. She's the one who's going to be in your corner when you're out on the field. He sighs. Common sense is a collection of prejudices acquired by age 18. Einstein said that. Honestly, I think that girl lives by every word of that sentence. She's always trying something new. Innovators break out of the mold, and that's just what Hatsum's doing. Over the next few classes, Izumi watches as ultimate moves come to fruition. Hitoshi has become terrifyingly good at mimicking people's mannerisms with his new support item and even catches Aizawa once with Izumi's voice. Tsuyu manages to hide in plain sight for a long time. Izumi absolutely does not tell her to go mess with Hagakure, not at all. Tokoyami cloaks himself in dark shadow. Shudo is working on activating both sides of his quirk, and Bakugo manages a concentrated blast from a single point on his hand. He's been trying to do that since we were kids. Izumi laughs as he cheers happily. Guess he finally got to come back to it now. That kid sure is something else. Yagi muses, shifting his attention to another student. The rock crumbles. Look out. It's falling towards Yagi, and Izumi can't help but remember other falling rocks and a crushed body and a light dissolving into nothingness around her and pain and shattering and death. No. Everything is silent. Izumi opens her eyes, arms outstretched, gasping with adrenaline. The rock is floating. Yagi isn't under it anymore. Izumi drops her hands, barely noticing that the rock drops too, barely caring that she had discovered a new quirk, and curls into a ball. Distantly she can hear people running over, Aizawa, Midnight, Shudo, Hitoshi, All Might, but she can't listen to them properly. Crush death her fault Izumi, breathe. Aizawa whispers, quirks activated. The pain lessens, but it's not that that's hurting her. All right everyone, let's go, give her room. Midnight announces, shepherding the class out of the room. It was my fault. Izumi whimpers, hugging herself. I should have done something. I killed him. What is she talking about? Muscular. Their fight crushed a cliff. He didn't make it. Midnight whispers, returning to the group. Izumi. Come on, talk to me. I'm right here. We're right here. Hitoshi says, clutching her shoulders. You alright? Izumi gulps, wiping at her face. Maybe I can't dash, she shudders. Sometimes one form got too painful. She doesn't need to talk as a cat. It's nearly an unconscious shift, everyone's so much bigger, and Izumi crawls into Hitoshi's lap, pressing her face to Shudo's palm. It wasn't your fault? Yagi says, crouching beside the knot of people. You did what you had to do. Everyone makes mistakes. You saved me, you saved Koda. Muscular's death was terrible, but you can't blame yourself for it. The kid told us what happened. Aizawa says carefully. You tried to get him away. It's not your fault he didn't listen. Izumi shudders, letting her original form flow back. I know what it feels like. She whispers. What? I was with him when it happened. She murmurs, eyes staring at nothing. I know what it feels like to die. She looks up, eyes full with tears. I won't let that happen to anyone if I can help it. Izumi stands up, reaching for Yagi's head. I'm sorry, can I? He leans forwards, letting Izumi listen. He's alive. He's okay. She's okay. Maybe. Careful with that. You're going to trip over it, and there he goes. Aizawa groans. Don't tell me you didn't when you first learned how to use this DMN thing. Hitoshi shouts into the ground. Stupid scarf with its stupid loops and... Izumi grins, dropping her own to untangle him and help him up. I know. First time I tried to use it I ended up a cocoon, and both my dads were on patrol. For hours. Hitoshi just groans. Still, it is fun. Mitsukura muses, spinning like a ribbon dancer and watching it spiral. Though I can sense the whole thing, so, I can't believe you guys can do it. Nemeki says, frustration in her voice as she glares at the scarf she had been attempting to use. Najuru had picked it up, slowly copying the other's movements. I guess it's not for everyone, Iki. Screw you, you eyeless show-off. He sticks his tongue out at her. Izumi. Aizawa calls. Remember what you did the other day. The new quirk. Izumi nods. You want me to use it on the capture weapon? Oh yeah, I want to see you use a new quirk. Kata cheers excitedly. Tamashi-san, can you tell me what it looks like? Tamashi nods, grinning nervously and letting go of her hand. Izumi grins as she senses the slightest bit of a blooming crush between the third year and her new friend. Give me a moment, your quirk is making things a bit difficult to see. Normally there we are. Continue. Izumi gives him a nod and holds out her hands, taking a deep breath. She had used this quirk a few times, once with the whole collapse incident and the next few helping Nedzu with paperwork. He had claimed it was training. Izumi knows he just didn't want to deal with all those different sorting piles. The scarf rises off her shoulders, undulating in the air as she focuses. Her mind isn't as full of panic this time. She can feel it. An extra limb and ability, a part of her. She wonders if this is how All for One felt. How the original holder felt. Izumi shakes her head, using the quirk to send the scarf flying and looping, the same ways she had seen her dad do it, turning it into a capture weapon rather than an odd accessory. Cheater. Hitoshi says, still glaring at his own. Izumi grins and reaches for his, lifting it up as well and wrapping it around him. Don't know what you mean, Hidecan. Oh come on, I just got out of this thing. He complains. You know what? That's it. I'm out. He proceeds to do the worm off the field, to the club's laughter. A week later, and they pack themselves into a bus, Izumi with her quirk completely shut down to avoid the nerves from the students, and go to take one of the most difficult and important tests of their entire life. The Provisional License Exam. National Dagoba Arena. Jairu looks ready to barf. What if I can't get my license? Mineta whimpers, staring up at the walls of the testing area. Aizawa drops to his height, not like a normal person. Flat back, arms dangling, dead to the world. Izumi doesn't even hear what he says to Mineta, she's too busy trying not to laugh. If you can pass this test, then you novice eggs will hatch into chicks. You'll be semi-pros. Aizawa tells the class. I expect your best. You're all gonna be amazing. Izumi exclaims, bouncing happily. We'll both be cheering you on. All right. Kaminari cheers. I can't wait to be a heroic chicken. Kirishima nods, pumping his fist. Alright, let's call out the usual you guys. Izumi blinks, looking past them. A very tall boy has sidled over to their group, grinning and taking in a deep breath. Plus dash, Kirishima continues, Ultra. The boy shouts. The rest of the class blinks in shocked silence, at a complete loss to whoever this person is. It's rude to interrupt other people's huddles, Inesa. Someone says from behind them. Izumi turns, to see another school's group following their friend. Something is off. The loud boy realizes, before slamming his hands against his sides and shouting, I am so hurt. Extremely sorry. On the last word, he slams his head into the ground, bowing deeply. Izumi's class is too busy whispering amongst themselves about the other school. Shiketsu, the loud boy, stands up, ramrod straight once more. I wanted to say it just once. Plus Ultra. See, I really love you, a high school. I'm very honored to compete against such elite students. I'm so looking forward to it. Then you probably shouldn't be slamming your head into the ground like that. Izumi scolds him, shaking off the odd feeling and reaching into her pocket for a packet of tissues. Hey, with how much she cries, she's gonna need them. You're bleeding. I apologize for dashed. He meets her eyes, and the silence is instant and jarring. His classmates turn to look at him, the purple-haired one sighing and shaking his head when he sees Izumi. Oh dear, are you all right? Izumi asks, still holding the tissues. It's starting to drip into his eyes and Izumi knows that can't be comfortable. You're bleeding pretty badly and I know head wounds are worse, but you should still be careful. You want to be at your peak performance during the test, right? Here, let me... He nods mutely, kneeling down and letting her mop the BLD off his face. Izumi smiles as she finishes up, taking a clean one and pressing it to the wound. Here, be more careful. Can I love you, can I have an autograph? He shouts, face bright red. Izumi blinks. Here we go. One of his classmates groans. You're dreamer, right? He squeaks. I'm Yurashi Inesa. I'm a really big fan. I've been following you since the Endeavor scandal. I saw your video and read all the stories I could find online. He bows again, still on his knees to reach Izumi's height. Hey wait, you just promised not to do that? Izumi yelps, waving her hands in panic. He straightens once more, eyes shining. I'm sorry. I was simply moved by your obvious care for everyone around you. The thousands of stories really are true. You're an inspiration. I love you. Izumi blushes. What is happening? Shudo asks, walking over. Hitoshi, beside him, is glaring so strong his eyebrows have become one, like a purple caterpillar. In a few seconds, Inesa becomes almost closed off, glaring at Shudo. I was expressing how much I love her as a hero. Shudo makes a face, grabbing Izumi's arm. We should go dash. Suddenly Izumi gasps. Hey, I know you. You were from the recommendation students. You had the top scores there. She smiles at him. Your scores were incredible. I can't wait to get to see you in action. I'm not that impressive compared to your early rise to your duty, Inesa stammers, still halfway glaring at Shudo. Izumi shakes her head, patting his shoulder. I may be able to deal with the problems underneath, but it's you guys in the waking world you have got to do the real legwork. Oh, you wanted an autograph, right? Izumi asks, flipping open her notebook and tearing out a page. Trade. You want mine? He asks, confused. For when you're a hero, Izumi explains. In all honesty, it's a miracle they managed to trade autographs with how much the two of them are stuttering and fanboy/girling over heroes. But they manage it, and Inesa runs off with the rest of his classmates. Well, that was interesting. Izumi says. Prick. Shudo grumbles, glaring at his back. Hey. Shudo shakes his head. During the tests, he kept coming up to me and trying to talk to me again and again about my dad. Constantly. I told him to leave, but he just wouldn't. Eventually, I told him to stay out of my way, and he spent the rest of the time glaring at me. Izumi softens, reaching out to rub his shoulder. I'm sorry, Shochan. Maybe he was trying to make friends. But he really should have left you alone if that's what you wanted. I'll help you take him out. Hitoshi offers. Izumi just rolls her eyes. Eraser? A new voice asks, obviously excited. Izumi looks up at the odd noise her dad makes. I'd know that scowl anywhere. Izumi hops over to Aizawa's side, peering around him to see the approaching woman, who is still talking. I saw you on TV and at the sports festival, but it's been a while since I've seen you in person. She looks familiar, Izumi whispers, racking her brain for the pro hero this lady is. Let's get married. The woman says. No. She turns to the side, laughing. You're a real riot, buddy. And as usual, you're impossible. Aizawa groans. Izumi gasps, recognizing that laugh. You're Ms. Joke, the smile hero. You can make people laugh. That's right, kiddo. Ms. Joke says, smiling down at her. Hey, how's this grumpy but doing? He never calls me. I didn't even know he had a kid until the press conference. Because I don't want to associate with you. Aizawa grumbles. He tripped over our cat yesterday and face planted into the floor. He didn't get up for 10 minutes. Izumi says helpfully. Ms. Joke bursts out laughing. Oh, that's precious. She coos. But seriously, Eraser, imagine it. If I was your wife, you and this sweetheart here will have a future full of constant laughter. That sounds like an actual nightmare. Well, you two seem close. Tsuyu says over the renewed giggles. Our agencies were near each other. Ms. Joke confesses. As young heroes striving to make a difference in the world, a mutual love bloomed. No, it didn't. Look at our daughter. She's got my green and you're dark and unruly. Aizawa scowls. We're not BLD related and she's not yours. I do miss your quick retorts. Ms. Joke announces. You're my favorite person to tease, future husband. Aizawa just sighs. If you're here, Joke, then, all right. The hero says, turning around. Come on, everyone. More students come up, these a bit older. Whoa, you it. A girl exclaims, and one with dark curly hair rushes forwards, grabbing Izumi's hands. I'm Shindo. It's been such a strong year for your class. But despite everything, you've pulled through. I can't wait for this battle. Too nice. Izumi frowns, looking down at her still trapped hands. There's no need to lie to me. For one thing, can tell. For another, I'm not even taking the test, so it's pointless to try and knock me off guard. In seconds, his eyes sharpen. His smile doesn't fall away, but it becomes almost predatory as his voice lowers to a whisper. Oh, sorry. You're Dreamer, right? My bad. But you know, he murmurs, leaning in so his mouth is right next to her ear. It does seem to be affecting a few people back there. Pretty protective of you, huh? Izumi can feel the rage emanating off of them. Damn it. This kid is good. He pulls back enough to see her eyes, grinning slyly. He's way too close. You and Mrs. Joke like flirting to get your way. I can't argue that point, and it bothers me. Izumi informs him, trying to be straight-faced and failing. They stare at each other for a second before bursting into laughter. Shindo pats her shoulder before turning back to his class, walking into the testing building. That guy too. Hitoshi growls. I'll help you take out that guy too. You two are some of the stupidest bastards I've ever met. Bakugu scoffs. Besides dunce face. And shitty hair. Hey. Izumi rolls her eyes and pats Shudo on the shoulder. He was intentionally messing with you guys, Shochan. Besides. She backs up, smiling up at him. I may be fascinated by all these other aspiring heroes, but I'm going to be rooting for you guys. I've been there through everything and I'm so proud of how much all of you have grown. You're all going to ace this. She turns to Kirishima, pumping her fist. We got interrupted earlier. Start over. Heck yeah. He cheers. Plus ultra. Somehow, Izumi and Aizawa end up near Ms. Joke again, much to Aizawa's obvious displeasure. Izumi is unsure about the woman, but she seems nice enough, if a little overbearing. Also, apparently her quirk doesn't work on Izumi. They spend a good 10 minutes waiting for the test to start, just glaring at each other, Izumi refusing to laugh even though her body is begging to, and Joke honestly sweating with the effort. Aizawa ends up erasing both of their quirks so they can start paying attention. Tired guy has been talking for 5 minutes. He says, when they turn to glare at him, offended at the abrupt stop to the competition. You're missing orientation, and I know you wanted to listen, Izumi. Izumi squeaks and whips around to hear the speech continue. What did I miss? Effect of stain, though they called it recent events, on heroic community and how they already have a surplus of heroes. Aizawa says shortly. If you really are to be heroes, you're going to need to be fast in order to get to an area on time. The tired man says. God, I need a coffee, and so, that's what you'll be tested on. The screen lights up, a 100 flaring for the students to see. The first 100 to pass the test move on to the next round. Izumi nearly chokes. Wait, 100. For the first round. That's way more strict than previous years. Ms. Joke says. And one class is a fifth of that whole number. They really are trying to narrow it down. Aizawa whispers, also shocked. That's a very small number. The students down below are panicking as well. Izumi whimpers, covering her ears. Dad, her quirk vanishes under his. Here's how the first test will work, says the tired man, holding up 2 objects. The test taker will place 3 of these targets on their body. Anywhere is fine, so long as it's visible. You can't put it in your armpits or the soles of your feet. To attack, these balls will need to hit the targets. Once all 3 of your targets are hit, you're out. The person to hit the last target counts, it's their win. You get through this round by taking out 2 people. Got it? Good. Ms. Joke starts giggling. Eraser, your fly is down. Izumi, put me to sleep. I know you can. He groans, I twitching. But then you'd miss it? Izumi exclaims, shaking his shoulder. Besides, I am this close to having a panic attack, I need you. You aren't the one taking the test. But our students are. Don't look at me like that, you know they're mine at this point. She says, pointing a finger at him. I just can't believe you still have 20 students. Ms. Joe comments. Did you make him keep a few in, Dreamer? Or does he really like this class? I'm honestly gunning for my Netta to get thrown out. Izumi admits. His mind makes me uncomfortable. Joe gasps. Then, Eraser, you actually do like your class this year. Not really. He sighs, watching as the schools scatter themselves through the arena. Don't be embarrassed, that's so like you. Please date me. Shut up. Joke starts cracking up again. But really, you know what's about to happen down there. And yet you didn't mention a thing to your class. Izumi blinks, looking down at the field. That pattern, hundreds of students working together unknowingly, and Shudo and Kaken going off on their own. Hitoshi, Kaminari, and Kirishima follow them, but still. 2 against everyone. Every year the test is different. But one thing's always the same. It's almost a tradition at this point. Most of the students are on pretty equal footing, except UA. The sports festival puts them at a severe disadvantage. Izumi finishes, nodding. A team of 2, a team of 3, a team of 15, against hundreds of schools that know their quirks, weaknesses, and fighting styles. You should have said something if you really do like your class this time around. Joke says, eyes narrowing. We've seen it time and time again. The crushing of UA. The buzzer goes off. Immediately, students leap into the air, focusing on Class 1A, releasing a storm of RBB ball. It doesn't change anything. They'd still have to deal with it. Aizawa says, you think we'll be taken out? Yaoyorozu creates shields, Ida kicks away the assault, Siro and Mineta WHP tape and a string of ball to gather the missiles. A good hero is someone who can turn a bad situation around. Aizawa says, and forgive me if I say we look a bit further ahead than everyone else. Joke looks offended, but Izumi has to agree. Their class is completely untouched. They have a solid defense, and about 100 more chances to hit a target with a ball than before. The 5 who had gone off on their own have yet to meet resistance. First hurdle, guys. Izumi whispers, wringing her hands. Good luck. Izumi thought they were doing pretty well. Of course, that's when it all went wrong. Leaning over the arena, she can't hear much. But there's a brief lull in the fighting, Shindo shouting something to her class and pressing his hands to the ground. Here we go. Ms. Joke murmurs. The ground explodes. An earthquake? Izumi exclaims, watching as her class is torn apart by rampaging dirt. Ms. Joke nods. That would be Shindo's quirk. Izumi watches the class scatter, the team breaking up and being singled out. Though they are defending themselves well, and no one seems to be injured, one move changed the entire playing field from an immovable pillar to single stones. So he has physical skills along with the mind tricks? Izumi says under her breath. Wind distracts her, swooping over a good portion of the stadium. A tornado forms, and at the base of it, smiling with adrenaline, is Inesa. Izumi blinks, impressed with the show of power. He collected all those missiles, wonder who can dodge well enough. Either way, he has a win. Aizawa mutters, watching as the ball are thrown to the ground with another gust of wind. One person took out 120. Comes the announcer's voice. Completely shocked out of his tiredness. Izumi smiles when she sees who it is. That's Inesa. He really is amazing. She grows silent, focusing again over all of the students. Though most are alone, they've started to team up again, find each other. And they all seem to be holding their own, though a few have a target down. Wait, Shochan. Izumi whispers, looking over. He's being attacked by the Power Rangers, apparently. Power Rangers with nails and nuts. Izumi shakes her head. Where's Heidekan? 3 of the Power Rangers suddenly start attacking the others, another pulling a scarf out from under the tunic. Oh. Ms. Joke coughs in surprise as the 2 boys and their mind slaves take out the opponents with a mixture of skill, insults, confusion, and a container of fuel they blew up. Izumi cheers when they finish. Wait, is that your capture weapon, Eraser? Ms. Joke asks, pointing down on the field. We all learned how to use it. Izumi exclaims happily. Mitsukuru and Najuru from Quirk Club too. The announcer crackles again. With those last 2, 55 students have passed, and 230 have been eliminated. Please hurry up. Izumi is definitely going to help this poor man get a restful nap after this. Heads up. Aizawa grunts, pointing. Bakugo, Kirishima, and Kaminari are headed for another Shiketsu kid. Looks like he's taking people out for the sake of it. Izumi turns her attention over to the raised area, tugging at her braids. I wish I could listen to minds, but I'm too scared to open up. She groans, watching Kirishima jump in front of Bakugo, taking the hit. Because I would love to know exactly what was going through their heads. That is incredibly disturbing. Aizawa says. Kirishima has been transformed into an odd, fleshy lump, much to Kaminari's obvious shock. Izumi can hear him screeching from her location in the stands. Not the weirdest thing I've seen, but not good. Very not good. Izumi whispers. The 5 who split off were likely going to be hit first. Mrs. Joke states simply. They've exposed themselves, gone for the easy win. The other 2 were lucky. Izumi sighs. I think Kaken just wanted to get away from everyone on principle. Even so, doesn't look good for him. Mrs. Joke points out. He's completely ignoring his back. Sighing again, Izumi buries her face in her hands. And Kaken is down. Kaminari could do something with the grenade he threw, but still, building? Aizawa points out again. It was so much easier to keep an eye on everyone when they were together. Izumi complains. Yairozu, Jairu, Shuji, and Tsuyu are inside, window by window shattering and blocking fear view. Locking them in. Izumi whispers. The test continues on. Groups form, more people are taken out, the open spaces dwindle by the second. Kaminari manages to free Bakugo and Kirishima, who immediately go for the other freed flesh blobs. They pass. The team that entered the building passes. Shiro finds Uraraka, and the 2 of them pass together. Ida and Aoyama stand together, pinned down but still fighting. Ashido, Ajuru, Hagakure, and Mineta have formed a group. Tokoyami, Kuda, and Sato are holding their own. We haven't lost anyone. Izumi whispers. 11 of our students have passed. 9 are still going. But there are only 18 chances to pass. They had better hurry it up. Aizawa points out. 10. Ms. Joke says, looking down at the field. My kids. Izumi bites her lip, scanning the arena. Come on. Suddenly, Aoyama leans over backwards, firing his laser straight into the sky like a beacon. Ms. Joke blinks. What is he doing? Weren't they trying not to be noticed? He's trying to draw them in so his other classmates have a better chance. Izumi murmurs, standing to get a better view. I think something else is happening though. What do you mean? Izumi points. One thing about our class, they've been in lethal situations. Each and every time, if you don't know where your friend is, they're in danger. A beacon like that would have been exactly what they were looking for. A rallying point. A way to fight together, so your chances are better. Ms. Joke frowns. This isn't a lethal situation. But they still have a lot on the line. Izumi responds, watching as everyone bands together once more. And they won't back down. Plus ultra, right? They inspire each other. Aizawa agrees. Kuda calls doves to distract everyone. Ajuru knocks people into Mineta's traps. Tokoyami and Dark Shadow slip together like pieces of a puzzle. Hagakure releases a flash of light, and in the chaos, Ida helps Aoyama up. All the students of Class 1A make it through the first test. The second test is rescue maneuvers. The whole stadium crumbles, ground cracking and buildings toppling, until it's the wreckage of the old setting. It's like the Kamino incident, Izumi whispers, looking across the destruction. Good idea. A lot of big villains cause destruction like this and catch hundreds of thousands of people in the rubble. It's like the first dream Toshinori had. Stop muttering. Sorry. The 100 past students rush out, calling for the victims and lifting away rubble. Izumi spots Bakugu shouting at a few who are apparently not injured enough to need much help, only to get points docked for attitude. This goes on for a while. Too long. It's too simple. She decides, looking over the arena like it's a chessboard. Something else is going to happen. The explosion seems to agree with her. From the smoke, figures emerge, wearing uniforms and carrying various weapons. A taller, larger figure follows them. Izumi's mouth drops open in shock. It's Gang Orca. Number 10 ranked hero. Was at the Kamino incident. Extremely strong. Number 3 hero that looks most like a villain. She mutters as the announcer informs the examines of the situation. Oh boy, stereotypes. At least they do seem to be focusing on teamwork rather than the dog-eat-dog style of previous years. That had led to what happened to Shudo and Tuya and their siblings. Competition had caused their suffering. Izumi shakes her head quickly. Focus. This isn't about the past. She grumbles at herself. It's about them moving forwards. By this point, the examines have chosen a course of action. Most are leading the fake victims away from the villains, others covering their retreat. Most of Class A is helping with that. Hitoshi, for his part, has managed to round up a good 30 villains and have them glue each other to the ground, as well as brainwashing a few victims that were being far too picky and bothersome. He makes a barrier out of villains. Izumi can't help but giggle at that one. Several combat-oriented students go straight for the villains. Shudo, Inesa, Bakugu, and Shindo among them, as well as a girl who is absolutely kicking butt. Shindo manages to throw hundreds of villains away like he did to Class A earlier, grinning as his earthquake rattles them all. Gang Orca shrieks. Izumi yelps, covering her ears, because apparently she can hear that very well. I hate these new quirks, she whimpers into her dad's side. Ow ow ow, I'm actually controlling it, this is dumb. Easy, kiddo. He murmurs, musing up her hair. Shindo is down. Izumi groans, looking up. He really is, dangling from Gang Orca's fist like a ragdoll. He isn't going easy on them, is he? She's just worried. Gang Orca swivels to meet the rush of ice emerging from Shudo's boot, blocking it with yet another piercing sound. Izumi winces, but stubbornly keeps in. I open, that's Shudo. She has to watch. He stops to take a breath, and Inesa drops from above, blasting away the ice and sending the villains who had just gotten back from Shindo's earthquake. Gang Orca, however, stands strong. The two boys stop for a moment, taking a breath, before attacking. Fire and wind spiral towards the full-blown hero, who drops into a stance, ready to block nothing. Oh no! Izumi groans, burying her head in her hands. Science. They're yelling at each other. Aizawa says, looking like he's about ready to go down there and smack the two of them to kingdom come. Can you hear them? Izumi sighs, not wanting to even try the noise, but closes her eyes. Energy, Tamashi-san had said. flowing inside her, a part of her now. Don't affect other quirks. Don't interrupt the testing. Just listen. Did that on purpose? Inasa is shouting. Why on earth would I? Shudo growls, and Izumi opens her eyes to see him in the distance, completely lost as he is in any social situation. Inasa, still floating menacingly, says, to take the glory, in an accusatory tone. You keep brushing everyone off, and when I was talking to Dreamer, you tried to drag her away. She doesn't belong to you. I wanted to really get to know her. Izumi slams her head into her hands as the argument continues. Oh my god, he's an idiot. Oh my god, both of them are idiots. She whimpers, shaking her head. I can't believe they're fighting over this. About what? Social inadequacy. Izumi grumbles, looking back up as they attack Gang Orca once more, attacks going awry again. They're blasting at the same time, and the heat and wind are messing up the other one's attacks. They already had a rivalry, so this is just the cherry on top. Aizawa shakes his head. Cherry of idiocy. Gang Orca is already yelling at them. Izumi assures him. For all your strength you have no feeling. Inasa roars through his wind, before, under his breath, just like Endeavor was. Izumi whips her head around, mouth dropping open. What the F did he just say? Shudo is nothing like his father. Nothing. How dare Inasa? How dare he? Crack. Izumi whimpers. Dad, I'm really mad. My quirk, please, I don't know if I can dash. She falls out of the chair, clutching at her head, panting as fire, BLD, and knives soar through her mind. Father, Dad, I felt the same way. The same. Aizawa is holding her. Her quirks are gone. She whimpers into his iti, tears streaming down her face. We are nothing like our fathers. She whispers, insisting. Nothing. His hands tighten, before a blast of heat explodes from the center. Izumi looks over, to see only a few victims waiting to be saved and a tornado of fire surrounding Gang Orca. Emotion, anger, rage, stress, regret, guilt, all come to a peak, before Shudo shoves them aside. Inasa keeps going though. Izumi stands up, shaking. This was a really bad idea, sorry, I have to. Aizawa nods and she bolts. Shudo and Bakugo didn't pass. Shudo and Bakugo didn't pass. Izumi shakes her head, pressing her hands into her skull. Stupid boys. At least everyone else made it. Their reactions to people in general were their downfall. Aizawa says. Honestly, I was expecting Kuda due to his anxiety. Bakugo, understandable. And bad luck for Todoroki. We'll work on it. She nods, looking to the doors. Here they come. Dreamer-senpai. Ashido and Kaminari shriek, bolting out of the door. We did it. Izumi beams at them. I know. You were incredible. All of you. She turns to the others, who have caught up. Even if you feel you haven't performed your best, or you have regrets. Even if you didn't pass. Shudo looks up at her, an unreadable look in his eyes. Hitoshi stands beside him, looking almost guilty as he clutches his own license. You were all incredible under pressure and I can't be any prouder. And Dad feels the same way, he's just being at Sundara. The laughter she gets is worth the smack to the back of the head. We'll keep training. Keep getting better. No matter what, all of you deserve the title of a blooming young hero. She cheers. Aizawa straightens. This is anything but a stopping point though. Go beyond, plus ultra. The class cheers, breaking into conversation and clambering onto the bus. Izumi watches them carefully. Bakugo goes to stew in the corner, Kirishima wisely not saying anything, just sitting nearby. Shudo is, as always, unreadable to almost everyone. She goes to sit by him. I heard a little bit of it, she says, leaning against his side. He lets out a little breath, head tilting against hers. It's stupid. A year, and I still can't get away from the anger that the slightest mention of that I'm like him, Shudo whispers, hand reaching up to touch his scar. He apologized. But I can't help but hate everything. I don't even know what I feel. I just know it sucks. Hitoshi growls, leaning around Shudo to look at Izumi. Take me into that bastard's dream. I want to make him suffer. I'm definitely talking to him. Izumi says, squeezing his hand. But right now, Shudo. I've always said it, haven't I? These things take time. And you'll probably never be perfect. No one ever is. Wounds heal, but they still leave scars, and if someone attacks one so deep you're bound to be angry and defensive. He sighs. I know that, but still I can't, it's frustrating. Izumi finishes. God, don't I know that? But still. It was bad luck, bad timing, bad matchups. You got the job done in the end, and even though you didn't pass, you made it possible for others. She glances to Hitoshi, her hands spelling out, say something stupid, you were too good anyway. Hitoshi says, punching his shoulder. You need to give the rest of the class a chance, dude. Go tussle with Bakugu, you overpowered intelligent butt. Shudo makes a weird noise, and the two of them attempting to cheer him up lean closer. Are you laughing? No. Izumi pokes him in the side, grinning. No, I'm not. Hitoshi cackles, leaning around and trying to see his face. You so are. Did we cheer you up? Get off me. Sticking her tongue out, Izumi winks at Hitoshi before attacking Shudo's sides. He shouts in surprise, trying to push her tickling hands away, but he's sandwiched between the two of them and they are on a mission. Stop, damn it. Screw the both of you dash, I prescribe you with tickles and giggles. Izumi shrieks. Across the bus, everyone turns, laughing at the commotion. Blasty. Kaminari shouts. You're next. It all goes to hell from there. Inasa's mind is strong. Overwhelming, just like him, vibrations humming through the air of the dream room like the wind of his quirk. Izumi sighs, floating through the wind. His mind is strong, the barriers, though sleeping, are thick. Thickhead. Closed-minded. Do these things have any effect on the fact he still doesn't have a concussion? Izumi mutters before diving into the dream. It's an absolute mess. Endeavor, Stain, multiple other heroes that had been involved in scandals. Fire, wind, ice, rage. It's a whirlwind of thoughts and feelings and guilt and disgust. Izumi can understand why he's so blustery if this is what his thoughts are like. She reaches out into the fabric of the dream, slowly growing a bubble of open space so instead of being submerged by the rush, they look out at it like a TV screen. Inasa sits, still staring at the walls. Watching. Izumi coughs. Hey. He turns, blinking when he sees her before his face quite nearly lights up. Dreamer-san. Is this a dream? I mean, of course it's a dream, but are you a dream? Sometimes I imagine stuff like that. Like about you. He rambles. Izumi rolls her eyes. I'm real, Inasa. I wanted to talk to you about the license exam. She says, trying to be nice, but she can't help a bit of edge slip into her voice when she continues. What you said to Shudo. He freezes. I know. What I said about his father. It just slipped out. I'm so sorry for that. Izumi walks over, placing a hand on his shoulder and forcing a little smile. I know you feel guilty. But I hope you know that he's really important to me, and you made him upset, and I'm really, really angry with you right now. Inasa gulps. Let's talk. Izumi hisses, and chairs appear from nowhere. She shoves him into one before perching on her own. You decided to judge someone you didn't know, based solely on your stylized idea of a certain type of hero, ignoring or forgetting trauma of the past, despite it being a major part of the conversation you started, while attempting to save people. In addition, you brushed off the fact that, with his ice blocked, the only reasonable course of action was to use his fire. Unfortunately, this blocked you, and I apologize for that, but you immediately jumped to conclusions and decided he was just like his abuser and would do anything in order to become the best. Though she's supposed to be helping, Izumi can't help but feel the slightest bit of satisfaction as she sees Inasa's face turn guilty, ashamed. He had hurt Shudo. I let my anger blind me. I was being cruel. I believe loud passion is a necessity for heroes. For underground heroes? Well, those who have anxiety disorders. People who want to support their families. People who have a power they believe is necessary to help others. Inasa growls. He just floats on by. Shoving people around. He was shoving you around. He nearly dragged you away. Like he owned your attention. Izumi sighs. Inasa, do you know what happened the last time a stranger came near me? He blinks before going pale. Don't tell me I was kidnapped. Do you know what happened when someone brought up that he looked like his father? Inasa looks up at the dome still playing memories. Izumi pulls his gaze to Shudo's eyes. The scar, the desperation, the pain. His scar has a story. There's no coincidence that it's on his fire's side, his father's side. Guilt goes crashing though the dream. Inasa's anger at Endeavor's reveal, the single image of Shudo's mother released to the press, 3 scared teenagers. Izumi reaches out, pulling Inasa into a hug. You need to try and focus on what's underneath, step in another person's shoes. Shudo is passionate. He cares so much about his schoolwork, his training, others, but he has walls. And pushing at hurt people is only going to make them put more up. Inasa goes limp, shaking. I'm so sorry. Izumi leans back, face impassive. Just learn from this. Please. A hero isn't all about strength or passion. Endeavor had both. A hero can support people even though they are isolated and scared. A hero cares for everyone, no matter how they may think of them. She stands, offering him a hand. I stand by what I said. You will be an incredible hero, Inasa Yorashi. But you need to understand this first. It's kind of odd to see this huge boy completely shaken by her words. He wipes at his face, nodding. I'm sorry, Dreamer-san. I will do everything I can to be a proper hero. One you can be proud of. Izumi nods, beginning to fade from the dream. You're willing to change, Inasa. I'm already proud. She's still angry at him though. Annie, how do you do feelings? Izumi groans, slumping across the woman's couch. It's a lot easier to do this now that they're all so close in the school apartments. Kiyama laughs, offering her a piece of the chocolate she had been munching on. They were being cute. Or did one of them loose a shirt? Gotta say, every single student in this school looks incredible shirtless. God damn, do I love our training regimens. Please no. Izumi sighs. It's just after the test, we were cheering Shudo up and he laughed. Andy Kiyama, his eyes crinkled up and he was just giggling, and Hitoshi was smirking all smug because he made him laugh, and God, I love them so much. Squealing, Kiyama snatches Izumi and crushes her into a hug. You 3 are so cute. Just ask them out. I can't. Izumi groans, looking up at Kiyama sadly. Shochan has the remedial lessons he needs to focus on, and Hitoshi is going off to work study soon, and with all the chaos from the new Quirk stash, Kiyama smacks the top of her head. Excuses. Ask them out. Get your boys. They have anxiety. And they have work. Oh, for the love of, at least hang out with them. I'm in heaven. Izumi giggles, leaning over Hitoshi, who is absolutely covered in cats. So are they. He grins, scratching behind Iniko's ears. No, but seriously, your dad's let you have 4 cats? Bold if you to assume Aizawa isn't a crazy cat lady? Izumi jokes. Can you understand them? Shudo asks, watching as Kohi totters around on his left leg. When you use that new quirk? Izumi shrugs, rolling over to lay on her stomach. Kinda sorta. I mean, it's like instincts. I can tell what ear flicks mean, and they listen to me more, and they seem to know when I'm tired, but I dunno. Can you do it? More cats. Please. Hitoshi begs. Izumi rolls her eyes, but lets herself melt into the cat form, shaking out her legs and fur. She hops over to Kiyoshi, squished between Hitoshi's stomach and Shudo's left thigh, and flops on top of them. Shudo immediately starts messing with her ears. They're nearly buried in your fur, he says, smiling slightly. Izumi rolls over, batting at his hands. Kiyoshi makes an annoyed little huff, swatting at her tail with her paws before licking a patch of ruffled fur back into place and snuggling her stomach against Shudo's leg. Something is weird. Izumi leaps off the boys, reforming, before picking up Kiyoshi and frowning. Is something wrong? Hitoshi asks, still pinned down by cats. Squinting closer, Izumi shrugs. It's weird, usually Kiyoshi is all energetic and stuff, and she smelled funky. And are you getting fat? She asks the cat, who was always skinny no matter how much she ate. Hitoshi carefully pulls Erasure off his hee, sitting up to look at the cat. I dunno, Kit, Izumi nearly drops Kyoshi. Oh my god, is she peering? There's a loud crash from the other room, and Aizawa pops his head in. What? Kyoshi is all fat and slow and she's cuddly and she smelled weird when I was a cat? Izumi yelps, gently putting the cat down. And she threw up earlier, like morning sickness. Does that happen to cats? Yeah, it does. Hitoshi says, blinking in shock. Oh my god, you're gonna have so many cats? Aizawa sighs. We can bring her to Hound Dog and Recovery Girl to make sure. Rough? Yes, she's PRGNT. Recovery Girl clarifies. Izumi squeaks happily, rubbing her cheek against Kyoshi. I could smell it when I was a cat. It was weird. Nedzu probably won't be happy about more cats. Aizawa groans. I'm very much. Hitoshi announces, leaning over Izumi's shoulder to poke Kyoshi's belly. Shudo, there's gonna be so many cats? Recovery Girl chuckles as she watches them, side-eyeing Aizawa. You two kids look like proud parents? Hitoshi blinks before jumping off. Izumi, both their faces bright red. And I was betting on Todoroki there, I must say, from you or anyone in this school, I better not have any human pregnancies or dash, by Recovery Girl, thank you. Izumi shouts, dashing out of the room. The next time she sees the two of them, it's in class, thankfully. And she's really excited for this one. Today, we'll go into more detail on what Ojui asked a few days ago, work studies. I won't be explaining them, rather, I think you'll get more from this when told by people with experience with work studies and how they differ from internships. The door slides open, and 3 teenagers walk in. Izumi spots a few jaws hit the floor. These 3 rank at the top of our student body, the best of the hero course. You may know them as the Big 3. Aizawa finishes. Togata Mirio, Haru Nijire, Amakaji Tamaki. Izumi pokes Tamaki's side, offering him a little smile. She had met him a few years before, helping him with anxiety, and had been absolutely ecstatic when she found him later at UA and got to meet his friend Mirio, although it was a strange meeting. Class 1A is completely starstruck. Izumi can hear amazed whispers, and some interesting ones from Kaminari and Mineta. Get to it. Introduce yourselves. Tamajiki, you start. Immediately, he looks up, mind focusing with all its strength on one thing. Imagining the students as potatoes. I can't, no words are coming out, there's still people mouth dry, I wanna go home. He whips around to face the wall, trembling. Izumi reaches over, lightly soothing his mind with her quirk. It's okay, Tamaki-kun. Everyone, this is Amajiki Tamaki. He's pretty much like an older Kuda personality. Except not vegetarian. The other 2 third years start laughing. That's one way of putting it, Izumi-chan. Nijire giggles. I'm Haru Nijire. I'm supposed to talk about work studies. You first years have a really exciting time ahead of you. She blinks, walking forward. Hey, wait, hold on. Why are you wearing a mask? She asks, leaning over Shuji's desk. Is it cause you're feeling sick, or just to look cool? Well, oh wow. You must be Todoroki. Where'd you get that burn on your face? He stiffens. That's none of your dash. Hey Ishido, if your horns broke off, do you think you'd grow new ones? Mineta, are those ball your hair or what? I don't get it. And Ojui, you're a tree frog, not a gross toad, right? I can sense your BLD pressure rising. Izumi signs to her dad. Shut it, he signs behind his back. Izumi just grins. This is completely irrational. He hisses aloud to Mirio. Oh, don't worry. I'm next up. I'll bring the enthusiasm and focus. Izumi goes to comfort Tamaki and laugh at the students' faces as Mirio crashes and burns. Eventually, they find themselves in a training room, Mirio having decided the best way to get through to the class is to beat them up. Izumi drags Nijire away from an uncomfortable Ishido, settling next to Tamaki. They're screwed. Don't send them to the hospital for a few years, Mirio. Tamaki sighs. Nijire laughs. Yeah. There's a story about how a student just gave up on being a hero. Walk the fine line. The fine line of my dad's nerves, maybe? Izumi giggles. Mirio clothes fall off. I think he already tripped all over that one. Tamaki groans as Kirishima attacks first. Matter of fact, I think we all did. Stop doing that, you naked modhalf. Bakugo screams, angrily attempting to hit any part of Mirio. In the smoke, the older boy vanishes. Izumi watches his mind light, a bright sunny yellow, dive through the ground like a land shark. That never gets old. She whispers. I think I'll take out the long-range fighters first. Mirio announces, popping up behind Jiraiya. The poor girl turns around, only to get an eyeful of something she should not have seen. What the F? In all of 10 seconds, the long-range fighters are down, clutching at their stomachs and groaning in pain. Tamaki sighs. He's going too far. I think they'd be offended if he did anything else. Izumi admits, watching Bakugo hunt down Mirio, who is dancing nakedly throughout the class, hitting this way and that. They had seemed to figure out it was the ground he popped out of, and most of the people still moving are under the control of Uraraka's Quirk, being slung around by Hitoshi's scarves. Good plan, impressive adaptation. Izumi mutters, nodding. They have less mobility, but aren't in as much danger. Still, Mirio is good. He dives deeper, and starts launching himself up, managing to hit Kirishima before he can bring his Quirk up. Bakugo uses Strong Boy as a springboard, leaping off the floating Kirishima and exploding like a man possessed. Mirio is untouched. You know, I've been wondering. Izumi muses as the beatdown continues. If everything passes through him, when air molecules are in the same area while his Quirk is activated, and he gets chucked out of the earth when he deactivates inside, why isn't he launched into space every time he uses his Quirk? Tamaki immediately starts trembling. He can't get launched into space, he can't breathe dash. Hey no, I didn't mean to make you panic, Mirio is obviously fine. Izumi yelps. Guys, I know how his Quirk works. Shuji shouts. That's cheating, Shuji. Izumi shouts. Sorry, Mirio. I forgot he could hear me. Mirio laughs. It's fine, I can still win. The battle begins once more, Mirio launching out of the ground to swat at the floating students, and Uraraka and Hitoshi doing their best to keep everyone out of the way while they try to land a hit. Tamaki sighs, watching them. Mirio is still going to win. It's not his Quirk that's so impressive, Mirio is. His skill is what makes him great. Nijire leans in, smirking. That's gay. Tamaki smacks her, red as a tomato. That's real gay. Izumi confirms, smiling at him. But hey, he gets all misty-eyed while he's looking at you. Shut no Hito as in shut up. Tamaki squeaks, burying his head in his hands. Same thing for you, I've been here all of 20 minutes and those two boys dash. Izumi slaps her hand over his mouth. You know what? Let's be stupid pining anxiety ball together. Gladly. You two are so funny. Nijire laughs. Also, the fight is almost over. Indeed it was. Uraraka had been hit, and in the wave of nausea she had lost control of her Quirk, sending everyone crashing to the ground. Mirio was picking everyone off, and soon Bakugo was the only opponent. He fell quickly. Class 1A sits on the ground, in varying degrees of pain and anger. Bakugo has most of the anger. Stupid F not there BC, I'll kick your butt? He groans. Mirio smiles. That's exactly the kind of attitude we want to see. Take a moment, I'm gonna find my clothes. Takes more than a moment to heal my broken ribs. Hitoshi groans into the ground. Jiraiya groans, struggling with her bonds. At least you're not tied up in your own ears, ow. Izumi runs over to help her, ending up using telekinesis to cheat and untangle the knots. Eventually, they're all standing, looking to Mirio. So, Shuji, you overheard Dreamer over there being a snitch about my Quirk. I was theorizing about you being launched into space. Izumi defends, glaring at him. I was concerned for your safety. Mirio laughs. Anyway, anyone want to explain it for those who might be confused? Nijire hops up, waving her hand in the air. I can. Pick me. I can explain it. You can go. Intangible. Bakugo growls. You pass through anything and everything. Fists, ground, clothes, my explosions. And passing through things but releasing your Quirk causes you to shoot out. Shuji finishes. That's how you teleported. That's correct. Mirio praises, ignoring the pouting Nijire pulling at his shirt. It's called permeable. I'm capable of controlling my expulsion by holding the angle of my body like swimming in the land. The class nods. It's an incredibly strong quirk. No, it's not. The class looks confused, shifting from foot to foot as Mirio continues. My quirk is weak and complicated. If I need to go through a wall, I need to activate everything but one leg to stand on, step through, deactivate my leg, activate the other leg, and pull that through all without falling over. Kaminari looks like he short-circuited himself just thinking about it. Too many steps, and that's not all. Mirio admits. I can't breathe when I activate my quirk, air goes through me. I can't hear, sound waves pass through me. I can't see, light goes through me. It's just me, unable to sense anything, me and the darkness. He whips his hand up, tapping at his skull. I had to be smart. I had to be tricky. I had to predict what would happen, where they would be, where I would be. I had to think 10 steps ahead. And I could have never done it without experience. That's what you will get from work studies. Experience to turn into power. Much better than the mess in the classroom. Izumi nods, grinning at Tamaki as the class applauds and disperses. He might almost be worse than you at first. Tamaki elbows her, blushing. Shut up. You love me. She teases, pulling him over to where Hitoshi was complaining to Shudo. Come on, these two SCK at people's skills as well. Don't laugh at me while I'm in pain, but you didn't even fight him. Hitoshi groans, rotating his shoulder and wincing. Shudo offers him a little smirk. Don't know what you mean. I don't have my license. Neither does Bakugu. And since when does he back down from a fight? I accepted my failure. You just enjoyed watching us get our asses beat? Hitoshi accuses, slumping against the wall. Oh. Shudo just shrugs. Maybe. You've gotten very good with the capture weapon. He has, hasn't he? Izumi calls, dragging Tamaki closer. Guys, this is Tamaki. I met him in dreams and face-to-face at UH like Hitoshi. It was a pretty big surprise. Hitoshi waves weakly. Don't beat my butt until I heal from my internal bleeding and we'll get along fine, dude. I'm okay. How did you meet Izumi in school? Shudo asks, poking Hitoshi with his toe. She invited us down, but if you were surprised, then Izumi and Tamaki both snort, hands over their mouths. It's oh no, it's been 2 years and I'm still laughing. Izumi giggles. I was writing in my notebook when this buck-naked kid fell through the wall. Strong start. Hitoshi nods. Let me guess, senpai over there. Tamaki nods. We were practicing quirks in the hall, never a good idea. I followed him with his clothes, but I had to go the long way around, and it took a while to find the right door. When he came in I was smacking Mirio with a chair. Izumi remembers fondly. He panicked, I panicked, Mirio got a concussion, Izumi doesn't mess around. Tamaki nods, before blushing and hiding behind her. I'm sorry, I don't think, it's okay, you were doing so well, Tamaki. Izumi tells him, patting his shoulder. I'm really proud you could laugh with strangers. It's okay if you need to take a minute. Thanks for the chat, anxiety elf. You're valid? Hitoshi announces. Mirio is not, I really think he broke my rib. Izumi reaches down to push at Hitoshi's ribcage as Tamaki scuttles off. Nah, at most it's a bruise. She decides. Smart thinking, using the capture weapon for mobility in a zero-gravity environment. I got smacked by Uraraka's paw pads and I was like, hey, this may as well happen, but thanks. He shrugs. Aizawa-sensei does the same thing. Izumi rolls her eyes. Let us compliment you, cool cat. You were awesome. Nah, I'm allergic to affection. A grin splits Izumi's face. Noted for the next sparring session. He leans back, eyes wide. I'm scared. Should I be scared? I'm really scared. I'm not stupid enough to tell you you shouldn't be. Shudo admits. Good luck? Why? Mirio asks. Shudo jumps away, obviously shocked at how close the older boy had managed to get. Oops, sorry. New information has been received. Izumi announces. I'm dead. Rest in peace, first year, she's got a mean swing. Hitoshi grins. Yeah, heard you learned it firsthand from her friend the chair. Mirio gasps, turning to Izumi with a mock-offended look on his face. Did you really out me like that? She sticks her tongue out at him. Your failures make Tamaki laugh. And that face, she continues, motioning to Mirio's absolutely betrayed expression, makes me laugh. He laughs, dropping the silly face. Ugh. But I came over to tell you something, Dash. Come on, we have actual class things to take care of. Aizawa calls. Mirio raises a hand. Aizawa-san, does she need to come with you? I have something to talk to her about. Aizawa rolls his eyes. Neither of you are my students, so I literally could not care less, so long as Izumi doesn't hand you your butt again. Will I ever live that down? He asks jokingly. Oh, never. Izumi tells him, waving at the leaving students. I'm going to be in a press conference when you're a famous hero and tell the story. I'm gonna say a speech at you and Tamaki's wedding. Mirio laughs. I don't doubt it. Anyway, about the thing I needed to tell you, you know I'm an intern at Sir Naitai's agency, right? Basically a sidekick with all my work studies there. Yes, Sir wants you to come to our office. Mirio explains. His quirk showed him a vision of us fighting and you were there, and he seems sure we'll need you soon. Sir says he will be comfortable knowing something will happen rather than you stumbling into a random fight, which, to be fair, has happened often. Izumi blinks. You mean Sir Naitai? Yes. A hero who previously worked closely with All Might. Yes, wants to work with me. She squeaks. Oh my god, Mirio laughs. After school you and your dad can come to the agency, right? I'll go with you. Izumi nods frantically. That would be awesome, thank you, thank you, thank you. Don't thank me yet, Sir can be really strict. It's a rite of passage to make him laugh. I'll just tell him when we first met I gave you a concussion with a chair. Izumi announces, hopping around happily. Oh come on. This is Sir Naitai's office. Izumi squeaks, staring up at the building. This is so cool. Mirio laughs. You must have seen hero offices before. But still. She squeaks happily, hopping to the door. I'm going to work here, maybe? With you and Bubble Girl and Centipeter and Naitai. Centimeter isn't in today. Mirio says helpfully. Our agency is investigating something, and he's out on the field. Matter of fact, it's what Sir thinks we need your help with, Izumi. She nods thoughtfully as they go up a floor, thinking. So it's serious, I'll let Sir explain. Mirio decides. Come on through here. Izumi walks to the door, frowning slightly. Oh, what's happening in there? The door opens. Haha, oh my god, please stop. The woman strapped into an odd machine squeals. What the stringy man standing before the machine turns to face them, face completely deadpan. Heroes should have a sense of humor, a passion. Hypocrite. Izumi says, before slapping her hands over her mouth. I mean, I'm sorry, oh, great, 2 seconds in and I've already said something rude. Please don't stick me in the fingy. Night Eye raises an eyebrow at her, mind twinkling in amusement. Dreamer has Lemillion explained why I wanted you here. He said he was going to let you do it, Izumi says, eyeing the tickle machine warily as Mirio helps Bubble Girl out of it. I know Centipeter is patrolling the area. And you saw a vision of me helping you with something. Night Eye nods, before moving behind his desk and sitting down. Stern eyes stare at her above folded hands. First, are you sure you wish to do this? Izumi straightens. Can't you see the answer with your quirk? I'm going to end up here either way, right? I'd like to have all the knowledge I can. Smart. Night Eye admits. You'll be patrolling with us, and I believe you have a way to gather information from the League of Villains. I have an in. Does this have something to do with the League? Izumi asks, nervous. I didn't think they'd be active so soon. I know many of them split up to go undercover. Night Eye shakes his head. Not the League specifically. But in All Might's retirement and the League's recent successes, some villains have begun teaming up as well. Many smaller gangs have formed, underground fight clubs and meeting areas have been popping up, and larger yakuzas are coming out of the woodwork. I called you in as it seems we have a rather large and powerful yakuza on the move. He explains, passing her a folder. Izumi opens it, to see pictures of men in long coats, hoods, and plague masks, alongside information. They're called the Shai Hasaikai. Apparently the League had a run-in with them, though we are unsure of the outcome. You want me to look into it? Izumi asks, shifting the layers of paperwork around. Every single one of them wears a plague mask. Indeed. They seem to work with drags and the like, and are quick and clean. Any robbery victims are healed. No damage. No nothing. We believe it to be their leader, Overhaul, using his quirk. Izumi nods. You're trying to catch someone with no evidence? Precisely. Night Eye nods. With no way to look at evidence to figure out what has happened in the past, and all witnesses too dangerous or too scared to speak up, you need a way to get into their heads. Izumi nods, biting her lip. I think I can manage that. I won't be able to find Yazuka members without seeing their minds in real life first, unfortunately, but I'll see what I can do with a familiar enemy. Of course. Night Eye states simply. Now, as for patrolling, much of our effort is going into the Shai Hasaikai's territory. With your ability to sense minds and thoughts, any assistance you can give us will be a great help. Izumi nods, grinning sheepishly. I've never actually patrolled, but I'll do my best, sir. Mirio will be with you, Night Eye assures her. Izumi grins at him, catching sight of the machine Bubble Girl had been in. You never answered about that machine thing? Make him laugh. Mirio says helpfully. Izumi points at him. First time I met Mirio, he scared me, so I beat him unconscious with a chair. I thought you were joking about telling him that. Mirio shouts. Izumi smirks. Never. Night Eye sighs, rubbing beneath his glasses. I'll have to rethink who protects who, oh come on. Mirio groans, giving Izumi a one-arm squeeze. She's always been an incredible fighter, no matter how she tries to deny it. I don't doubt we'll be protecting each other. I may be older, but Dreamer here is already a hero. Izumi laughs. I've gotten better too. Now I could probably knock you out with one hit rather than 5. Mirio grins sheepishly. I get it. Show me a true hero with a good sense of humor and it will be unnecessary. Night Eye says. In any case, you start tomorrow. Try to make sure we have no scheduling errors. Of course, sir. Izumi chirps happily. I'll do my best. I'm happy to work with you, Dreamer. Night Eye nods. Fat cat. Yamada says, poking Kyoshi's tummy. Pretty mama chub. Now that they're looking specifically, it's odd to think of ever not noticing Kyoshi is full of baby kittens. The other cats are either acting like she's a queen or a goddess, or staying the heck out of her way. Erasure had been a but. Kyoshi made him bleed. Izumi grins, petting the orange cat. How many do you think she'll have? I just hope she has a healthy PRGNCY. Yamada admits. Also I'm betting on 7. Normal range is 3 to 5, possible for up to 10. Izumi lists off. She doesn't look that big, so it's either early or she has a lower amount. 3. Yamada laughs, carefully undoing her messy braid and doing it up again. Stop logicking, we get enough of that from your father. Izumi laughs. Sorry. How's singing? That you enough? Heck yeah, little listener, let us serenade the PRDNE queen. He announces, then takes in a deep breath. If you yodel scream, she'll probably scratch you again. Fine. Izumi laughs, laying down on the couch. Sing me a lullaby. I've got work to do. Yamada salutes her before gently starting to hum. Jean, or Twice, has had a confused and insane mind for as long as Izumi can remember. It's cut down the middle into 2 hemispheres, both fighting for control. Not the worst case of multiple personality disorder, but destructive nonetheless. His dreams aren't insane though. It may be fragmented, but there's always details that others seem to forget. What's more, he's exactly where she needs him to be. Izumi enters the dream, looking around. Shigaraki talks to a man in a plague mask, the man from Sir Night Eye's pictures. Chisaki Kai. Overhaul. They did make contact, Izumi muses, looking around. How do you plan to fund your plan? How will you move your pawns? The hero killer, Muscular, and Moonfish were all incredible pawns. And yet you lost them all immediately. Overhaul states. Twice watches, silent, but his mind is screaming. Danger. Danger. Something bad happened here. Something bad is going to happen. You don't have a plan. I do. I did not come here to join you. The League stands silent. Shigaraki turns to Twice, glaring. Make sure you confirm their intentions before bringing them to us. I came here to bring you under my umbrella. To use your fame to further my own plan. Overhaul states. I'll show you how to use pawns. The dream turns bloody and unstable. Magna attacks first. Drags Overhaul to herself and prepares to attack, but crack. Gone. There's nothing but a pair of legs. Magna is just gone. Izumi takes a step back, eyes wide. She's seen worse dreams. But she had met Magna. She knew her. She may not have liked her much, but she had fought. Just like Muscular, Izumi shudders and keeps watching. Compress's arm is blown off. Shigaraki kills a bodyguard that seems to come from nowhere. Twice watches the BLD guilt seeps through his mind, and tears and BLD cover the dream, flowing from Magna, Compress, the Izuka member, the walls, flowing unstoppered until he's drowning in it. Choking. Suffocating. Enough. Jean gasps as Izumi pulls him above the flood. Hey. She whispers. Izumi. What? She sighs, erasing the dream. I'm so sorry, Jean, it was my fault. He whispers, clutching at his head. My fault. Never blame yourself for the actions of another. Izumi tells him, floating to the chasm in his mind. She starts pushing it together once more, talking Jean down slowly, knowing for every step she takes forwards with him, he'll always take two back. So we walk down the street and over onto the next corner, Izumi mutters, listening for any non-legal ideas cropping up in people's heads. And there's another few blocks we need to cover, right? Do you usually have a pattern? Mirio shrugs. It's pretty much taking a walk while looking cool and protective. We'll stop anything we see, but this is mainly to keep up morale and security for other passerby. But still, Izumi says, do you have a normal path? Or do you change it up to surprise people? Changes, usually. Her partner in Crime for the Day says, right now we're not where I usually patrol, because I'm getting you used to the not working from the shadows, and this is a quieter part of town. I can siege. Hold on. Izumi marches up to a young teen on the sidewalk, holding her hand out. Hand it over. He blinks at her, shocked, before meekly placing a pack of cigarettes in her hand. Sorry. Hey, you seem like you were pressured into buying them. Want to talk about it? Izumi asks, tilting her head to the side sympathetically. He shifts uncomfortably. Just my friends say I'm too much of a pushover and I need to man up and actually do something cool. Sounds to me like those people are the ones pushing you around. Izumi points out. There's nothing wrong with being nervous about some things. And they don't sound like very good friends if they're trying to get you to do illegal things. I guess not, the boy whispers, seemingly completely confused now. But I pretty much just let everyone push me around. Has that ever made you feel better? No, I guess not. Izumi pats his shoulder. I'm going to throw these out, okay? You start thinking about saying no to things like this that can hurt you. And trying to actually be cool in your own way, not what other people think. I know it's scary sometimes, but if stuff like this is what they're making you do, that you should probably get out of the box before you get some serious secondhand smoke. The boy nods, grinning sheepishly. Yeah, I'm really sorry. I don't know what I was thinking. Just promise me you won't do something like this again. Izumi assures him. He walks off, deep in thought. What just happened? Mirio says, staring as the boy walks down the sidewalk. Depression and social anxiety make a great target for peer pressure. Izumi says, watching the weak barriers around his mind. I'll visit his dream later, see if I can get him more comfortable, but for right now he just needed that idea of being his own person. The intern stares at her for a few seconds, before laughing and patting her shoulder. You're incredible, dreamer. I think you really helped him. I just did what any other hero would do if they could sense it. Izumi points out. Now come on, I thought we were patrolling. Yes, ma'am. Please stop. They walk down another street, not seeing much of anything for a while. One or two people wave at them, Izumi recognizing a few dreamers, Mirio asking a little old lady how her granddaughter was doing after she had broken her leg. Suddenly, Izumi senses something. A young girl's mind, pale white, so scared, terrified of someone following her. Izumi warns, turning towards the alley and reaching down. The mind thumps straight into her arms, the small girl stumbling before clutching to Izumi arms. She's as colorless as her mind, long white hair, bleached clothes, and white bandages wrapped up the palest skin Izumi has ever seen. The only color is those eyes, wide and red and shining with tears under a single horn jutting out of the right side of her head. "It's okay, it's gonna be okay," Izumi whispers, drawing the young girl close. "I've got you." She pats the girl's head, giving a warning nod towards the alley for Mirio. He shifts his stance, preparing for whatever is coming. A man comes from the alley, and Izumi tenses further. That man, he's the one from Jin's dream. Izumi looks past that, glad to get a chance to look at his mind. Solid. Determined. Single-minded, set on a goal but it hidden behind layers of glass and cold steel. "Apologies, hero," Chisaki says. "My daughter here has been horsing around too much, she's a bit scraped up. Worries me sick." But Izumi pulls the little girl closer. "Haven't seen you two walking around." Chisaki asks conversationally. "You're quite young." "Yes," Mirio says, jumping forward. His mind is on high alert, but he seems to be pushing Izumi back, trying to make her not confront Chisaki. Izumi grits her teeth and tightens her hold on the little girl. Damn it, she knows this man is dangerous. She had seen what he did to Compress and Magna. "But what's your name?" she asks the girl softly, as Mirio starts deflecting questions of who exactly they are. "Eri." "But it's going to be all right, Eri," Izumi soothes. The little girl's hands clench up in her tank top, Izumi gently pulling her blanket forwards to give her a sense of security. "It's going to be all right." Mirio moves to walk away. "Time to go." "Come, Eri." The girl whimpers, fingers clenching. In the smallest, most terrified voice Izumi has ever heard, she whispers, "Please don't go." Izumi looks up, glaring. "I'm sorry, sir, but your daughter seems scared. And this level of bandages can't be accounted for by clumsiness." Mirio's mind flares with warning. This man is dangerous. "What have you been doing to her?" Izumi hisses, accusing. She doesn't care about the danger. What she cares about this little girl's mind, soft and scared and trembling and breakable. Fragile. On the very edge of collapse from pressure. Chisaki's mind lets out a wave of annoyance and disgust. His facial expression stays the same, but Izumi doesn't care. Her hands shift, claws growing. She's been practicing. She knows how to fight, how to use these new known quirks. The Yazuka leader turns on his heel. "Come, follow me. It's not something I want to talk about in public." Mirio leans down and drags Izumi forward. "We can't raise suspicion." "I'm raising suspicion. I've been raising suspicion. Screw this dumbest toucan." Izumi hisses under her breath. Mirio, her mind is so close to shattering. "I don't care if I get hurt, I'm not leaving her with him." Dreamer dash. "To be honest, I've been worried about raising her recently." Chisaki muses, stopping. "No matter what I do, all Eri does is rebels." He slips his glove off, Izumi sinking into a fighting stance. He means to kill. He's ready to kill them. Eri tumbles out of her arms and goes running to Chisaki. Fear, kill, threat, protect. Izumi reaches out. They can protect themselves, they're heroes. Eri can't sacrifice herself for them. See, it always ends like this. "Sorry to have you caught up in this mess," Chisaki says, offering them a passing glance before he slinks into the shadows. "Good luck on the job, heroes." Mirio drags her out of the alley. Izumi lets him, tears falling from her face. Izumi walks into Hitoshi's room, carrying Inko and still wrapped in her hero costume. He looks up, confused. Izu dash, she flops onto his bed, wrapping her arms around his waist and burying her face into his shirt. Sorry, I just dad's on patrol and I'm about to break." He whispers, chucking his homework to the side. "You good? Just talk to me." Izumi whimpers. "It's been a sucky day." The door swings open. Shudo blinks at them, nose bandaged and bruises littered across his skin. "Join the cuddle puddle of misery and self-deprecation?" Izumi says, rolling over and opening her arms. Shudo shrugs and collapses on top of them both. She can feel her mind settle just with these two here. Sucky training. Sucky training. He confirms, making a little oof noise as Inko leaps into his back and stretches out along his right side. Just tired? Hitoshi groans, shifting a bit under their combined weight. Izumi, your knee is in my stomach? My knee is under Xiaochen's hip, I can't move. My hip is under a cat. Shudo says, looking up sleepily. Well, I guess I have to suffer then. Inko meows in agreement, stretching languidly. The three teenagers start laughing. Izumi, what happened today? Hitoshi asks, sobering. You were in bad shape when you came in. A wave of worry comes from above her. Izumi sighs. I'm all right now, it's okay. But I'm sorry, it's pretty confidential, but I had a little girl in my arms, and she was terrified, but I couldn't save her because oh god, I can't even tell you. Oh, Izumi, I'm so sorry, Hitoshi whispers, wiping the tears off her face. I shouldn't have asked. She whimpers and buries her face between the two of them. It's okay, I'm okay. Sorry. Don't apologize. Shuto murmurs, and the three of them stay together, pinned under a cat and not entirely unhappy about it. You wanted me to talk, right? Hitoshi asks, pulling a pencil from under his head. Izumi nods. Yeah. Distraction. You have a nice voice. Shudo agrees sleepily. Hitoshi laughs. Kaminari and Mina were looking at the effects of electricity on acid when we got back. He starts, pulling the blanket untied from around her neck. Called it a science experiment. Ended up with both of them short-circuited, somehow, along with several fried pickles, a broken microwave, and the lights flickering like a horror movie. Hagakure scared Kuda out of their wits because they thought there was a ghost. Ida was scolding her so bad he accidentally smacked Shiro in the face. Izumi giggles. It was bound to happen eventually. Yeah, well, we ended up with a huge mess. And the perps were knocked out, so guess who had to clean it up? Considering English is one of your favorite subjects, and you were only just working on the homework when I came in you. Ding ding ding. Izumi giggles. Did they stink? Oh yeah. A funny noise comes from Shudo, an odd snort, and Hitoshi immediately makes an offended scoff. You laughing at me? I'll have you know I suffered today. Izumi laughs. He's not laughing, he's snoring. He fell asleep. Hitoshi blinks, raising Shudo's bangs to see his face. Must have been some training. I'm gonna braid his hair. Izumi decides, stealing the bangs from Hitoshi's fingers and combing them back. Then I'm gonna follow him to Dreamland. I need to talk to that little girl. Eri doesn't seem to dream much. It's the chaos of a young child's mind, vivid with imagination, but lacking the innocence. A man vanishes. A woman screams. Masks, not faces of loved ones, look out from pictures and doors. Cuts and pain and horror lie around every corner. There's nothing a young kid would normally have. No hobbies. No idols, no nothing. Izumi finds her in a white room, full of knives and surgical equipment. Eri. Red eyes turn to her, wide with fear. Izumi holds up her hands and moves to sit. You're that hero, Izumi nods. Yes. My quirk allows me to hop into dreams. That's what this is, a dream. I'm sorry I couldn't save you. It's okay. She whispers, standing up. I know I'm not supposed to be selfish. He was going to kill you, it's our job. Trust me, Eri, there are people who are investigating your father's organization. We're going to get you out, okay? I'm going to get you out. Eri just blinks up at her, uncomprehending, before her eyes well up with tears. You can get me out? Izumi's heart breaks. This girl has been through everything she tried to escape. Yes. She whispers, opening her arms. I promise. The way she reacts to her hug, it's obvious she's never felt like this. Never been protected, never been assured of her safety. Izumi needs to ask her things, needs to know everything she can learn. But for now, hey, Eri, have you ever seen a really, really big waterfall? Izumi wakes up before either of the boys. It's not unusual to wake up in a hug or with weight on her, be it her dad's, or her aunt, or a cat, and once Nedzu, but they don't talk about that. But it is weird to look around and not be in her bed, or her house, and have two people around her. It looks like Inko had given up on them, however, and had taken to smacking around a loose sleeve from Shinsu's jacket. I thought you were the lazy cat. Izumi laughs, shifting slightly. And my leg is asleep? It's better than anything else. Her heart had nearly broken when she was forced to leave Eri, and then it was the ever-difficult searching through the minds of villains and Yazuka to find anything that could help. Patting Shudo's hair, which has actually stayed in its braid, and feeling Hitoshi's esti rise and fall beneath her, she smiles happily and cuddles back into the warmth. Worth it? Izumi looks up, grinning. Shochan. You're up? No. He groans, burying his face into her. No, I'm not. That's my melons. Lemlig. Izumi shoves him off, face bright red. Okay, you're still half asleep. Hitoshi sits straight up, hair a mess. What? What IDs, Izumi? A groan from the floor. I killed Sho. Izumi says casually. Also my leg fell asleep and now it's numb. Hitoshi, eyes still bleary from sleep, screws his face up as his foggy brain tries to understand what's happening. Shoo. And both of you are still half asleep? Izumi says, rolling her eyes. No way would Shudo have done that if he was awake. Now I see why you have a coffee machine in your room. Coffee? Hitoshi says, perking up, but obviously not fully conscious yet. Izumi rolls her eyes and pushes him onto Shudo. Make your own coffee. I'm up now. Shudo groans, from the floor, wriggling out from beneath Hitoshi. That hurt. Hitoshi somehow manages to make a huge mug of coffee and chug half of it while still drunk off sleep. What the F happened last night? Inko decided Shudo was a comfy nap place and we were both on top of you. Oh yeah. And you braided his hair. Shudo looks up, confused. She did what to my hair? You look appealing, don't worry about it. Hitoshi says, chugging down the rest of his coffee. Do you think there's food downstairs? Izumi nods, swing her feet of the bed. Most likely. She slams onto the ground, groaning. Izumi. My leg is still asleep. She tells the ground. Shuto, your hips suffocated my leg. Sorry. He says, offering her a hand. Hey, what's that cat doing anyway? Hitoshi glances over lazily, before slamming his mug down and lunging forwards. I keep catnip in there. Dreamer-san. What are you doing here? Kaminari asks her, confused. Is that your cat? I came to rant and Shudo fell asleep on me. Izumi laughs, scratching the all too proud Iniko's chin. It's like when a cat like Inko here falls asleep on you, you're not allowed to move. Mineta falls off his chair. Ichao. Was it against your CST? Your lap. Full body to body. Dimin Todoroki, and him too. How am I gonna get some if he's there? Izumi ties him to the ceiling fan with Ciro's tape. Bless telekinesis, we just all ended up in a pig pile of snores. Hitoshi admits. Hey, did anyone make coffee? Yeah. You had a huge cup. Izumi reminds him. Not enough. Ashido wanders in, horns nearly buried by her wild hair. Mornin' oh hey Todoroki, what the heck? Izumi got bored. He says by way of explanation, patting at his hair. It feels weird. You look amazing though. She says, grinning. Dreamer-sen, will you do mine? Izumi laughs. Maybe later. I should probably go tell my dads where I am. Fair enough. Bye. The second she opens the doors to her dad's apartment, she's tackled. Little listener. Yamada screeches. You're okay. Where were you? Shuto, Hitoshi and I fell asleep. Izumi admits, letting Inko drop to the floor and waving to her other dad on the couch. Sorry. Her dad gives a little gasp, covering his mouth. You're growing up, Dash? No. Izumi squeaks, swatting at his arm. Did Andy tell you I have a crush on them? I swear I'll throw her into a weird dream, Dash. Wait, what crush? Aizawa says, sitting up. Izumi slaps her hand over her mouth. You have a crush on them, I was teasing, little listener. Yamada shouts, grabbing her shoulders and grinning. Shout a little louder, I don't think they heard you. Izumi hisses, face bright red. I have for a while. I talked to Auntie about it, but I knew you'd react like this, so Aizawa groans and rubs at his eyes. Please, no, still feels like it was yesterday you were that little girl I pulled out of the fire. Oh my god, they have similar names to us. Yamada announces. Shuto Shoyuda, Hisashi Hitoshi, that's adorable. I'll knock myself out again. Izumi warns. I'm not ready for grandbabies. Except Kyoshi Izumi makes good on her warning. The days are painful. Knowing Eri is out there, suffering, and Izumi can only comfort her in dreams is heart-wrenching for her. While she researches the League and the Yazuka and tries to piece Jin's mind back together, it keeps coming back to haunt her. When Eri watches the scars on her arms grow and wrap around her limbs while they become puffy and irritated, Izumi can only hug her. She's never seen Eri smile. Gratefulness, tears, biting her lip, twisting in confusion, but never smiling. When Izumi asks what Eri can tell her about the Shai Hasaikai, the little girl just talks, fearful but still talks. They've nearly broken her. Izumi soothes the stressed walls of her mind as best she can, but she has other duties. Tashinori's been avoiding her. Hey, Izumi says, catching him in the teacher's lounge. He nearly falls off his chair. Young dreamer. How can I help you? Izumi narrows his eyes, watching his flustered mind. He wants to run. Same question to you. Talk, Tashinori. About Naita. He winces. It's not a nice conversation. Izumi gives him a pointed glare, hoping the pure amount of no SHT manages to filter through. I know you two broke up, but you still both care for each other a lot. I can only imagine you two fought and it was so bad you couldn't do it anymore. A final sigh, and he curls himself around his arm. The arm that was broken during the all-for-one fight, Izumi notices. He still can't use it without it shaking. After my first fight with all-for-one, while I was recovering, he looked into my future. What he saw was my death. It's like the breath has been punched out of Izumi. What your what? My death. Yagi sighs, apologetically. At the hands of a villain. He urged me to retire, but I simply couldn't. I know his predictions always come true. Izumi stares at him, eyes welling up. You could run and abandon others, but it would eventually happen anyway and you'd achieve nothing but pain. I accepted my fate. He could not. Things got so strained, he raises a hand to his face, mind drenched in grief. We couldn't go on. Izumi doesn't say anything else. Can't really. She leans forwards and hugs him. Screw fate. She watches Chisaki Kai too. She feels his mind, watches as he kills without remorse and his mind twists with disgust at quirks and people and BLD. I will cleanse them all. Cleanse. I have the information on the Yakuza you wanted, sir. Izumi says, passing over a notepad full of her ramblings. It's really messy, but I didn't want to leave anything out. Night Eye nods, flipping through the pages. We work on information, no matter how small. Speaking of, did you hear anything about Sunniator's condition from them? Tamaki? Izumi asks, frowning. Know what happened? Mirio groans, rubbing at his eyes. Shut. Some drag the Shai Hasaikai pond off into the underground nullified his quirk. I think you were busy when it all went down. Izumi lets out a sigh of relief. I've heard of those, just not connected to him. Overhaul hasn't perfected those yet, but he intends to remove quirks from society altogether with a similar formula. She knows how they make them. She's seen it in nightmares. Centipeder clicks uncomfortably. Indeed. I've heard of this as well in my own scouting. But even if the formula is imperfect, it leaves enough time for a serious attacker to land a good shot. Overhaul can blow off arms in that time. Izumi agrees, shuddering. It was so fast. Night Eye readjusts his glasses, setting aside their reports. Between the two of you, we have an in-depth understanding of what's happening in that base. The quirks of the members, their research, the fact that our layout may change. Knowledge is power, and you've given us a lot of it. They nod. We'll attack soon. Be prepared. Izumi looks around the room. Heroes stand there, a few work-study students beside them. Kirishima, who was following Fat Gum and had saved Tamaki from another bullet. Ajui and Uraraka stand beside Ryukyu and Nijar. Aizawa is also there, as well as many other heroes from the top of the rankings and minor local ones. Izumi spots Rocklock, Mr. Brave, and Kesajiriman among them. The old man from the Kamino incident, who Izumi had later learned was Gran Torino, was there as well. Thank you all for coming. Sir Night Eye says, leaning over the table at the front of the conference room. I'll explain this step by step. Bubble Girl, please begin. Yes. Bubble Girl squeaks, grabbing her clipboard and standing up. For the past 2 weeks, we at Night Eye Hero offices have been investigating a Yakuza group known as the Shai Hasaikai, or the Eightfold Cleansers. The hook. An incident with a group called the Reservoir Dogs. Bubble Girl states. While it was brushed off as an accident, many factors did not line up. Centipeter stands up. I have been tracking them myself, alongside Dreamer, who joined about a week ago and the request of Sir Night Eye. Many points of contact with gangs and even the League of Villains have cropped up recently. So that's why I'm here, Grand Torino mutters. Faced off with the bastards before. Izumi steps forwards. While there was contact, it was not peaceful. Magna is dead, alongside an unnamed Yakuza member, and Compress has lost an arm. The boss had attempted to bring the League into his Yakuza. He stated that he has plans for something much bigger. So they're fighting? Fekam asks. Not that easy. Izumi sighs. Despite strained tensions, Shigaraki seems to respect the strength of this group. In order to soothe relations and keep themselves afloat, the League has sent Himiko, Toga and twice to the Shai Hasaikai. We are the greater enemy. The Shai Hasaikai are mainly drag dealers. Which is why we've gathered heroes with that kind of experience. And, unfortunately, very recently. Fat Gum stands, crushing candy in his grip. We had wiped this kind of stuff out years ago. But now Tamaki here was shot with a Quirk erasing drag. A wave of murmurs goes over the heroes. Izumi can hear denial, fear, confusion, all radiating off them at the mention of Quirk removal. I'm fine now. Tamaki mutters, holding up his hand and forming it into a cow hoof. It came back after a night's sleep. Rocklock rolls his eyes. If it recovers, no need to worry. Nothing permanent. Not quite. Izumi says, stepping forwards. Chisaki Kai is trying to make it permanent. And I have reason to believe he's getting closer every day. A new batch of uncertainty. Izumi shudders and closes her mind. It's not like my Quirk either. Aizawa says. I don't attack the Quirk factor itself, I simply block off the ability to access it for a moment or two. But when we went to the hospital for Tamaki to get a look-see, his was all kinds of worn down. That drag attacked it directly. Fat Gum announces. What's more, there wasn't a trace of the stuff in Tamaki's body. However, Fat Gum continues, turning to his other intern. Thanks to Kirishima here risking his life to deflect the bullet, we were able to figure out the contents of the drag. Kirishima nearly has a conniption. What? The contents confirmed a theory I had. Izumi says sadly. There was human BLD and cells inside. In other words, it's from a person's Quirk. Ryukyu realizes. So this person is selling Theor BLD. How does this have to do with the Shai Hasaikai? One of the heroes gathered asks. Izumi sighs. The drag originated from them. Kesajiriman looks down at the multitudes of reports. If you put it that way, all this crime is connected to the Shai Hasaikai, but are we sure we aren't blaming someone specifically to be a scapegoat? It could just as easily be a coincidence or someone else. Unfortunately, no. Night Eye states. Dreamer. When I looked into the contact between the League of Villains and the Shai Hasaikai, I saw a bit of conversation. Izumi explains. Overhaul, the capo, specifically states that he has a plan of attack. That he wants to be the next kingpin of the underground. And what's more, when I got into his head, I realized that removing quirks isn't simply a weapon he believed them to be a sickness. It's how he explains the Nomu. He wants them gone. Just the sound of that makes my gut roil. Fat Gum declares. They've become such a huge part of who we are. He has a daughter. Izumi continues. The heroes look at her, understandably confused. When I met her, she was covered in bandages. Overhaul's quirk allows him to dismantle anything and repair anything. Night Eye hisses, and the dawn of realization and horror begins in the hero's eyes. With everything else we know, that's despicable. Ryukyu gasps, looking sick. How old is she? 5 to 6. Izumi states, shuddering. And her mind, it's God. I've been in her dreams for about 5 days now and I've never once seen her smile. Never once seen any complaint, never once seen her mention overhaul without flinching. Wait, what do they mean? Kirishima asks, confused. Uraraka nods. I'm real sorry, I don't get it either, Rocklock scoffs. Inexperienced kids. Why are they here? We're saying that the shy Hasaikai are making the bullets out of her body. Izumi says, nauseous. I've seen the things that man does to her. Tite stands, face grim. That is what this operation is for. If we can rescue Eri, we stop production of these drags and their effect on the current crime rates. How do we know where she is? The whole conference falls into chaos of questioning and blaming. Izumi shudders, slinking into the corner. She can't break. She can't break. She can't break. Fighting anger, fear, why are we still sitting here? Someone shouts. You should have done this earlier. She could be crying right now. Crack, you think we don't want to have her out already? Izumi shouts, slamming her hands onto the table. You think I didn't want to take her with me? She was right there in my arms, and I let her go because my chances were horrid. We've worked and gathered information to make our chances the best we can. To make her chances the best we can. This is our one shot. If we fail once, the Yakuza will spirit her off and who knows where the hell she'll end up. She slumps into her chair. They're strong. I've been investigating their quirks, their teams, and some of them I really don't know how to beat. They're prepared to die for the cause. They're prepared to destroy their bodies, minds, and souls for the Yakuza. This isn't a fight we can take lightly. Izawa stands up, putting a hand on her shoulder. Break. Slight. Izumi says through her teeth. I need to get out. Come on. At least they've stopped fighting. Izumi stares at the bits of paper she's floating around, focusing on the bend and wave of the fiber. It's become a calming habit of hers, to focus on something else. You good? Izawa asks, crouching next to her chair. She lets the papers fall to the desk, turning to look at her dad. Everything hurts, and then it's numb. She grumbles. I can't explain it. That feeling of connection with all might. Izumi reaches out, touching his forehead. His light. She takes a breath, watching something white trail around them, and suddenly she's watching from 2 different eyes. Izawa nearly falls over. That's what it feels like. She explains, removing her hand. He blinks for a second, before groaning. I knew it was bad, kiddo, but ow. It's not too bad right now, actually. I'd put it at a 2. Izumi frowns. It was at a 3 earlier, and if it gets to 5, that's a danger zone. Start screaming at 7. He blinks, before standing up and hugging her. Izumi sighs, leaning into the hug. I just hope we can save her. According to Sir Knight, I'll be with Eri in her mind, to guide her the right way and keep her calm, as well as communication. I won't be in the middle of the fight, so you don't need to worry about me. Izawa sighs, lightly bopping the top of her head. I always worry, you little knowing you'll find some way to put yourself in danger. I'd be careful, Eraserhead. Sir Knight says, walking into the room. We already have one future seer. And yes, Dreamer will end up in the fight. Not future, past experience. Wait, what do you mean she'll end up in the fight? Izawa groans. Night shrugs. It happens. I'm unsure how. I look forwards to seeing how the heck I messed this up. Izumi says, punching her fist in the air. It's gonna be great. Just as long as we get Eri out, I don't care what happens to me. We're going to get moving soon. Night says over Izawa's grumbling. Be ready. Meditation time. Izumi sighs, and slowly starts pulling her glass together as tight as she can, piece by piece. Everyone is nervous. For the interns, this is a new and terrifying experience of a first mission. For the fully fledged heroes, this enemy aims for a huge part of their lives and identities, how they made their money, a part of them that they had spent years honing to perfection. They're doing a much better job of hiding it though. As the police force prepares in the background and everyone starts loading onto the vans, Izumi walks up to the small knot of students. Hey you guys. Izumi whispers. Dreamer senpai. I'll let that slide for now. Izumi announces, pointing an accusing finger at Uraraka. You guys alright? Define alright. Uraraka grimaces, hugging herself. Remember how I can throw up my stomach? Tsuyu asks. I'm feeling that involuntarily right now. Izumi nods, thankful her incidents usually don't give her enough time to get a real pool of dread going. I know what you mean. We've got to break through it though, Kirishima announces, trying to convince himself. It's what we've been training for, right? It will never fully prepare you. Izumi cautions, spotting a few heroes listening in. Mirio told you guys about experience, right? You've got more than other interns, but this is still relatively new to you. It's okay to be a little nervous. Even people who have done this for a long time get the jitters. Hear, hear. Bubble Girl sighs, tugging at her gloves. Understood, Dreamer-senpai. Izumi lets out a little laugh. I'll never get you guys to stop, will I? Tsuyu shakes her head, croaking smugly. No. Izumi rolls her eyes. Tamaki, Bubble Girl, come here. Placing her palms to their lights, Izumi forces the worst of the raging anxiety down. You can do this. If you can't believe in yourself, believe in the people who believe in you. Don't freeze up because your brain is being dumb. At his nod, she takes a step back, shoving her influence out and soothing as many minds as she can before taking her seat in the van. Her dad, next to her, grips her shoulder as they start moving. Don't hurt yourself. Izumi makes a face. You're the one who is actually going to be fighting. I should be saying that to you. Yeah, but I know you. Aizawa groans. You and your ridiculous aptitude for getting yourself injured? Pot calling the kettle black, Dad? A hero on the team, Mr. Brave, gives them a little grin. You too sure you're not BLD related? Like father like daughter? I am very gay, Aizawa states, completely deadpan. By the time Mr. Brave stops choking on his own spit, Night Eye has turned to Izumi. We're halfway there. Make contact with Eri. Curling into a ball, Izumi mentally prepares herself for the chaos about to break out. Here we go. Izumi seeps into Eri's waking mind disturbingly easily. There's no time to be concerned about it though, she has a message to deliver. Eri. The child flinches, looking around for the source of her name. Dreamer. I'm in your mind, not really here. Izumi explains, doing her last bit of anxiety housecleaning. I'm sorry for the scare. It's starting. We're coming for you. There's probably going to be a lot of noise. A whole lot of people came to stop the Shy Hasaikai from hurting you or anyone else ever again. Okay. Eri whispers. A loud crash comes from above, the roars of Ryukyu's dragon form following close behind. Izumi takes a deep breath. Overhaul will probably come get you soon. My presence gives you a green eye, so avoid eye contact, or I'm going to be hopping around like mission control. I'm leading people to you and making sure everyone knows where everyone else is. I'll be right here when you need me though. Okay. Her voice trembles with the word, and Izumi can't do much but wrap her mind in a comforting blanket to keep her together. The door opens and Overhaul marches in, followed by a man in a white coat. Chronostasis, if Izumi remembers her research. His right-hand man. Chronostasis scoops Eri up, and they leave without a word of explanation. Izumi listens to the fight above them. Strangely, many of the lights look strong and guarded despite their situation. We've already made it into the building. She narrates. Ryukyu, the dragon hero, is dealing with an expendable Rikia, I believe. Half the main force has engaged the lower Yakuza members, while the other half is about to enter the hidden door and confront Mimic. As they enter, however, something happens, and the half stumbles around in shocked confusion. Their lights bob and weave around in ways that aren't likely unless they're on a roller coaster, and Mirio, Lemillion's mind delves forwards alone, likely using his quirk. Most of the heroes fall about a floor down. Remember that hero who was with me the first time we met? Izumi asks, knowing Eri can't respond but wanting to include her a bit. He's coming straight here. He can be faster than anybody, obstacles don't really work on him too well. I'm going to make sure everyone has their directions right. Looks like Mimic is pulling something sneaky. She leaps for her father's mind. Dad, what happened? Mimic is messing with the police force right now, so you have a few moments. Aizawa raises a hand to the other heroes and taps his temple. She's with me. Rocklock, let go. She says Mimic isn't here right now. After Rocklock releases the forcefully frozen wall, Aizawa begins to explain. Mimic must have taken the Quirk enhancement drags, because right now he's capable of becoming the walls and ceiling of this maze. He split us apart from the police force, dropped us down with 3 of the 8 expendables. Sun Eater said he could handle them and told us to go on. Night Eye finishes. My Quirk doesn't work as well as I'd hope either. Rocklock says, glaring at the frozen wall he had been dealing with. I freeze one part, but I've got to keep letting go and giving him a chance to attack if we want to move forwards. And I can't erase Mimic's Quirk without seeing his real body. Aizawa finishes. Izumi nods. Alright, let me speak through you for a moment. The shift from a backseat driver to the front goes easily as Aizawa simply lets go. But Sunader seems to be doing alright back there so far, but will he keep being alright? Kirishima interrupts, jumping forwards. He was up against 3 of them. The steel guy, the eat guy, and the crystal guy. Fat Gum pats Kirishima on the back. We must believe in Sun Eater. He's more powerful than most pros. Izumi nods. If he says he can do it, he can do it. If he says he can't, he probably can, he's just being self-deprecating. I'll check up on him though, I promise. Kirishima still looks worried, nods. Okay. Suddenly, Izumi looks up. Mimic, the group sinks into fighting stances, Izumi retreating from her dad's mind and entering her dream room once again and diving for Mimic's mind. She just bounces off the barriers though. Oh come on. She grumbles, shaking off the surprise and placing her hands on his light once more. He's definitely taken the enhancing drags, but he is still having difficulty. His focus on keeping himself together and his power working is so strong, there's no way into his mind. Okay, so you can't last long, but I can't do anything about it. Izumi groans, backing off. Great. What's more, when she goes to look at the situation, Kirishima and Fat Gum have both been split off from the group. Double great. She sighs, barely keeping her cool. Kirishima and Fat Gum aren't as good at the whole letting her in thing, but she has to try. There's a crack. Izumi stares in shock at Kirishima's light, which in a half a second had turned from determination and strength to horror, pain, and fear. Oh no! Behind her, indigo flares. Horrified, Izumi turns to see Tamaki in a similar maelstrom of emotional breakdown. Oh no, she can only help one at a But what kind of choice is that? Both are facing horrible emotional and physical pain. She can't just choose between the 2 of them. Izumi clutches her head. Come on. Sitting here indecisive won't help either of them. Think logically. Kirishima is facing 2 expendables, and he has Fat Gum. Izumi whispers. Tamaki is alone and he's facing 3. One last regretful glance at the red light, crackling with pain, and Izumi soars to Tamaki. I'm sorry, Kirishima. Tamaki faces 3 minds alone. Setsuno, capable of stealing anything, Hojo, with a crystallization quirk, and Tabe, who can eat anything in an instant. All 3 are weak, believing themselves inferior, believing themselves trash. They've honestly been slightly healed by being given a place to beats put to good use, but still. She jumps to Setsuno. He's the biggest threat right now, as Tamaki can poison Tabe if he snaps out of it. Tamaki, you anxious dumbass. Izumi shouts, surprising Setsuno's allies. What did I tell you? Tamaki blinks, BLD running down his face. He's definitely got a painful concussion and a laceration. Izumi. Yeah, it's me. I've got Setsuno. Izumi calls, knowing that she's running out of time. Hojo attacks, seeming to recognize that his partner has been compromised. Now come on, what did I tell you? If my brain won't let me believe in myself, Tamaki says, turning to the oncoming Yakuza. Believe in others' judgment of me. As Hojo strikes, furious at the defeat of his partner, Tamaki manifests his own crystals back at him. Digestion through the bloodstream. It's tricky, and Izumi knows Tamaki had been working on it for a long time. But Tamaki, bursting past the tangled vines of doubt that had choked his mind and movements, manifests multiple animals together. Chimera Kraken. Chicken feet attached to the ends of 100 tentacles slam all 3 villains into the walls. Venom seeps into their skin, just enough to make them unable to move. Izumi winces, possession still gives her the pain after all, and jumps to Tamaki. "You good now?" she asks. Tamaki nods, then winces. "Oh, yeah, you've got a concussion and are losing a lot of BLD. Not to mention the rest of your body is really beat up. You're probably going to pass out soon." Izumi says, doing her best to hold him awake until he can get these 3 off the list of possible murderers for the day. "Fun," he whispers. One of the expendables makes an annoyed noise. "And you called us crazy?" Tamaki turns bright red, getting back to his job of securing his opponents. "Dreamer. Remember, Overhaul had us prepare for her." Setsuno hisses. Izumi groans. So they are ready for her. It would explain the number of people keeping themselves mentally secure. Fat load of good that did. Tamaki finishes binding them up, neatly piling the weapons in a corner. "I don't think you're really using each other," he mentions quietly. "The way you supported each other, worked together, you're friends. Don't steal my shtick of psychoanalysis," Izumi says as they enter the halls again. "But easy now. You're gonna black out for a bit." Tamaki makes an agreeing noise and slumps into the wall. Izumi can't spare a moment after Tamaki is safe. Kirishima needs help. She enters his mind to panic and shame and pain. It's only gotten worse as he watches Fat Gum battle to protect him, but getting beat up despite his protective quirk. Pathetic, useless. I was supposed to have gotten stronger. But I'm just in the way. His mind slips into the past, and Izumi follows it. The first thing she sees is black hair. She has to do a double take then. He dyes it. She had seen it down when he helped rescue her, but she had always known Kirishima for his red mind, red hair, red eyes. "You don't know everything, Izumi," she mutters to herself, and sifts through everything running through his head. Assaulting a classmate for pocket change. Really? He rushes forwards to help, but a rock to the face stops him. His quirk's just hardening a bit. Just hardening. Pathetic. Whoa, a hero. "You sure?" Someone muses. "I don't think you're strong enough." She's too stupid to realize she's a girl. Another person laughs. Who wants to be saved by someone like that? Not a man. A figure threatens a group of school kids. Kirishima can't move. Here, Izumi remembers his nightmare after the USJ, frozen. Unable to help Bakugo. Mina saves the group. Kirishima stands silently. Coward. "But that isn't what you really fear, right?" Izumi asks, reaching out and soothing the panic. "It wasn't what you feared when you were slow with Kaken. It wasn't what you feared in the Kamino incident." Kirishima blinks. "It wasn't?" Izumi pulls another memory forwards. Crimson Riot. Kirishima's inspiration. "To me, being manly is a life lived without regrets." Without regrets. Without regrets. Kirishima shudders, his quirk rippling across his body. "You were afraid of not being enough. But you'll never know if you are if you just stand back." Izumi pushes. "And you haven't really broken yet?" Rappa laughs, lunging forwards for another strike. "I won't become what I was. I don't want to regret anything anymore." Kirishima roars, leaping in front of his teacher. Blow after blow shatters his armor like glass, but he hardens regardless. "Red." Fat Gum shouts, shocked. Rappa laughs, still wailing on Kirishima. "I like this little guy. Thought he gave up for a minute there." Kirishima scowls and strikes back. For a moment, it looks like he's about to hit. A barrier stands between them. Kirishima stumbles away. Rappa swears. "Shield effort. Take it down." Shield effort just scoffs. What a waste of effort from the little hero. It wasn't a waste. Fat Gum growls, and Izumi, just barely keeping Kirishima stable enough to see, grins. All of the power that Fat Gum had absorbed has been collected and reformed. It's his strength now. "He gave me enough time to turn into a big OL spear." As Fat Gum takes out the expendables, Izumi takes over Kirishima's head. He's barely conscious, and she probably shouldn't have pushed him to fight. But it was a turning point, and he needed her. "You alright, little red?" "He's out like a light," Izumi states simply. "I'm in here for now, to handle his crazy spirit and to handle the pain for him until we can really knock him out. He's hurt real bad, but after some medical attention he should be alright. Fat Gum sniffles. He really grew up coming into my office. He was all determined to never stand back. Also, Rappa is still conscious? What? Rappa struggles to his feet. I ain't dead yet? He groans. Fat panics. He put everything he had into that attack. There's nothing left. There are first aid supplies down that way. Patch that kid nah, patch that man up. Fat blinks. This is a trap. Do I look like the cunning type to you? Rappa scoffs. Izumi sits up. Yeah. If he wanted you dead he'd just kill you. Rappa takes a startled step back. Did I hit my head too strong? Izumi grins. It feels weird with Kirishima's teeth. Oh no. I'm Dreamer. I'm keeping him stable for the moment, dealing with the pain for him, until his mind comes off the adrenaline high and he can black out. Fatgum, he's telling the truth. Fatgum, still wary, picks up Kirishima's limp body and begins following Rappa. An interested Rappa watches Izumi. Weird. You're the one Overjerk warned us about. That would be me. Fatgum, Tamaki got the other three, but he's fainted as well. Izumi says. He did amazing. Looks like Bubble Girl and the others are almost finished up with the main force. Fatgum nods, carefully wrapping Kirishima's wounds. Alright, tell him what's going on down here. And he lowers his voice. The hell do I do about this guy? Izumi grins. You don't need me to make him talk. He's honest, the only thing he cares about is the thrill of the fight. He respects Kirishima's strength and isn't willing to give up opponents who are capable of fighting against him. It'll be easy to get anything you want from him. I pretty much have everything already, but a confession to a hero would be good for legal nonsense. Fatgum nods. I'll see what I can do. I'll get a report to the upstairs crew. Izumi decides. Keep yourself safe, you aren't up to much more fighting. Fatgum nods, and Izumi makes sure Kirishima is knocked out before making the leap to Bubble Girl. Everyone here is perfectly sane. A thug spits. We know what overhaul would do to us. Bubble Girl blinks. You mean Chisaki? Hate to interrupt. Izumi interrupts, making Bubble Girl jump. Let me speak through you. Of course, Centipeder. Dreamer is here. When she has the attention of the heroes, and a fair few captive Yakuza underlings, Izumi starts. Rappa and his shield partner have been taken out. Fatgum and Red Riot are out of commission. Setsuno, Hojo, and Tabe have been immobilized. Sun Eater is down. 5 of them and 3 of us. Centipeder hums as one of their captives whistles at the numbers. The battle at the front gate. Izumi pauses for a moment, listening to pink, green, and blue. Ongoing. We don't seem to be losing, but I won't say victory is assured. The final 2 seem to be fighting with Lemillion. Centipeder nods. And Night Eye's team? Izumi listens for them. Currently fighting Mimic and oh, damn it, it's Toga. I need to help them. Wait, one of the Yakuza shout, despite his friend hissing at him to shut up. Dreamer kid. You can tell, right? What happened to the old boss was at overhaul. Izumi sighs. These men, whose loyalty was gained by a different sort of organization, had been forced into something much bigger. But, if loyalty to the old is stronger than that to the new, yes. I'm sorry. She says, hanging her head. Overhaul wants strength. Your boss was, in his mind, standing in the way. The Yakuza grunts. Knew it. BSTRD has torn this place down in pretense of building it up. I would be more than happy to give you a dream recap of someone punching him. It's happening. The Yakuza lets out a bark of laughter. I look forward to it. First, Izumi drops in with Eri. 5 expendables defeated. 3 more engaged in battle. Lemillion, Eraserhead, Night Eye, and Rocklock are all headed to your location. Hang in there. We'll be back. Eri's mind is surprised, but she doesn't show it to overhaul. Too compliant. Izumi sighs and jumps to her dad. Move. Their fight is a mess. Mimic is taking potshots at anyone who stays still long enough, and Rocklock can't keep them safe forever. Hold out. This takes a massive amount of stamina. He can't hold himself together indefinitely. Izumi calls to the heroes. I'm sorry I can't help more. He's so focused on not falling apart that he's managed to block me out. And Overhaul apparently warned everyone about me. So you're pretty much useless? Rocklock grumbles. From your left. Izumi warns as Aizawa gives him the stink eye. The irony isn't lost on her as Rocklock dodges, but she gets it. He's nervous. The wall's still for a moment, and Izumi gulps. He's changing tactics. Twice and Himiko Toga are here too, from the trade with the League dash, a rush of thought from Mimic, and Izumi grabs a hold of Aizawa's mind. Everyone move. The ceiling comes crashing down, splitting them into 3 groups. Rocklock, alone. Aizawa and 2 police he had saved from getting crushed. Night Eye, another hero, and the remainder of the police. Izumi hisses nervously. Dad, Toga is in there with Rocklock. And Twice has a Rappa clone. Aizawa scowls and throws a rock at the wall with his capture weapon. Himiko Toga, I know that name. The racer. Rocklock stands over the fallen body of Rocklock. He steps forwards. This imposter jumped me out of nowhere. The police step forwards to secure the fallen Rocklock, but a hand stops them. Nice try. Aizawa sighs, reaching for his goggles to reveal the green eye. But she remembers your mind, Toga. Strong to forget a mind that pins you to a wall with a knife and makes out with you? Izumi grumbles. Aizawa tenses. Toga drops the act, Rocklock's face twisting into something gross and his entire body stance shifting. Oh, is she with you? Bummer. Hi Izumi, how to say, it was a good embrace. She squeaked and whimpered and made cute noises, and her eyes were so wide I think I saw tears. Izumi shudders, wrapping her arms around herself. This girl freaks her out. Her mind makes Izumi want to take 10 showers. Toga licks her lips, clearly ecstatic. If only she had a little BLD that would have made her perfect. The room is suddenly faster, and Rocklock melts into gray sludge over Toga's crazed face. Crunch. Toga lets out a squeal of pain and rolls away from a furious Aizawa, clutching her nose. It's clearly broken, and bleeding like crazy. Livid, Aizawa wraps her in the capture weapon, aiming for another hit. But Toga grabs hold of the cloth, twisting herself over Aizawa, a knife digging into his shoulder. Wow, you're just as mean as Dragon was. Toga complains, her voice odd through the BLD in her nose. Daddy mad I touched his little girl. But she's so pretty and tiny, her tone lowers darkly. I'll eat her up. Aizawa rushes her again, and Toga leaps backwards, cackling. Mimic makes his move as Toga slips away. Dad, stop. Izumi yells, sensing the strike and grabbing his mind. He stops short just before slamming into the new wall. He swears, moving his hand to his wounded shoulder. Molesting sadistic beach. Izumi sighs. Thanks, but we have bigger fish to fry. She's not important right now. Night dash boom. An explosion of sound, and a Rappa clone comes smashing through another wall. Jin's head pops over the edge of the hole, Night Eye and the rest of the police force standing behind him. The clone melts into goo. Jin Twice, Izumi reminds herself, blinks in shock, before scowling. Yakuza are useless. Night Eye doesn't let up, throwing another one of his support stamps. Twice dodges and disappears into the labyrinth, but some of his mask is ripped from his face. Izumi winces for him, she can already feel the panic splitting him apart. Keep alert, Night Eye says, tossing his stamps in preparation. Izumi sighs. Don't bother. Mimic is the problem, not those two. Then again Mimic is listening to Twice and Toga. He's angry. Izumi sighs, already feeling guilty. Let's put Nedza's manipulation lessons to the test. She arrives in Twice's split mind just in time to watch Toga tie a cloth over the hole in his mask. Taking your mask off makes you split up, huh? She says, voice still odd from her broken nose, tightening the knot. These Yakuza, after everything we've done to help out, they're still real stinkers. Gratitude wells up in Twice as his mind slips back together. Izumi slips some guilt into the cracks, the image of Magna rising up. Mimic is angry. I'm sorry I couldn't do anything to help. Twice whimpers. Toga reaches out, cradling his face. Hey, you must be really sad cause you couldn't help Big Sis Mag. But we've gotta listen to Shiggy and do this. I know it sucks. Toga is actually being very helpful right now. Izumi shifts to her. Let's fuel that rage. The villain sticks her tongue out at the ceiling. Even if these guys SCK at fighting so much. Or are so rude. Honestly, I'd be happy if this collaboration thing doesn't work out. She grins then, baring pointed teeth. 'Cause then we get our revenge. Yeah. Twice cheers, and looks up at the ceiling. The Yakuza are going extinct. They're all gonna be locked up today. Dear OL bedridden boss couldn't do anything about it. Toga jeers at the ceiling. I thought you guys were cool, but you're really just pathetic. Mimic's mind explodes with rage, and Izumi leaps away from her unknowing helpers. Dad, be ready, she says quickly. I got Twice and Toga to really PSS Mimic off. Her warning delivered, she drops away, and glares at Mimic's light. Okay buddy. Let's try this again. Aizawa scans the shifting walls, trying to get a glimpse of something, anything of a real body. Izumi had said it would be there. It has to be there. I don't see anything. Night Eye calls to him. He grits his teeth. Just keep looking dash, get out of my head you annoying dash there. He activates his quirk, and the walls stop writhing as a man in suspenders and a dress shirt falls from the ceiling. One green eye blinks out, before turning back to black. Izumi's out. They've won this fight. Her gentle pressure touches his mind as he wraps up the violently cursing attacker. You're on the right path. I need to find Mirio. Izumi says quickly, and then she's gone. When Izumi joins Mirio, he's stumbling away from two unconscious expendables. Mimic is taken out, no more obstacles for the remaining group. Sun Eater, Fat Gum, and Red Riot are down, but there's only one expendable remaining, the one at the front gate. Your two give you any trouble? Izumi asks. Mirio grits his teeth. For a bit. Where's Eri? Turn a bit to the right, perfect. Around 143 feet that way. Izumi instructs. Talk. I know what Shin does to people. Not right now. Mirio growls. Right now all I know is that I'm not abandoning her again. Izumi sighs. The emotions roiling in his mind are pushing him forwards. Or downwards, she muses as they drop through the earth. Mirio, you did what you thought was best. We've all made mistakes. I know. But right now he shoots upwards. We won't have another chance. Mirio bursts from the floor like a breaching whale, except with more punching. He lands two solid blows on Overhaul and Chronostasis, snatches Eri, and in the blink of an eye he's left his opponents reeling. Once they get their bearings, the Yakuza glare at Mirio, standing before them. I swear, Mirio says with a forced calm, clutching Eri to his hip, that I will never let you go again. No matter what, I'll do everything in my power and more. Izumi slips back into Eri's mind, soothing the little panicked sparks running through it. I told you he'd be back. Eri shudders. No, he's gonna kill you. I would return that child to me, hero. Overhaul says scathingly, reaching for his gloves. She will only hurt you. Kill you. Eri is cursed. Her every move kills people. Izumi growls inside her mind. That isn't true. Mirio pulls Eri closer. I made that mistake once. I won't make it again. Chronostasis takes a step back, and the glove drops. Overhaul slams his hands into the floor, and a barrage of spikes and spires form, each aiming for Mirio's heart. Izumi can't see much, as Eri is basically being juggled through the smallest gaps before Mirio can catch her again. But what she can see is terrifying. She had seen Overhaul kill Magna and blow off Compress's arm. She had seen the horrific things this man would do to Eri. But this complete control of the atomic level of matter to create weapons out of the very floor they stand on. Izumi can see why she can't enter his waking mind. It takes incredible control and practice. There's a lull in the barrage, and Mirio stands, untouched, Eri safe in his arms. You'll hurt Eri if you keep this up, he warns. Isn't she important to you? Her injuries are no importance to me, Overhaul corrects, waving a hand. Eri and I are intimately aware that no matter the damage done to her body, no matter if she dies, I can bring her back time and time again. You, on the other hand, he grins. Can't heal her, don't understand her, and can't escape with her. Look around, hero, there are no more exits, and you can't take her with you in the safety of your quirk. Izumi is just about ready to punch this butt in the face. She knew he had done it, seen the effects on Eri, but seeing him talk about it without a second thought flitting through his mind. Oh, she's boiling. Overhaul takes Mirio's second of silence as an opening. Chrono. Aim for his limbs, he needs to support himself and Eri somehow. Chronostasis moves to obey, pulling out a gun, and Mirio takes action. He rips his cape from his shoulders and whips it in front of himself and Eri. The bullet whizzes harmlessly past, and as the cloth falls, his light dives below the ground. Eri sits alone, curled into the cape. She trembles. He left, he escaped, good, he'll be safe. It takes more than that to get him to leave. Izumi grins. Look at Chronostasis. Eri does, just as Mirio pops out of the ground. Overhaul seems to recognize his plan and rearranges the earth to get his right-hand man away, but it's not fast enough. The gun goes clattering away. Mirio vanishes back into the earth. Overhaul scans around, trying to figure out where he'll spring from next. He's left Eri wide open. Let's kill her, shall we? Izumi can sense B means it. If only she could enter his stupid head. If only she could punch him in his stupid toucan face. Mirio couldn't hear the threat from underground, but he seems to have the same idea. At least, a solid kick to Overhaul's back effectively distracts him from attacking. Mirio doesn't let up. He keeps striking, not letting Overhaul get a single use of his quirk in, shouting all the while. I will never dash, whack, let you dash, punch, lay a finger on her dash, kick, punch, ever again. Overhaul swipes at him, trying to land a blow, but Mirio isn't there to touch. The confrontation continues, Eri watching in amazement. He's strong, she whispers in awe. He's really fighting for me, Overhaul can't even touch him. And he can't kill what he can't touch? Izumi says simply. Eri shudders. But what if he messes up? He'll get hurt, it'll be my fault, it won't be your fault? Izumi interjects. He knows the consequences. So do I. This is what we've been trained to do. To help anyone who needs it. Who needs us. Our job is to help in any way we possibly can. Eri grits her teeth. Through all this violence, she doesn't cry or scream. She's been nicked by shards, but she doesn't even help. She accepts all the pain as if she had no other choice. Izumi can't do anything but float in her mind, a calming pressure. The fight carries on, but Izumi is distracted by a new mind approaching. It's struggling with unconsciousness, and obviously in pain. The forced truth expendable Mirio had taken out. He must have woken up. Izumi whispers. She's not the only one to notice him though. Overhaul throws something to him, and it's like time slows down. Shin is holding a gun. That's a bullet case. Overhaul has perfected the quirk erasing drags. Either Eri or Mirio, she can't let that bullet hit. Second, she's out of Eri's head, reaching for Shin's light. It's faster than she's ever traveled in the dream room before. It's not fast enough. Izumi arrives just as Shin pulls the trigger. She takes control, but there's nothing she can do about the mindless, drugged bullet. It is nothing but cold steel, a tool that can't be taken back once it's in the air. No. Mirio leaps into the path of the bullet, not a shred of doubt in his mind. Memories of his past, his growth alongside Tamaki and later Nijire, but not a regret against giving it up. Just goodbye. The bullet hits. A crack appears in Eri's mind. Izumi swears, knocking Shin out, and dives back into the in-between mind space. It's exactly what they wanted. Aiming for Eri was nothing short of a risky move, as they needed her quirk to continue producing the drag they had worked so strong for. But they knew that Mirio would do anything for Eri. After all, no one can lie to Shin. Overhaul struggles to his feet, chuckling. I've always heard it. Quirks give you the power to achieve your dreams, to become something, but it's ironic. Mirio, Izumi whispers, staring at him through Eri's eyes. Now, only now, has she started to cry. She's crying for her hero. Mirio, what are you? He's still conscious. He's still got fight. His mind is still burning with determination to repay his debt. Izumi curls around Eri's mind, doing her best to keep the small girl from breaking. Overhaul stands tall, bruised, but standing. The power of the girl you've been trying so strong to save has reduced all your efforts to ash. It's robbed you of everything you've achieved. Izumi scowls. Hardly. She doesn't finish her sentence. Mirio has already started moving. Chronostasis is thrown towards his boss, and in the next second Mirio is on top of them. My effort wasn't a waste. He roars angrily. Everything I've learned from Sir how to predict exactly where the enemy will move and what they'll do next, I still hold those abilities. He ducks away from Overhaul's hand, coming back with another punch. I am still Lemillion. Quirkless. He's quirkless, but he's still fighting. Izumi leaps to him, doing her best to warn him of any attacks. He's strong and perceptive, and she can watch his blind spots. But it won't work forever.